Welcome to the 9th International Conference Arts and Technology, Interactivity and Game Creation, commonly referred to as ArtsIT. The conference originated in 2009 and is affiliated to the European Alliance for Innovation, EAI. ArtsIT 2020 utilizes a live online setting to accommodate the current restrictions related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The conference is realized as a pre-recorded video stream with opportunity for live chat interactions for registrants as well as question and answer opportunities. My name is Anthony Brooks and most people call me Tony. I've been co-steering chair of ArtsIT for over a decade, and this year for the fourth time I'm also organising chair. The event is usually physically co-located with the International Conference on Design, Learning and Innovation, DLI. However, this year, because of the changes due to the pandemic, the events are split over today, the 10th of December for ArtsIT, and tomorrow, the 11th of December for DLI. There will likely be a link below to take viewers to the DLI conference stream. There will also be details on the programme. I am an associate professor at Aalborg University, Denmark, who will remain sponsor of the event. It is a shame we couldn't all meet physically in Aalborg as we did last year for ArtsIT DLI 2019, but hopefully in the future your life journey will one day allow you to visit this beautiful part of Scandinavia. Submissions for the 2020 event was one of the highest ever, with an acceptance rate of well under 40%. The event had two very experienced technical program committee chairs. The first TPC chair is Mark Palmer from the University of West of England, Bristol, the United Kingdom. The second TPC chair is Irina Mavromaty from Hellenic Open University in Greece. Both Mark and Irina I am happy to call my friends and colleagues, having worked together in the past, and I can say it's been a pleasure to work together again to realise the ArtsIT 2020 event, and I thank them for their efforts. In addition, this year we have a special track led by Stephen Wang from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Stephen was a Best Paper winner for ArtsIT 2016 when hosted in Aalborg University campus Esbjerg, Denmark, and has been an ongoing supporter of the event. It has been a pleasure to work with Stephen this year, as his track has also received much attention for submissions. Pulling all the strings and keeping us in order has been the European Alliance of Innovation Conference Manager, Viltare Platzner. Viltare has done a wonderful job, and I understand has her own introduction video for the event to detail how things are accessed and how the question and answer sessions will function. It's been a joy to work with her this last half year or so, and she's been effective and efficient in her dealings with our efforts. She's clearly a highly competent manager and organiser. In closing this welcome video on behalf of the teams and individuals involved in realising this ArtsIT event, many who are not included in these slides due to time restrictions, I wish to thank all reviewers, authors and committee members for the huge amount of time volunteered. We couldn't have done it without you. I also wish to mention our generous sponsors, Aalborg University and the European Alliance for Innovation, and I encourage you to attend all sessions today and then follow through to attend the DLI sessions tomorrow. To end, we wish all of you and your families, friends and networks good health in these troubled and challenging times. We all truly wish for a swift end to this global coronavirus pandemic that is impacting so many lives and livelihoods, and alongside hope for an improved situation also in respect of the many other crises affecting the world. We can make this a better place if we really try together. An aim has to be global solidarity and support, especially with the most vulnerable in our society, particularly in the emerging and developing world, as only together can we overcome the intertwined health and social and economic impacts of the pandemic and prevent its escalation into a protracted humanitarian and food security catastrophe with the potential loss of already achieved development gains. Sustainability goals have to be a major target for us all. I then quote the World Health Organization, such that post-pandemic, we must rethink the future of our environment and tackle climate change and environmental degradation with ambition and urgency. Only then can we protect the health, livelihoods, food security and nutrition of all people and ensure that our new normal is a better one. Finally, I quote from Hans Christian Andersen in stating, "To move, to breathe, to fly, to float, to gain all while you give, to roam the roads of lands remote, to travel is to live." To you all, stay safe and healthy. Enjoy today and tomorrow's programs. Thank you so much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the 9th EAI International Conference, Arts and Technology, Interactivity and Game Creation ArtsIT 2020 held in this virtual interactive setting. I am Viltare Platzner, the EAI Conference Manager of ArtsIT 2020. Unfortunately, due to the virus, I'm not able to meet all of you in person, so I'm using this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and all the participants on behalf of EAI. I would like to thank all of you for being a part of this conference and for your involvement with EAI. I would also like to thank the General Chair, Anthony Brooks, and Technical Program Committee Chairs, Mark Palmer, Irene Mavromati, Professor Stephen G. Wong, together with the whole organizing committee for their hard and excellent work throughout the whole process of the conference preparation. Today, during this streaming, you can actively participate by joining the Q&A on Slack through a link that you can see below the video, upon accessing the EAI ArtsIT 2020 Slack workspace. I would also like to use this message to invite you to join us again at the EAI ArtsIT 2021. Should you be interested in becoming a part of the next year's organizing committee or the technical program committee, please do not hesitate to contact me at my email address below. If you are interested in discussing other possible cooperations, a conference, a workshop, or a new event altogether, please contact me at my email address as well. Now, my colleague Michal will present you with what EAI does, who we are, and how you can get involved in our various activities. Thank you for your attention and enjoy EAI ArtsIT 2020.
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work-in-progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Hello, my name is João Martim Moura. I'm presenting the publication Embodiment in Virtual Reality Performance with co-authors Né Barros and Paulo Ferreira Lopes. In this publication, we present artistic and technical developments in creating and presenting dance performances in media art, where embodiment is crucial in the artistic process. We study and compare 3 distinct performances with dancers and 1 choreographer in the same dance company between 2009 and 2020. The degree of immersion in performance is then compared between the 3 pieces created at Ballet Teatro in Porto, addressing the transition from the real to the virtual in the performance perspective, with practical cases and direct observations in the way the audience learns different states of body representation through technological means. Ballet Teatro, founded in 1983 by Isabel Barros, Jorge Levy and Né Barros, with the designation of Ballet Teatro Contemporâneo do Porto, is a performing arts center based in Porto, Portugal. In 2009, João Martim Moura joined Ballet Teatro as a media artist and researcher, working closely with choreographer Né Barros in the frontier between dance and digital art. Since then, both developed different works, presented in various venues, having the embodiment process in performance in common, exploring further possibilities in the confrontation between the body and the virtual environments. In this presentation, we will make a straightforward approach to virtual reality and performance, and we will focus on the developments, public presentation, and embodied comparisons between the 3 works carried out with an approximate interval of 5 years each. The 3 pieces we're presenting use different technologies related to different degrees of immersion inside the performance. We also highlight a growing approach to the immaterial body in a constant virtual progression in these 3 pieces. The relationship between materiality and immateriality, mediated by technology from the interface perspective, is very well explained by Milgram's research, which proposes the concept of bilateral continuity between several layers of abstraction between the reality and the virtuality. We will approach the concept of virtual continuum postulated by Milgram et al. In his publication Augmented Reality, a class of displays on the reality-virtuality continuum, written in 1994. Milgram contextualizes the reality-virtuality continuum, which ranges from authentic environments to completely virtual environments, presenting specific taxonomies for each immersion level, from the unmodeled world, the real one, to the completely modeled world generated by computers. 9th is an artistic project that explores the artistic possibilities offered by the digital dance performances in the interaction between the individual and his virtual double. In 9th, we conceptualized, developed and implemented a digital artifact, resulting in a digital fluid performance based on the analog body versus the digital virtual body. The body advances into a connection with its own virtual twofold in an approach to make a discourse, testing the choreographic limits and having new measurements to the motion. In 9th, the virtual body separates itself from the performer and the de-embodiment process happens. At that time, before the Kinect interface, no depth extraction was easily possible. The work depended on an infrared firewire camera to catch the stage picture at 25 frames per second. The audience could not see the infrared light in the dark. At certain moments during the movement, The dancer's gestures entered in a feedback loop with itself, provoking reactions in the visual environment and sound. This consistent cooperation between the full body and the virtual imagery is conceivable by figuring the distinct speed of the various parts of the body and space. Collateral was developed from the Move artwork, a project for performance and digital art. Here, the body was projected and extended itself in a relationship of intimacy within interactive virtual reality. The performance discourse resulting from this connection calls the poetic moment, made of a mixture of realities, made of body, double, and of images. This work evokes moments of the dead of the swan, immersed in an immaterial space of light and projection. The phantom of the archive of dance now returns to test itself in a reality of illusory imprisonment. The dialogue between the digital art and performance allowed us to generate a communicative space that challenges the choreography limits, recapturing the gesture and the movement, and creating a space of experimentation with new performances possibilities. In Collateral, the body capture is performed through 2 dead cameras, and tests were performed with different models between 2005 and 2019. Specific software was developed for the different scenes. The piece, initially performed by Sarah Manu in 2016 and by Sonia Cunha in the next years, evoked the movement's distorted memory. Imagine that someone is drawing a moving figure and that in the same drawing, previous movements are reflected. The software presented a body with minimum connected possible lines and confronted the dancer with herself moments earlier. The image was projected in the middle of a stage between the audience and the performer on a transparent screen. This transparency creates a translucid illusion in the audience that the image is closer. At the same time, the dancer is behind, illuminated by a small light beamer. When we don't project, the audience sees only the dancer. When the algorithms begin to project images, those appear in her front, physically, separated by 2 or 3 meters. A poetic visual moment that enhances the dialogue between the movement and the imaginary that it represents. Throughout the performance, gestures are continuously analyzed, and specific scenarios consider the piece's interactive narrative. We opted to process the original camera signal and not process body points for the output visualization, as is quite traditional in body tracking techniques for avatars recreation. We believe that that camera signal is entirely relevant to represent the performance body as it is. In computing history, we have accustomed computers to immediately recognize human beings, whether through body detection or facial analysis. These mappings are sometimes not enough to describe the richness of detail in the subtle and artistic movement. At a certain stage, the performer gently touches many white vertical bars, initially well marked, rigid, symbolizing a prism. After the interaction, lines react smoothly to the virtual touch, immaterial in fact. With timeless and more vigorous movements, the bars end up forming a volumetric image of the moving body. In the preparation of the collateral work, we had the opportunity to explore the three-dimensional body on stage using multiple depth cameras. In the rehearsals of Collateral, we asked ourselves, what if we could see that volumetric body in total immersion in virtual reality? This question was a leitmotif for creating the next work, Una. planned at Ballet Teatro in 2018 as a trial in total immersion. Una is a possible continuation of this immateriality, this time in total immersion, where the audience, one spectator at a time, witnessed a body in movement, again expanding. Nebarros gently approaches the participant and begins to gesture. The participant realizes there is a body nearby. In this scenario, there is no traditional physical barrier between the stage and the audience, as in the previous works. The notion of performative space is challenged. The participant can also move in an area of 3 square meters. Furthermore, can approach a few centimeters from the performer or even incorporate her, depending on its position in space. She approaches very slowly, and then something unexpected happens. Hands touch, as well as the feeling of physical belonging. It was a remarkable moment for Ballet Teatro, a long journey in this sequence of works related to the digital embodiment. Throughout this process, the body has been dematerializing. Although increasingly digital, it remains well present, and its physicality has never been called in question. The image was approaching the audience to the limit of the senses. If in nude, the image was behind the dancer, in collateral was in between the performer and the audience, and in Una, the image became mixed with the audience. We have reached a point where one performance is presented to one participant at a time. Una breaks with the subject's barrier based on the principle of double immersion of the performer and the receiver, and the performer with himself. In this virtual dimension, the performer's experience is itself of embodiment. The performer moves through the perception of the movement he generates. It's no longer a gesture gathered by the memory of an image, but by a kinesthetic experience of the movement reinforced and offered by a type of visualization that the technology device allows performing. In addition to these aspects that affect and challenge the choreographic thinking, there is another of great importance. Memory rewrites time. In any of the projects, the gesture's visualization is the product of adequate control of its execution. All the incursions that these projects promote put performance and performativity necessarily in tension with the notion of presence or interaction, preferring an expanded domain as a territory for the exploration and contact.
Hello, my name is Ramesh. I will be presenting our study Designing Context-Aware Mobile Systems for Self-Guided Exhibition Sites. The study examines the design of digital systems created to support users in self-guided exhibitions, that is, sites without human personnel to support the users. We developed a location-aware smartphone guide called ArtsIT, which utilizes Bluetooth beacons to serve contextual information at the user's request. Using this guide, we conducted a user study to investigate what types of content institutions perceive as relevant versus the kinds of content users actually find relevant. The study also contributes to our understanding of users' attitudes toward using smartphones to support their self-guidance in exhibitions. Our results provide insights into designing for interplay between the physical setting of the exhibition and the digital platform so as to inform the utility, desirability, and usability of mobile guides. The presentation is structured as follows. First, the presentation of the field of research, followed by the focus of our study, our findings, and lastly, future directions for further research. Mobile guides have become synonymous with communication technology relevant to exhibitions ever since the first electronic audio guide was presented at Amsterdam Stedelijk Museum in 1952. They are also known to promote individual and shared experiences, have the capacity to facilitate visitors when other means of guidance is not available, and as platforms for digitally mediated experiences. Over time, user adoption and technological advancements have transformed mobile phones to become ubiquitous tools in our working and social lives. They are also used for personal entertainment and have shown that they can augment, extend, and support our cognitive capacities through computational capabilities. They can also do the opposite, that is, overload or disrupt our cognitive bandwidth. But modern mobile phones can offer a link between physical spaces and digital places because of their mobility, application ubiquity, and sensitivity to the context in which they're used. In recent years, smart devices and mobile technologies have attracted much attention because they are context-aware technologies capable of communicating location-specific content through multiple media formats, for example, text, audio, and video. As such, exhibitions are in a process of deep transformation as a result of these technologically mediated forms of communication. However, the increased focus on technologies does not come without criticism, as practitioners and scholars are concerned about shifting the focus on the digital technologies instead of the knowledge that is to be communicated. Digital technologies, however, are critical to the latter. As exhibitions have struggled to retain users and their attention throughout a visit, novel mediation techniques with a strong technological focus have been tried and tested as solutions to invite, educate, and entertain visitors. In addition, users are influenced and shaped by the technological advancements in their everyday life, which affects their perceptions and expectations of exhibitions. Thus, the right communication strategy at any given time will change because the specifications and requirements associated with it will also change over time, as would human-computer interaction paradigms. Accordingly, communication strategies for today's world must investigate current and future trends in technology to arrive at a new status quo that can support communication for contemporary exhibition visitors. Which leads to the research question for our study: how can digital mediation add sufficient value to promote use, and what criteria for exhibition content are preferred by guests in self-guided contexts? This research question was guided by the following two hypotheses. 1. The communicated content must first and foremost provide the visitor with a more functional dimension to support their visit, for example, wayfinding, guidance, practical information, and discounts, if self-guidance use is expected. And 2. User experiences differ depending on the media modalities of the content, for example, long text, short text, audiobook, and video snippet. The AirTag application that we developed for this study is a mobile application for iOS and Android with a web-based content management system platform to create, edit, and distribute content across multiple content formats. It also provides location-aware features in exhibition context through both Bluetooth beacons and global positioning system to provide location-specific content to users. GPS is used to position the device outdoors and trigger location-specific content in the application, while beacon technology triggers location-specific content in indoor areas. A typical interaction flow looks like this. The beacon, which is positioned somewhere in the exhibition, emits information that prompts the user to interact with the content. The AirTag application consists of a main screen presenting the different attractions the user can choose to explore. Clicking on an institution provides information to the user. The introduction screen presents events, directing the user to select the events they want to attend. Experiences near you Experiences near you shows nearby points of interest along with an approximate distance to the location. The Explore tab at the bottom shows all the available experiences. Near You brings the users to the Experiences Near You tab. After reaching a selected point of interest, the user can be presented with different content, namely short text, long text, audio, and video. The research design focuses on addressing the content preferences and assesses the use of mobile applications as a guiding tool for visitors when no personnel or other facilitators are present. Our areas of concern are delimited to which content types engage the visitor the most during their visit, what were the content preferences for fact-based information when using the mobile application, how did the visitor experience the use of the mobile app during their visit? For example, in terms of extension, disturbance, tool, personal versus shared device, etc. And how did the visitor's experience reflect their requirements with regard to self-guided digital exhibition design? The study was conducted as a field experiment at an aquarium. We wanted to reveal unforeseen consequences of users being allowed only a digital device to support their visiting experience. In preparation for the study, we created an experimental setup with different content types, with varying text lengths, audio logs, and video presentations, and paired them with different physical locations around the exhibition area. 7 families participated in the field test. The enlisted families were a mix of frequent visitors, infrequent visitors, and newcomers. The families consisted of 2 parents and children of varying ages, but all of them belonged to the age range of the specified target audience for the aquarium. Focus group interviews were transcribed with annotated time codes and labels so that the participants could be identified in their respective family groupings. The data were further codified into themes within broader categories on their relation to each other, as well as the research questions. Each overarching themes were codified into subtopics, which presented more specific instances, such as those pertaining to content preferences or wayfinding guidance through the application. Each instance was counted and visually categorized in an affinity diagram, clustering them into the analytical topics presented in this table. The following 2 slides will summarize a few findings. The rest are detailed in the article. Please find them there. Our findings relating to the content showed that an application must fulfill the practical needs of the visitors for them to consider using it. This might seem like an obvious point, but many existing applications forget this and introduce the application as an experience in and of itself and do not foreground the utility it brings to visitors. Different media formats in exhibitions are characterized by different strengths and weaknesses. Short texts provide easily accessible information to parents and children and are easily usable in loud areas. The audio format works best in less noisy areas, while video can include subtitles, facilitating their use in both quiet and loud areas. These findings support the second hypothesis, namely that differences exist in regard to the user experience with different media modalities for information provision, especially in the context of family-oriented exhibitions. In general, the families expressed their interest in being able to choose the content format, length, and difficulty level according to their needs. As such, different visitors have different needs, and therefore the possibility of customizing the content format, length, and the level of difficulty was preferred. Our findings relating to technology showed that one of the major practical expectations involved navigation support with the application. Thus, the navigation feature is a critical element to consider for the exhibition context. This also supports the first hypothesis, namely that the communicated content must first and foremost provide the visitor with a more functional dimension to support their visit. Exhibitions tend to provide visitors with devices to support visitor experiences. However, the families preferred using their own devices rather than borrowing one for several reasons. First, the families are more familiar with their own devices. Second, when using one's own device, visitors need not be concerned about data privacy, for instance, sensitive personal photos taken by children. However, the families also expressed their concern about conflicting interests if everyone in the family were to use the application simultaneously. People are accustomed to using mobile devices and applications, which has created a set of predefined requirements. Thus, users expect a well-designed application using these technologies. The ArtTag project followed previous studies with regard to the design and implementation path to create a mobile guide for exhibitions. It also extended previous work by investigating users' content preferences for a location-based, context-aware application for self-guided exhibitions. Our findings align with those of existing studies, as well as extend our knowledge with design insights that are central to the development of interactive mobile systems for self-guidance. The first of this work points to the importance of content personalization through multi-level content formats to accommodate an individual user's interest. Moreover, the information should be scaffolded such that the user may have varied types of access, from glimpsing the content to immersing themselves within a particular subject should they wish to. This design insight should be investigated further in order to understand how users' curiosity can be triggered, for instance by prioritizing knowledge acquisition. The second design insight provided by this work concerns the pragmatic features that are key to creating reliable, robust, and precise mobile guides capable of real-time location tracking. The implementation of location tracking was inadequate in the current study, and the participants' feedback points to a clear desire for this functionality in the application. In other words, this feature is critical for users to want to use mobile guides for self-guided exhibitions. We found that users' attitudes were positive toward the use of smartphones and mobile devices at exhibitions, and on several occasions they voiced that they would indeed have preferred to use the application on their own devices. Thus, the users signaled their openness toward institutions implementing a bring your own device strategy. Users' content preferences varied, but in general, they agreed that the entry-level content should be just sufficient for them to sample whether or not the information interests them. If it does, they should be offered additional in-depth information on specific content. We should see this outcome as an indication of users' desire to be able to explore more content of their own volition instead of having it thrust upon them by the institution. Removing unnecessary signage and labels will allow the exhibition to benefit as well. Our findings point to the need to study the extent of content and its types on the mobile guide so as to calibrate these aspects for actual implementation of the application. Conversely, the physical space at the exhibition must be designed to avoid overloading users' cognition with a plethora of information. A balance will provide the user with the freedom they need to experience the exhibition as they see fit, while still being enticed to explore the site. The proposed technology can alleviate the cognitive load experienced by the user by facilitating content selection to them. Thus, future work should aim to better balance the content, user, and physical signage of the exhibition with mobile exploration systems. And also, future work should be scaled up by using mixed methods approach and increasing the number of participating families and exhibitions. It will also be possible to explore the potential and challenges of using one application for multiple exhibitions. Thus, a more focused study on location-aware technologies will provide a comprehensive picture for designing context-aware mobile systems for self-guided exhibitions. Thank you.
my name is Camilla, and my presentation paper has the title Designing the Exhibition Modus of Virtual Experiences, Virtual Reality Installations at Film Festivals. The film industry is increasingly turning towards immersive technologies, including virtual reality. This is evident from, for example, VR showcasing sections emerging at several major film festivals in Europe and abroad. We are, however, starting to see how cinematic virtual reality experiences, CVR, especially in installation contexts, are not considered from the perspective of VR alone. Several experiences allow the audience to interact with the space and narrative, and as such they are increasingly designed through additional media of scenography, spatial sound, live performance, etc. Thus, they are making extensive use of their location, suggesting that one future outlet for CVR experiences is location-based installation. However, it is still not certain what will be the exhibition and viewing modus for cinematic virtual reality, or if it will be anything similar to traditional film and cinema. A common approach among festivals has been to install so-called VR theaters, consisting of a number of seats in a neutral room in which people experience either the same or a number of different works through the headsets. So the installation-based works that I'm interested in is still rather new and unexplored, but they are starting to be seen more and more at film festivals, and also location-based VR in general, typically in a more game-based context, is a big thing already. So what I did is that I decided to approach this issue from the angle of the designers and industry professionals themselves, in order to understand some of the trends of installation design at film festival, in this case exemplified by a selection of works exhibited at the Venice Film Festival in 2019. And basically what I wanted to know is how they approach the question of how to facilitate virtual experiences in a physical space. And the reason why this question is important is summed up quite nicely in this quote from one of the interviews, where Amy Rose says, "Even if you don't build an installation, the environment in which your piece is shown is an installation. Whether you build it or somebody else did, and for it to work well, it should work with the piece, and that is really unlikely if you haven't made it." So, including Amy, I spoke with 7 professionals on Zoom, and they represented 6 experiences from Venice. I chose these 6 experiences because they had a distinctive installation part, but was still rather different in design strategies for audience and spectator approach, which is also why I divided them in 3 initial categories with different characteristics. In the interviews, the professionals were asked about how the physical component became part of the overall concept and how the design process developed. Furthermore, they were asked about the general aspect of film festivals as a distribution and exhibition venue, and the potential future for location-based experiences outside of this concept. Here you see the overview of the experiences and the people that I spoke with, and how they are divided in the design strategy categories that I have termed the story room, the attraction window, and the performance space. In this presentation, I will use the categories mainly to frame a few of the examples in order to show how the designs of these installation-based works are still rather diverse. But I will try and move on to the findings from the interviews rather quickly. To summarize, the story room strategy is described as an enclosed installation space, making use of additional media and set design to transition the audience into the experience before entering the headset. And here it's exemplified by the experience Battlescar Punk was invented by girls. The attraction window strategy is described as a semi-open installation space that uses a window as a suspenseful interface through which the extensive set design of the space is revealed to passing spectators. And here it's exemplified by a life in flowers. And lastly, the performance space strategy is characterized by having several parts, either as differing experiential qualities within the same space or as adjacent rooms with different functions. Both versions must, however, be activated by the audience, which is thus expected to act and perform the space. So while I have previously argued about the function of installations as a transitional element, this was also confirmed in many of the interviews. One example is here where Mercedes Arturo says, installations tell stories and contribute with a second layer of experience and produce a feeling of being properly surrounded by a changed world. And also, the installation softened up the moment of getting into the headset and getting out of the headset. And Gloria Bradbury, who in the experience that she represents made use of a human performer, she says, putting on the headset is this mechanical action that normally interrupts the story. So the idea was to have a person who would also be the person practically helping to put on the headset as part of the story from the beginning. And the headset became a magical device that would enable the participant to continue the story. So this was one of the findings, that this argument of installations as a transitional element of the user experience was confirmed, and but this was not something new to me. But what was rather new was how the designers approached this issue of audience put-through and spectatorship. So in general, VR experiences have the downside that most of them are designed for one person at a time. And this means that for installation-based work in particular, most of them find it rather hard to gain a proper audience put-through, whereas with the VR theater, you can show the same experience to more people at the same time. In the interviews, this issue was approached from different angles. First of all, there was a general concern that film festivals as a venue in general are not likely to be able to change this issue, as they already have a limited audience reach and also a limited budget. Secondly, one of the designers highlighted how we are still lacking a social ritual for experiencing these types of work. With traditional cinema, it's much more established and normalized to go to the venue with a group of friends, but with the lack of venues for VR, and also this general design approach of making singular experiences, we end up with rather low audience numbers for most works. But some designers are beginning to do is to consider different modes of audience engagement within the same experience in order to have a higher audience put-through and reach. One approach has to do with the design category of the attraction window. In the interview, Armando Curvin, he explained how the window was both a matter of attracting audiences and to get them excited and curious about the work, but it was also a way of engaging with the urge for social experiences and a generation of social media natives. He says, "We thought, let's make it a little easier for people to at least take a picture." However, it did get the team in a bit of trouble due to privacy issues, which made the venue apply the restriction that you had to get permission ahead of time and to know the person to take a picture. That way, the solution was simply too effective, and Curvin further adds that, "I think people are hungry for that, and even this very simple solution we had was enough to get us in trouble because it worked well and because people want that kind of thing." Tupac Martyr, the director of Cosmos Within Us, has considered this notion of different audience modes even more drastically. In the Venice version of the installation, one audience member enters the room in the headset and experiences the full piece in VR. This person is what Martyr terms the interactor. Additional 4 persons are allowed into the room seated across the back as audience members. They all wear headphones but no headset for VR. To these audience members, all parts of the behind the scenes are visible, including the entire crew that holds, among others, a live orchestra, a live voiceover narrator, the director himself as the conductor, 2 shadow men ensuring the haptics of the experience, sound designers, and more. Put bluntly, the audience members are all watching the one interactor having a VR experience, but they are also watching the performative and real-time enactment around what is happening inside the headset. After Venice, the piece has scaled its exhibition format rather dramatically. From hosting 4 audience members in Venice, it hosted 10 people in London, 115 people in Amsterdam, and 150 people in New York. During this upscaling, the team added elements to the experience of the audience, including an entire lighting design. And furthermore, by the time the piece went to London, the role of the shadow men was changed from being functional deliverers of the haptics to be performative dancers, all adding to the volume of what the audience is experiencing. Therefore, it's not an experience by proxy with 100 cheap tickets audience members watching the one lucky person in the headset. It truly is a performance designed with these different layers in mind. At some point, he was met with the criticism, why would I want to watch someone else having an experience in VR? But he suggests that there might also be a generational perspective on these new types of experiences. With the explosive growth of esports across the globe, with viewing numbers exceeding many other media, we are starting to see other configurations of entertainment experiences that might pave the road for artistic experience and distribution models in the same way as it did for Cosmos Within Us. In terms of the specific exhibition context of film festivals, several design considerations were raised during the interviews. It became evident that many of the experiences have a touring life of more festivals, where the installation in Venice was rarely the first or the last one. This leads to considerations of transportability and adaptability to varying venues, which was highlighted in the individual interviews. However, which is evident from the last 2 quotes, there is only a handful of prominent festival venues, so this type of context and distribution also dictates the overall life of a project. Gloria Bradbury says that anything that is entering the festival circuit kind of has a natural 18-month life from start to finish. And Armando Curvin, he also says that VR has no really intrinsic value. And in VR, you're basically kind of dead after 2 years. This led some designers to look towards other distribution models and venues, where some made use of theaters to tour their work, and others sought to more permanently place the work in a museum for preservation and a longer life, so to speak. With the works having a touring life, there was a natural number of design considerations relating to venue specificity and adaptability. Several of the designers mentioned how just moving from one film festival to another caused both practical and creative changes to the installations, and that local logistics and budgets function as very practical but real constraints to the creative process. During the interviews, several design considerations were raised. Some of them were directly connected to that of the context of film festivals, while others pointed towards more general challenges for the future of location-based entertainment. Both of these are massively impacted by the current COVID-19 pandemic. While this was not directly formulated as a question in the interviews, it naturally became a topic while discussing distribution and the future of the works. Some of the experiences already had the flexibility to adapt to government regulations, including Cosmos Within Us, where Mattia points out how the number of audience members can be scaled up and down, and the space between the audience members can be easily increased. Furthermore, there is only one person in the headset per show, which makes considerations of hygiene easier. Other experiences had to make additional changes to current installation context. Kervin explains how, for installing Alive in Flowers at the Vice Center, they had to temporarily change the installation because Canada banned VR in a museum setting. We had to adapt it for a big screen, he says. So you go in and there's a big screen in front of you and there's a microphone that's kind of coming down from the ceiling. And you're from a fixed position, which isn't nearly as immersive, I think, but it's still intriguing to people to kind of talk to this flower arrangement and have it reflect back to them. So that's a temporary thing for a few months. So overall, most location-based experiences have been rather challenged by the COVID-19 situation, but we are already starting to see potential solutions to this challenge. In 2020, many of the film festivals had to either cancel or go completely online. This resulted in new and unexplored terrains for most of us, where new platforms introduced themselves to the rescue. One of them is Museum of Other Realities, which claims to function as a social venue but completely virtual. I believe that in the future we will see more of these online festivals, but I don't think that this will cancel out the existence of location-based experiences. Rather, I see them coexist, and with this coexistence, a new area of research and design. So, following this paper and its insights, future areas of investigation for me, therefore, include the coexistence and co-design of physical and virtual versions of the same work, the adaptation of location-based works for virtual distribution, and virtual onboarding practices for the transition of the audience into the experiences. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lucia Panishkita.
And my name is Zuzana Hruba.
In this presentation, we will be discussing our paper, Abuse Me, a mixed reality performance installation exploring use of the body as a mediating object, which is part of the main track of ArtsIT 2020.
Let's begin by going through the outline for today's presentation. First, we will begin with an introduction and provide a short overview of what the paper is about, as well as the goals of the research. Then we will introduce the work related to our research, and moving on, we will present the design of Abuse Me performance installation, after which we will discuss the evaluation and finish with a conclusion.
Performance arts can provide spaces for pushing boundaries, exploring, or even challenging controversial topics and themes which can bring about both positive and negative experiences for all involved. A great example of such a performance art piece is Rhythm Zero, performed by Marina Abramović in 1974, where she, in a sense, objectified her body as a means for illuminating the limits of human behavior and challenging the social constructs regarding ethical actions and personhood in society. Even though over the years Rhythm Zero has gained a lot of insightful attention surrounding its significance, especially regarding Abramović's personal reflections, insights into the experiences of the participants and how they align or not with the performers are lacking. Perhaps because the digital world has been so deeply integrated with our physical world and our lives today, but it has arguably become harder to navigate the behavioral limits and social constructs surrounding the ethical issues highlighted by Rhythm Zero in the digital world. For example, greater perceived immersion in virtual gaming environments has been associated with greater cognitive aggression. Furthermore, the role of anonymity in social media cyberbullying has been explored in other research. The emergence of the mediums of virtual and mixed realities, however, has created spaces to explore these issues both from a research and performance art perspective. In this talk, we will be presenting Abuse Me, a mixed reality performance installation inspired by Rhythm Zero, where Abramović presented her body as an object to the audience. In Abuse Me, as we can see, the performer's body is used as an instrument by the participants to create visual and oral stimuli through touch and physical movement of the performer's body. The purpose of our research was to study the subjective experiences of the performer and the participants during 6 performances of Abuse Me. Qualitative data concerning these experiences was gathered through shared narrative interviews with the performer and participants and analyzed with respect to aspects of performing objecthood by the performer and 5 dimensions of cognitive absorption by the participants. This analysis was supplemented by further quantitative analysis using methods from information retrieval to assess the similarity between the experiences of the performer and the participants in transcripts of their respective interviews.
New types of performance emerged in the 60s and 70s, known as endurance or durational art. As the names suggest, these types of performances consisted of enduring a particular experience or demanding activity over a period of time. Within these performances also emerged exploration of dissociation and objectification of human bodies, as performing objecthood was a critical element in order to succeed in such types of performances. Such practices began raising ethical questions about the objectification of the human body. Perhaps the most well-known examples of such performances are Yoko Ono's cat piece, where, as we can see, Yoko Ono sat still and invited the audience to participate by cutting off her clothes until there were none left, and another performance, Rhythm Zero, by Marina Abramović, where the participants were invited to interact with Marina's tenaciously passive body, and as we can see on the bottom picture, to use 72 objects on her as desired, while she never reacted. Throughout the 6-hour performance, her body was reportedly injured several times and her life threatened with a loaded gun, as we can see on the top left. Lara Charlson described Rhythm Zero as a cautionary tale about the dangers of objectification. Neither of the performances were planned. They merely created a space and provided tools for interaction. As a result, the outcomes were autonomous, surprisingly aggressive actions of the participants. An interesting difference between the 2 performances was the correlation between the level of performed objecthood and the level of aggression in the outcomes. As we can see in Yoko Ono's performance, much of her clothing has been cut away and she has chosen to cover herself in response. On the other hand, we can see that Marina Abramovic has not responded at all, which was likely a significant factor in the reportedly higher aggressive actions towards her. Interestingly, her stopping performing object would create the confrontation of the audience's action, and the fact that she is in fact a feeling human being, which led the audience members to quickly leave the space.
In recent years, mixed reality performance has emerged, which generally intends to mix the real and virtual worlds and combine live performance with interactivity. Mixed reality, as shown in the reality-virtuality continuum, is situated between the opposition of real and virtual environments and consists of augmented reality and augmented virtuality. As we can see in this figure, Anthony Rove has elaborated on this continuum to even greater detail, considering nuances when designing particular artworks or spaces when mixed reality takes place. According to Rove, when designing for a mixed reality space, it is important to consider the relationship between three main elements: the physical space, image space or virtual space, and the viewer, user, or a participant. As we can see in the first diagram, the viewer is experiencing merely the physical world, such as having a walk outdoors, where in the last diagram, the viewer is entirely surrounded by the image space, such as when experiencing virtual reality. Moving from physical space to the virtual space, the image space becomes more prominent for the participant's experience, first expanding, then exploding, and lastly entering. In this diagram, a viewer is consuming traditional media, for example, watching television, and he is situated within a dominating physical space with a separate, smaller image space in front of him. What is important for the viewer's experience, besides the way the image space is mixed with the physical environment, is how immersive this virtual environment is for the individual. For example, in the second diagram below, we can see illustrated a highly immersive image space with a physical space that is comparably smaller.
When designing for or analyzing immersive interactive works, it is necessary to understand the behavior and psychology of humans in order to enrich their experience in terms of immersion in such mixed reality environments. In our research, we chose to use a multi-dimensional construct known as cognitive absorption. Cognitive absorption is defined as a state of deep involvement with the software, and it encompasses previous research in flow and engagement. As shown in this table, we can see 5 dimensions of cognitive absorption: temporal dissociation, focused immersion, heightened enjoyment, control, and curiosity. Through these dimensions, we measured our participants' involvement with the performance artwork we created. Along with the joy of a skillfully designed immersive space, there can, however, emerge problematic situations due to high levels of immersion supporting cognitive aggression. Spatial design with this kind of knowledge in mind might not appear as something of concern. However, it might be interesting to explore and experiment with through artistic research.
The mixed reality performance installation Abuse Me can be situated within the fifth approach when mixing realities introduced by Anthony Rove. Abuse Me consists of physical elements such as a human performer and the participant, as well as virtual elements such as a digital avatar of a very close resemblance to the performer, which is then projected onto a wall facing both the performer and the participant. As you can see in this conceptual framework of Abuse Me, it was designed considering both the digital and physical spaces. The digital space was designed with conditions supporting cognitive absorption, emphasizing focused immersion. The conditions were perceived realism to the avatar and the perceived naturalness of the movement correlations between the performer's body and the avatar's mimicking response. Through these conditions, we aim to observe how aspects of participants' self-reported experiences align with aspects of cognitive absorption. One of the aspects being the participants becoming immersed and losing awareness of the performer's body. The physical space of the performance was designed with conditions inspired by Rhythm Zero, supporting the performer's ability to perform objecthood, the conditions being a lack of response from the performer, informing space through a performer's consent for any kinds of interaction statement, and the interactions available through touch and movement, and no eye contact since the participants had only one rule, which was not to stand in front of the performer.
The mode of interaction takes the form of the participant physically manipulating the performer's body, which acts as an interface with the digital avatar, where the movements of the performer are mimicked by the avatar and the intensity of the touch is presented through visual and auditory feedback. The visual feedback consists of, firstly, the avatar, built to resemble the performer, then 3 effects emitting from the avatar according to the intensity of the touch, inspired by the objects used in the performance Rhythm Zero, where light touch triggered feathers floating around the avatar, and rough touch was indicated through the avatar burning. And lastly, the avatar was mirroring the movement of the performer's body in real time. The auditory feedback plays when the touch is initiated and the pitch of the synthesized sound is modified through the intensity of the touch. In order to enhance the realism of the avatar situated in the virtual space, we designed it in 6 stages, focusing on accurate facial features, body proportions, realistic skin tone, hair color and texture, clothes matching the performer, and skeletal rig, which allow the avatar to mirror the movements of the performer. All of those choices are directly related to the perceived naturalness in order to facilitate a higher level of immersion.
In this figure, we can see the conceptual overview of the mixed reality installation space and systems used in AbuseMe. To begin with, the 3D model of the avatar was made using Blender. Then, the rigging bones were applied to the avatar's model, which later were read and translated in Unity. In order to animate the avatar and skeleton tracking through a depth camera, we used new track plugin for Unity, and then we used the TouchMe MIDI controller, which operates through skin conductance, to trigger pitch values, which were a result of a physical contact between the participants and the performer. And later, these values were processed in processing in order to trigger different visual effects. And lastly, the Blockdust synth from Playtronica was used in order to create the oral feedback. We collected data from 6 volunteer participants with an average age of 28 years old. Nearly all of the participants reported having extensive experience with interacting art. More than half of the participants stated having extensive experience with performance, and more particularly, participatory art involving touch. Lastly, I, Lucia, acted as the performer in all 6 performances with participants. Participants were informed of the possible interactions within the space that would be afforded to them, as well as how their data would be used. Consent was obtained in accordance with the participating university's ethical guidelines for conducting experiments with human participants.
We welcomed the participants into a room where the motionless performer was facing the projection of her avatar on the wall. The participants were instructed on where they can stand, and a conductive bracelet was placed on their ankle. We invited the participants to interact in a similar fashion as Marina Abramovich did at the start of her performance, stating that the performer is an instrument and they can explore without boundaries. In this way, we paid homage to Rhythm Zero as well as provided the performer's consent. After the interaction, a shared semi-structured narrative interview with the participants and the performer took place. Participants were asked questions focusing on measuring cognitive absorption, such as the correlation between the movements of the performer and the avatar, the alignment of oral and visual feedback, and feeling regarding use of the performer's body as an object. The performer was asked questions regarding objecthood, mistreatment, and any confrontational moments with the participants. Lastly, we asked personal data questions such as gender, age, and related experience.
As part of our evaluation, we constructed a text corpus of 12 documents corresponding to the 12 transcripts of the interviews with the performer and 6 participants. In the first part of our analysis of these transcripts, we generated word clouds illustrating the 200 most frequent words expressed by the performer and the participants. As we can see in these word clouds, the performer expressed a larger variety of frequently occurring words in comparison to the lower variety of more frequently occurring words expressed by the 6 participants. It is noticeable also that the performer has used more negatively framed words such as pain and uncomfortable. However, the importance of the body in this experience was highlighted by both the performer and the participants. It is perhaps not so surprising that visual and oral feedback participants expressed occurs more often too, but words used most frequently by both were related to physical contact. In the second part of our analysis, we compared the similarities between the transcripts of their respective experiences using cosine similarity as a measure. In this figure, we can see all pairwise comparisons between the performer's experiences for a given performance, for example, PF1, and the participant's experience, for example, P2. Naturally, the similarity comparison of the same two documents will appear in black, as indicated by the diagonal in this figure. However, there is also a considerable amount of similarity between the individual documents of the participants, shown in the upper right corner in dark purple, and much less similarity between the individual documents of the performer, shown in the bottom left corner in lighter purple. This observation is perhaps not so unexpected, as the performer experienced interactions with 6 different participants, while the participants experienced the same installation with the same performer acting in the same manner. We can also look further into the documents of the performer and participant within a single performance. Performances 2 and 5, for example, show the highest degree of similarity between the documents of the performer and participant. In order to get a better sense of how their experiences were in fact similar or not, though, we turn now to our qualitative analysis of their experiences. In the final part of our analysis, we were interested in looking at the responses from participants and performer that can be coded with respect to the 3 aspects of performing objecthood and 5 dimensions of cognitive absorption. In these tables, we can see selected coded statements expressed by the performer and participants respectively, one reflecting on their experiences during their shared narrative interviews. As in our word clouds, we can see that the physical contact was perceived quite differently by the performer as a recipient than by the participants taking the action. For example, in the second performance, the participant stated that she was careful not to make anything too uncomfortable, while the performer had perceived these participants' actions as less careful than others. The performer described this interaction as feeling like she was being a toy a child was playing with and throwing around, but in an innocent way. If we look at the coded statements with respect to objecthood, the performer's experience varied with the same interactions from participants greatly, helping her to remain focused on the performance while others causing her to lose this focus. For example, as we can see in performance 5, the performer expressed the participant being so dominant and in control that it highly contributed to her losing herself. In contrast, the performer in performance 6 felt the need to give the participant a hint for the interaction, which broke the objecthood for her, and for that moment she reported feeling as if she was no longer actually performing.
In this paper, we have presented a mixed reality performance installation inspired by Abramovich's Rhythm Zero as a basis for exploring the subjective experiences of the performer and the participant in this space, where the performer acts as a mediating object between the participant and the visual and auditory output, and through whom this output is modified by touch and manipulations of their body by the participants. Through a top-down qualitative analysis in conjunction with methods from information retrieval for measuring document similarity, we provided insight into the experiences of the participants as well as the performer in regards to the specific expressions used in terms of cognitive absorption and performing objecthood. We hope our work serves as an interesting starting point for performance artists and researchers alike wishing to explore mixed reality spaces in artistic practice and the nature of experiences with performing objecthood in such a space. Thank you for listening.
The turntable as sound art. This paper will discuss 2 installation pieces created for acetate vinyl and multiple turntables. The 2 works, Wow and Flutter and Collision, should be considered as spatially immersive, generative and interactive sound sculptured objects that investigate degrading surface material and remediation as the basis for the structural composition. The 2 pieces were created in 2014 and 2015 and have been exhibited extensively since. The turntable has widely been regarded as a legacy technology, but has recently seen a resurgence even among emerging technologies such as XR, network art, live coding, etc. This paper will discuss how the turntable is itself a dialogic key between mediation and materiality of sound. Its tactile and kinesthetic nature invite interactivity in a very unique and singular manner. Firstly, in this paper I will discuss and address the correlational aspects by developing the conceptual and aesthetic context in an effort to delineate and explain the term sound art, before addressing the affordances of the turntable itself. I will then explore how prominent artists conflated this medium's initial purpose and telos before going on to discuss the concept of repetition as an aesthetic. This will be followed by an in-depth commentary of the use of acetate material in terms of investigating real-time recursive disintegration of analog sound recording on this soft and malleable material. Intermediality and reappropriation of sonic material will also be discussed in relation to the compositional approach, with a discussion and emphasis on plunderphonics. Sound art as a term seems to be contentious among academics and practitioners alike. Incorrectly applied, the term is nebulous and can lead to vagueness when discussing sonic arts in general. It is broad, encompassing a varied range of art and artistic practices, while at times ignoring their differences. Its use can obscure associations and adherence to contrasting creative disciplines and categories. Notwithstanding these points, the term sound art can be useful in registering the fact that there does indeed exist a practice that falls between many artistic and conceptual disciplines. In my estimation, it has helped to expand the field of music theory, practice, and discourse, as well as define the boundaries between music and the visual arts. Consequently, sound art should not be considered a genre, but rather a conceptual definition that engenders a practice born out of a multitude of past histories. Several areas have shaped sound art, the main influences being fine art, music, theatre, and audio technology developments. In distinguishing sound art from music, I do not take a purist stance and consider them to be mutually exclusive. However, I do believe a viable definition of sound art can exist which avoids too much confusion and overlap with music. Primarily, I am looking at these fields more pluralistically, suggesting that sound art's breadth can be increased somewhat to that of music, and in particular to that of what's termed experimental music. Before setting aside these arguments over the terminology, I need to give some context about sound art's problematic title. I will include some current definitions from notable scholars and practitioners on the subject, and these definitions are important in that they can help in critically positioning and work within the larger field of audio culture. Musicologist Leylandy claims that there is no single, consistently used definition of sound art. Originating in the fine arts, the term is associated with sound installations, sound sculptures, public sonic artifacts, and site-specific sonic art events, and could further be subdivided into more specific categories. Author Seth Kim Cohen believes that the language of sonic practice, distinct from music, is only now emerging. In his anthology of modern music, Audio Culture, Readings in Modern Music, Christoph Cox observes that sound art has become prominent in the field of artistic practice, presented at major museums and galleries all across the globe. An artist and author, David Toop, describes sound art as sound combined with visual art practices. Influential artists on sound art. Marcel Duchamp is a significant figure in the history of modern art who deserves to be mentioned for his conceptual use of sound and vision, which ultimately contributed to the development of sound art. It was through his ready-mades and experiments within the visual art world, sculpture, music, that we can first see the creation of a sound work presented within the emerging conceptual arts. I propose that the first conceptual piece of art that could be considered as a forerunner to sound art writ large is his ready-made, entitled With Hidden Noise, A Brute's Secret. By creating such conceptual works, Duchamp was disrupting centuries of established thinking that the artist must be a skilled painter or creator. He conceived that the skill and originality could be in the concept rather than in the execution. Alluding to Duchamp's importance within sound art and drawing attention to this concept of a non-retinal art, Seth Kim Cohn again argues that sound art must also become non-causular if it is to develop. As well as Duchamp, seminal artists such as John Cage, Pierre Schaeffer and R. Murray Schaeffer were each pivotal in developing concepts of sound and listening beyond the domain of music, and as such they have a great impact on the definition of sound art. Importantly, all shared the characteristic of not differentiating between musical sounds and extra-musical sounds, which would conventionally be considered noise or environmental ambient sound. In attempting to define sound within acousmatic music, Pierre Schaeffer, who was heavily influenced by the phenomenology of Edmund Husserl, suggested removing sound from its original context. He was concerned with the physical material of sound and how this could acquire the plasticity of a compositional material. Expanding the field of discussion pertinent to this discipline of sound art, R. Murray Schaeffer introduced the concept of the soundscape and acoustic ecology. Historically, one of the most influential practitioners concerning not only music but art in general is John Cage. Cage's own rhetorical character is so pervasive and entangled within his work that objective reception and discussion of his output is quite a difficult task. As Cage remarked, silence is all the sound we don't intend. There is no such thing as absolute silence. Therefore, silence may very well include sounds, and more in the 20th century does. Cage's theories represent an aesthetic ideal of listening to sound source, which does not impose an intention or will on the listener. Instead, it promotes an openness towards experiencing events simply as they are. I agree, sound art has a historical attachment to experimental music. However, whereas most music could be said to be made of sound, some sound art actually omits sound completely, emphasizing only silence, or referring at least to the absence of sound through a visual medium. In summary of this section, I believe sound art is developing a specific vernacular, an approach to audible art which can be of benefit to scholars, creators, and artists themselves. Impermanence and destruction. Phonographs, gramophones, and turntables have been used throughout history not merely as mediating devices for the playback of music, but also as electronic instruments or as art objects within themselves. As such, I believe they belong, in this instance, within the category of sound art. The following artists and the mentioned pieces have had a particular influence on my own works involving turntables. Christian Markley is an excellent example of an artist who has moved seamlessly between disciplines of music, installation, and sound art. Russell Ferguson suggests that the majority of Markley's work is preoccupied with the concept of sound, yet the overwhelming majority of his output makes no sound. His work with the medium of vinyl and record player, both as a performative instrument and as a sonic object, has direct bearing on the influence of my own pieces, Wow and Flutter and Collision. Philip Jeck is a composer and multimedia artist primarily known for utilising turntables and old vinyl record players along with electronic processing devices within performance and installation settings. Indeed, it was his Vinyl Requiem sound installation in London, which was a remarkable large-scale installation using 180 record players, that created a wall of sound and surging, ever-changing forward. Repetition as an aesthetic. Within this section, I will focus on my use of repetition, particularly in creating the installation for turntables, and more specifically that of the immediate phrase repetition and the concept of looping as an aesthetic. Many artists have used repetition in electronic form, called the stutter effect. Producers such as Oval, Pansonic, Tim Hecker, Akufen, and Ryoji Ikeda. Also, minimalist works from Lamont Young, Terry Riley, and the slow generative variations of Reich and Eno have all used repetition extensively. Alvin Lucier, in particular, his piece I Am Sitting in the Room, is a great example of the use of repetition within an installation work. I consider it to be the most elegant and simplest piece of minimalist process music that demonstrates repetition, revealing the natural acoustic phenomenon of resonance through audio feedback. Repetition is a fundamental characteristic within all of my work. Although I do not create static loops that repeat linearly without change, rather I incorporate repetition of material as a type of evolving reperformance, or as Anne Danielson terms it, a changing same. The two presented works are not built around programmatic narrative with a beginning, middle and end. They do not involve grand gestures or musical climatic points, but rather they are durational, repetitive and non-teleological, and as such require the participant to interact with it actively. In many ways, this echoes Eno's principle of generative music, where he contends generative music is like trying to create a seed as opposed to classical composition, which is like trying to engineer a tree. The piece Wow and Flutter. Wow and Flutter is a site-determined spatial installation consisting of 8 turntables that create a 360 sound field. As mentioned previously, I consider the record player to be an object art in its own right, particularly the older version with the built-in speaker, which is the type I chose for this particular installation. I use methods of sampling to take fully formed sections of music and by manipulating them to achieve results I needed, essentially utilizing the technique of plunderphonics as discussed previously. The track listing for the side A, I recorded an upright piano. Then I took a sample from a previously recorded album by myself. I also processed a Waldorf analog synthesizer, and I took a sample from Jane's Tenney Blue Suede Shoes, collage number 1, which itself was a sample from a Elvis Presley record. The track listing from side B was started off with children's spoken words reciting the words wow and flutter, and then I took a sample from Metal Machine music by Lou Reed, and a sample from Uberfart by Paul, and a sample from Theatric by the Java Gamelan Music. In side A, there was purposely a long silent gap at the beginning of each side, and also left silences between each track so the audience can experience the acetate slowly scratching, popping and crackling, which become progressively louder with each play. And side B has more percussive and transient material, with the intent here was that either side could be played and will complement each other. The fact that the majority of the sampled material is highly processed and unrecognizable is also a deliberate aesthetic choice. This could be said to be an extension of the plunderphonic principle rather than a purist representation of the art form as illustrated by the art collective Negative Land. Structurally, there were 3 overarching aesthetic principles at play within Wow and Flutter. 1. The turntable as an instrument and sound art object. 2. The concept of phase shifting as a generative compositional tool. And 3. The disintegration of the surface material as an aesthetic. Essentially, each turntable contains a duplicate acetate plate, and it is asynchronously an interaction of the record players over time that creates the generative aspect. In an attempt to eliminate the division between artist and audience, I emphasized and exploited the interactive nature of the turntable, as I believe they are inherently tactile. I used some fundamental mathematics, where n by 12, the log of f2 and f1 divided by log 2, gives us the essentially 33 and a third to 45. This was rounded up to a difference of 5.2. One particular attribute of the acetate record is the fact that the sonic material is bound to the physical object, albeit in stasis, and the degeneration of the plastic occurs in real time as the turntable needles scratch out the groove. This disintegration of the object is at the centre of the work. Surface noise gradually appears and the sonic quality of the original work disappears, becoming almost like a palimpsest, similar to Robert Rauschenberg's Erased by de Kooning. Collision. By constraining myself to just two audio sources, voice and piano, I could explore the concepts of generative development, surface noise and repetition in greater detail with this work. Again, the rotation speed of collision was designed to work at 33 or 45, with a tempo and pitch scaling of 73%, which gave me plus or minus 5 semitones respectively. My artistic stance is similar to that of Christian Markley, as he aims to make people aware of these imperfections and accept them. Another explorative point differing from the previous installation was the principle of repetition and specifically the locked groove. Having listened to albums by Jeff Mills and also by Laurie Anderson, I sought to create a work that would function simultaneously as a sounding sculptural piece of work. I was also influenced by Elian Radik's Sigma equals A equals B equals A plus AB, which comprised of 2 independent turntables and 7-inch discs. I should point out here that the creation of these turntable works, I never knew the combinatory aspects of it, if they would be successful until the discs were actually pressed. This uniqueness in many ways is in opposition to mass production and furthered my interest in working with this material. The process of acetate lathe cutting is a one-time operation and the turnaround time is particularly long and relatively expensive. In conclusion, this paper was an exploration of the experimental use of acetate vinyl and multiple turntables using reappropriated and plundered sound as a creative material. The two pieces discussed looked at the performative and interactive qualities of the turntable within an installation setting. Overall, the two works could also be considered as sculptured objects within the definition of sound art. The work's spatial aspect in terms of the acoustic setting explore the sonic alterity and engender further discussion of the medium's compositional use in what could be considered a post-digital age. These two turntable pieces draw on influences from Cage and Duchamp to demonstrate the structural ideas of experimental music within sound art setting. By embracing the temporal nature and acetate material and the spontaneity of the interactive and generative process, I believe a unique aesthetic experience was afforded by both these works. Thank you.
For more than 60 years, museums and cultural institutions have utilized handheld electronic technologies, ranging from audio or multimedia guides, in order to provide additional information about the exhibits, often in prosa texts. But what if we could make these texts more interesting? What if we could heighten engagement without skimping on the content? Hello everybody, my name is Casper Hogelman from Aalborg University, and I'll be talking about our study on the effect of dramatic elements on engagement in augmented reality experiences at museums. As you might have guessed, our study stems from a lack of engagement and interactivity in the traditional means of conveying information. While augmented reality and audio guides have seen increased usage within cultural institutions, Westhimmerland Museum wanted something to spice up younger audiences' interactions with their exhibits. To this end, we investigated the possibility for introducing dramatic elements into these interactions in order to increase engagement, which has been found to facilitate learning and better the user experience. Dramatic interaction is a concept researched by Brenda Laurel and involves the addition of theatrical elements to users. Users can create their own narratives and stories with personal significance. Based on the idea that things which humans interact with naturally become more important to us, Laurel analyzes the relationship between the player and the designer as a collaborative effort towards creating an enjoyable experience. In addition, by creating this interplay, she theorizes that engagement and fascination are both sparked, as the interaction will come to transcend artificial structure. The dramatical elements can vary, but in our case, we chose to deal with the most common form, non-playable characters, also known as NPCs. So, with dramatical interaction in mind, we started checking out other studies which employed dramatical elements for learning purposes. The first we found was Jessel et al.'s MARTS, standing for Mobile Augmented Reality Touring System. Comparing their virtual human guide to a label system and an audio guide, Jessel et al. Did not find a significant improvement to learning, but on average, the participants still managed to score higher when using MARTS on a post-experience test. Strangely, the participants favored the audio guide. In our apparatus, for our tests, we would be inspired by Jessel et al. To include their selection method, which highlighted particular points on an object to bring the visitor's attention to them. Secondly, Laurel herself also tested out dramatic interaction. In her case, a projection called the Goddess was implemented and was played by a paid actor. Users could interact with the spirit in VR, and the actor would respond in kind, transcending the usual structure in the very literal sense, resulting in a performance of sorts. Of course, we couldn't pay an actor, in our case, but the concept of a scripted performance, on the other hand, was well within our scope. Among the last highlights of our research was the Battle for Thermopylae, VR installation created by Christopoulos et al. Based on studies confirming the importance of an actual human guide, the Battle for Thermopylae featured multiple characters which the visitor would have to interact with in order to progress the narrative of the game. These NPCs could be asked 3 questions about their relations to the world around them. Christopoulos et al. Based this on research by Slater, who claimed this bidirectional flow of information strengthened the user's suspension of disbelief and allowed visitors to engage more vividly with the characters. During the evaluation of their product, the research group focused on engagement and learning outcomes and found that children evaluated had a high accuracy on post-experience tests with which they were presented after their interaction with the system, compared to VR-guided tours without interactive elements. The group concludes that interactive elements, combined with new practices in the area of games, could help facilitate learning and produce more effective learning environments. So the best research we found on the subject ended up coming in the form of Brenda Laurel's dramatic interaction, as we discussed earlier. Here she implemented characters and theatrical techniques to effectively convey exhibit information to the visitor. With her methods in mind, we set out with the research question, can dramatic interaction increase the user's feeling of engagement in a museum? To test our hypothesis, we created an augmented reality application in Unity, utilizing the Vuforia SDK. In this application, exhibits were utilized as AR markers in order to remove the need for QR codes and image targets. As the museum had instructed, they did not wish for special markers in their facility. When an exhibit was scanned, a tiny character, as seen on the top right in this slide here, would appear on the screen for the visitor to interact with. Each character had some historical relevance to the exhibit and could answer different questions about it. While the character talked, highlights on the exhibit would appear in the form of whiskers. Lastly, whenever a visitor interacted with a character, a new entry would appear in their journal, which they could go back and look at, if they so desired. Testing our hypothesis in the context of use suddenly became extremely difficult when COVID-19 hit. The museum was shut off from visitors, and we therefore instead opted for an alternate version of the system which could trigger on image targets. Then, to test whether dramatic interaction had any effect on user engagement, an additional version of the system was made more akin to a classic guided experience where instead of asking a character questions, the user could choose elements on the object which they could get more information about. These two versions were then tested on participants remotely, with each participant going through both the non-dramatic version and the one with dramatic interaction. These were the things we ended up sending to the user. We ended up sending installation packages, installation guides, image targets, and questionnaires. After going through each version, participants would answer a questionnaire about their engagement with the exhibits, which we had created by taking different questions from published engagement frameworks. After going through both versions, an additional questionnaire would be answered comparing the two versions directly. The engagement questionnaire was answered through a 5-point Likert scale, while the comparison questionnaire was answered with short customizable paragraphs of text. Some example questions that we had in our questionnaire could, for example, be: discovering the history of the exhibits through the application gave me an authentic feeling. This could be in the engagement questionnaire. The user would then answer in a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from agree to disagree. In terms of collecting data, we were expecting the dramatic interaction version to significantly outperform the version without. However, while interacting with different characters was more fun, it was not significantly more engaging. Thus, participants did not end up favoring one version over the other. To conclude, we found that the utilized elements of dramatic interaction did not enhance the level of engagement, but that it did facilitate a more fun experience, which could be relevant for edutainment and games. In the future, we would like to perform an external evaluation in the context of use with a greater sample size, as this could potentially yield different results, particularly since the participant pool would include users already interested in the subjects the application tackles. An in situ test would also reveal subtle user feedback through facial expressions and usability issues, and other issues which we were not made aware of during our remote testing. And with that, the presentation is over. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, feel free to message me on chagall16@student.aau.dk. Thank you for listening.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Mila Bojic. You can see a picture there of me because presenting just on a screen and not to people is a bit weird, and also listening, I guess. So I will be presenting this space method for creating augmented reality tours based on 360 videos or 360-degree videos. I'm actually the third author, as you can see, but the first two were unavailable for the new dates of the conference, so I will be the one that you will be listening today. So kind of bear with me, I'm usually good at presenting, but this is a bit weird for me, and this is like maybe 6th or 7th time, so grab a coffee and let's do this. So this project, just a bit of a background intro. So this project, or this paper, is part of the immersive project, which was in 2018 at the Tampere University, and it had 3 sections. One was VR experiment, the second was a VR survey, and the third one was dealing with AR. So everything about immersive experiences, or rather everything was about immersive experiences. So this is a bit something that was done or started a few years ago. So what will we be talking about today is AR and spaces, specifically, and considering the growing popularity and uses, different uses of AR with smartphones mostly. It is kind of getting more attention, just like VR, in the last few years. However, as real AR is complex and not really novice friendly to produce, this is something that might remedy at least some of the applications or kind of make them more approachable. So this work was done or kind of ideated in Kapelitehdas, which is it is this huge former factory of cables in Helsinki, and is now has been repurposed as a cultural center with a lot of events, small spaces, and all sorts of different things. And they were one of the partners on the project, so we worked with them on this. So how it started, so Timo Numenmaa, who is the first author, he is mostly interested in AR and AR apps, and as I have mentioned before, so how to make them more approachable. So at Kapelitehdas there was this workshop where the main theme was play and playfulness, and different techniques were used, such as body storming, reenactment, and user experience sketching. There were two researchers and a couple of industry and AR experts who were all familiar with AR primarily, but then also with playful applications, so with engrossing and immersive and engaging apps, or kind of that promote engagement. There were many ideas on what to actually make, and it was settled on augmenting spaces and adding something new to them, or making them playful, or something on that note. One of the very important things to consider during the workshop and the ideation was to have something super simple, but still at least resembling AR. So this, what I'm talking about, actually technically would not be AR, but it is, since it is a 360 video, but it is augmenting spaces, and it is imitating AR tech. So there were different ideas such as a dense step tutor projection, AR adventure game concept using objects users can find at a location. There were some that probably could be, such as the dense step tutor projection, at least for me, that could be developed more, but there were several promising ideas and prototypes that came out of the workshop. But what was further developed in the end was space. So the idea is that you find yourself in a place and you use your phone to get more out of it. That is the basic idea. And to make it more approachable and to make it more engaging, we also incorporated a guide that is only shown, of course, in the video. So we will talk later about all the possible applications of this. So just a short methodological or kind of overview is that we had this ideation workshop that I was already talking about. Then next I will talk about the trial experience. And then we ran a user test with interviews and recordings of the users using the space, and then reviewing the videos and coding their behavior. So out of this trial experience, so our own experience of producing, using, and or kind of producing as in iterating and using, and as well from the user tests, we have devised these space-based design guidelines and split them into essentials, recommendations, and considerations, simply so that they're not in one huge incomprehensible list. So the basic idea is that you find the location for the virtual 360 tour. It can be basically whatever that you want to show how it was or how it might be, or really whatever, depending on your personal situation. There is a guide who is recorded throughout and who leads you through the space. You shoot a 360 video led by the guide. You upload the video to YouTube. You place a QR code to the location, which leads to the video. So it is something that is accessible all the time to anyone who visits and very easy to access. And in the end, let guests enjoy the experience. They only need a mobile phone, and for the production, you only need basically a guide, whatever you want in the space, and a 360 camera, which nowadays can be very affordable for and easy to use for novices.
And I will be your tour guide.
Okay, displayed automatically, I'm sorry, but this is an example of, and this is actually our prototype, final prototype that we have user tested. It is a 2-minute video of the Tampere University corridor. So you would be at Tampere University, you would come to this wall, there would be the QR code and a small instruction, and you would scan the QR code and you would see what is the bigger screen, and then what will be in the corner here will be real life footage. So it is a footage of the user looking at the big video.
And I will be your tour guide today in this lovely corridor of University of Tampere. So just don't lose so much time and get started. Follow me. On your left, you can see the coffee room where our colleagues can come together and relax when there's.
So in this case, there is nothing new or special. It's just a coffee room, and you can see it as well.
In that room, which you can use while relaxing. This corridor hosts a lot of rooms for researchers and academics in the University of Tampere, and also, of course, there is some great research, which is this task-based information access poster is an example. Other than researcher rooms, there are also classrooms in this corridor. This one is really a bright, special.
This is a case of what is actually done. So in the video, there is something playing in the classroom. You can see through the window, but in reality, where the user is standing, the classroom is closed. So you can show something that is not visible in the actual physical space when someone is visiting it.
Here is another important spot in our tour. These are the Rapture posters. Rapture is an underwater
And again,
city
these
that
posters
you can
are
go
not
and
in
conduct
the
your research
physical
on
space
in
where
the
the
first
user finds themselves.
game of Bioshock. So maybe you can visit there after. Keep going. Here's the last spot of our tour.
So this is a very simple basic video basically demonstrating, or a prototype basically demonstrating some of the possibilities and just in general how it works. So the user test had 12 participants. There was this one experience that you have just seen. As I said, there was yes, there was also the screen capture of the users going or kind of following the 360 video, and then they were videoed while doing it, and then also followed by a semi-structured interview. And the goal was to see how it works, how the users feel about it, and what can we learn about it, and create guidelines in the end. So these are some of this is copied from the paper, so I won't, of course, go through all of it, but just to see how it works. So we have coded whether they have turned away from the QR code, whether the guide was successful in leading them, then, for example, whether they looked into the physical coffee room, which we can see is 16.7 only percent of the participants. So we will talk about this a bit later. So the main findings from the interviews were basically that it was novel, fun, and interesting, that it was very easy to get the idea, that it was very interesting to see behind closed doors. And this is something that might be one of the best features, especially for things such as Kapelitehdas, places such as Kapelitehdas, where there is a number of rooms that have different things in them. One is a dance classroom, one is a music something, one is, so they're completely independent and separate and very varied in what they hold. So it would be, for example, interesting to showcase that. So someone can go through, and even though everything is closed, for any reason, they can go and explore what is actually there. And what we have found is that there were pacing issues, that people had sometimes trouble adjusting or following to the pace of the guide, and that they would sometimes in a way lose the guide or lose the connection between themselves in the space and what the video is showing. Free recall was better for the end of the tour, so that was one thing, whether they remembered the different things from the video. This might be explained with different things, such as the recency effect or the saturation from getting used to space, and it could be the guide spacing. So when they stop, they really, for example, when they were walking past the coffee room, the guide was just walking and talking about the coffee room, so the user would have to follow, kind of to divide their attention between the coffee room and the following, and also it was the mere beginning, so they might be getting used to the experience itself. So guidelines. Essentials are that the starting orientation, so you need, the video needs to start from the QR code, the tour. So if it starts in a bit of a different angle, the user cannot intuitively follow. The guiding orientation is that the guide should be there at the beginning of the video so that they would lead them, okay, come with me. And also so that the user would straight away realize that there is a guide, because otherwise it is just some video of the space they're in and it's incomprehensible. And thirdly, there need to be explicit commands for moving the user, so verbal and non-verbal cues such as come with me with a wave of hand. If I was presenting, you would see me doing it. If I was presenting at an actual conference, and then also saying, okay, follow me, now we go further, etc. Then recommendations is that the augmented content should appear from the beginning so that the users will get the idea of what the video is about or what the experience is about, and it also adds the surprise and excitement element, or would add. The visible cameraman, so with the 360 camera, the cameraman, when producing the experience, is visible, but it doesn't really matter. Half of the users did turn enough to see the cameraman but didn't react in absolutely any way. So for a low-cost solution, it's not an actual nuisance. And probably because there is also the guide, and it's not that weird. Size of the QR code. So the QR code should be the size of the QR code should be adjusted so that the user doesn't have to be too close to the wall, but rather that they should be at a distance where the video would start. So again, that there is a congruency between the two. And the diegetic tutorial, like start of the video, would help novices in understanding the features. So some kind of, okay, now we will do this, you might see something that you might not in the physical space, etc. Finally, considerations. There are different, so the pace, as I have mentioned, there is there might be an issue with adjusting the pace, because the pace of the guide cannot be adjusted according to the user, so it needs to be considered very carefully who the users are, how they're doing, whether their attention is split, whether they have enough attention to follow, etc., but also see the environment. Then environmental visual cues, so if it's a homogeneous plain environment, it can make orientation difficult, again, because of the split attention, so there needs to be some guide and some kind of checkpoints that would tell the user, okay, this is in the video, this is here, okay, I'm in the right place. Then the size of the environment, corridors like the ones that we have used and that was also later implemented in Kapelitehdas are very good for this kind of thing, but then for wider spaces it should be considered how to actually guide the user so that they don't have to think about orientation or orienting themselves in the space according to the video. And then the tutorial requirement, it can be that there is an actual separate experience in the beginning that would explain how it works and guide the user to the actual QR code and the actual experience, or not the actual, but the second QR code and the actual experience. And this can also help if someone already knows how it works, and then they don't have to go through the beginning the tutorial phase. And as I have mentioned, the experience was made available to the public in Kapelitehdas, and or kind of the type of the experience. And that is it. Thank you very much, and I hope you have enjoyed it and that you might use our methods and our guidelines at some point. Thank you.
Time Machine and the Voodoo doll, exploring customized computer game controllers and their influence on the experience of play. Almost every gamer is familiar with standard game controllers like a mouse and keyboard, the PlayStation controller and the Xbox controller, or if you go back, the classic arcade joystick. Some games actually already use some kind of customized game controller with the purpose of expanding the gaming experience for the player. Examples could be Nintendo Zapper, Logitech Racing Wheel and Guitar Hero. There exist many more examples like this. Game controllers function as an interface between the player's intended actions and the actions in the game. Therefore, the game controller has to be intuitive for the player to use, so the player feels like they're in control of the interaction within the game, thus becoming immersed. If the game controller is well designed, the player won't notice the controller when they are immersed in the game. The controller will become invisible and disappear in a sense. The game controller can be seen as a ready-to-hand instead of present at hand. When the controller is present to hand, it is very present or visible to the player. When it becomes ready to hand, it disappears and the player is now ready to use the controller without noticing it. We believe that many games today strive to minimize the visibility of the game controller and placing it in the background of play. It has become a success criteria of game design today to integrate the controller with the game and the player. So the player becomes one with the controller and only directs his or her attention to an immersive virtual game world that is happening on the screen. This project wishes to present a way to shift the focus on controllers from being out of play to in play by designing and constructing game controllers that shares and requires an equal part of attention as the game screen. Therefore, we present this dual mode of attention towards the game and the controller by building a customized game controller. This research is based on two projects, namely the Time Machine on the left and the Voodoo doll on the right. Both projects involve the creation of a customized controller for a 3D video game. The Time Machine is the first project exploring how customized game controllers can become visible by being part of the game world. The Voodoo doll is an extension of the first research. The Time Machine controller was designed together with a 3D video game, where the controller was an integral part of the game world, thus expanding the immersion from within the virtual world to also exist in the real world. In the beginning of the game, the player finds himself or herself in the lobby of a nuclear power plant. Soon, the game controller turns on and the voice comes out of the controller. The voice informs the player that the controller is actually a time-traveling device and that the power plant is about to explode. If the player doesn't save it, the voice then instructs the player to travel forward in time to view the fallout of the explosion. The player now has to travel back and forth in time and solve puzzles to save the power plant and the people affected by the disaster. The controller is both used to activate the time traveling mechanism in the game, but also works as a classic controller to steer the first person character in the game. On the left side of the controller there are 4 buttons and a joystick. These are used to steer the first person character in the game. On the top of the controller is the Time Machine dial. When the Time Machine is activated, the dial is turned to the left, center or right, indicating past, present and future. The big red button is then pressed to send the player flying through time. The choice of inputs and outputs on the controller has been carefully selected to increase game feel, as described by Steve Swink. The images on the bottom show an example of a puzzle in the game taking place in the lobby reception of the power plant. When the player first arrives in the lobby, all doors are locked and the only visible key lies on the reception counter. However, when trying to take the key, the receptionist tells you off. If the player then travels forward in time to the accident, the receptionist is dead, leaving the key unguarded. If the player, however, travels even further in time, the key is gone, stolen, or simply perished. Another example of a puzzle can be seen on the top right image with the open secret compartment revealing wires. At some point, the player reaches an elevator that seems to be out of function. A panel next to the elevator is open and shows that a wire has been cut over, but is still sparking electricity, indicating that it is still working. The player then has to pull out the correct wire from the time machine, which is then added to the player in the game and can be used to fix the broken elevator. The player knows what wire based on a manual they find in the game. The time machine controller was designed to expand the game world beyond the boundaries of the virtual screen. The point was to make the player feel like they were the actual first-person character in the game world, by giving them a first physical game object with buttons, dials, feedback, light and sound effects. The project concluded in an extension of the concept of game immersion to include immersion as a way to entertain the player. Even though the time machine coincided both in the virtual and real world, it still could be considered a controller in the sense of the traditional paradigm. An input device to control a virtual character. In the Voodoo doll project, we aim to further investigate the interconnectedness between player, virtual world and a game controller. The Voodoo doll doesn't act as a controller to steer a virtual character in the game. The Voodoo doll is a realization of a game object from within a game. The player no longer controls a virtual representation of him or herself, but is actually a part of the game. So the game world is expanding and invading the real world. The Voodoo doll was also designed together with a 3D game. The game can be played as a multiplayer, two-player co-op puzzle game. The game is played with a Voodoo doll artifact and a computer. On the screen, the player plays a first-person character who can move around and interact with elements in the game world. When interacting with the Voodoo doll in the real world, the player discovers that the doll and the virtual world is connected. For instance, if the doll is shaken, the whole game room on the screen shakes. This indicates that the virtual player is trapped in an abstract interpretation of the doll. The goal is to work together between the physical doll and the virtual world to solve puzzles and make it through the game. There is no distinctive instructions on how to use the doll. The player will have to investigate and play around with it. Although the virtual game offers naturally ordered clues as to what to do, the player in the virtual world has a little spirit companion with him that is used to solve puzzles. When the player navigates through rooms, he or she discovers that each room represents a different body part of the doll. This is indicated by an LED in the respective body parts of the doll lighting up. The first obstacle or puzzle is an compartment high up towards the ceiling, too high to reach for the player. When the arm corresponds to the current room of the doll is squeezed, the whole ceiling narrows towards the player and provides access to the before unreachable compartment. Later, the player reaches a locked door with a key hanging out of reach. This time, the ceiling doesn't come down enough to reach the key, but if the player then tries to shake the door, the whole room is shaking and the key falls to the ground. The function of the spirit companion is that it represents the spirit of the doll, and the color of the spirit equals to what the doll is seeing. So the player has to hold an object of color in front of the eye of the doll, which in turn changes the color of the spirit as well as its ability. For instance, the red colored spirit can light things on fire. This project intends to provide a new way of looking at the relationship between player, controller and game. The old paradigm consists of a binary relationship where the player can either have focus on the screen or the controller. The focus is related to the player's knowledge of the controller mapping. The player can either know how to use the mapping and focus only on the screen, or shift focus to controller in order to learn the controller mapping. This occurs for new players when they are learning the controls of a game. Each time they come across some new functionality, they have to lose their focus on the game and shift their attention to the controller. In the new paradigm that we propose, the relationship shifts from a binary to ternary. Also, we no longer distinguish between a screen and a game controller, but game concept and game object or artifact. In the old paradigm, the focus changes when the player either fails to provide the accurate input, or the game doesn't respond in the way the player anticipated. In this new paradigm, the focus shifts intentionally between the game concept and the game object. Furthermore, the game object is not seen as a controller that exists in the real world, but an artifact belonging to the game universe, while sharing information and feedback with the virtual game content. Our new paradigm also suggests a shift in how we can analyze immersion. When looking at the duration of gameplay, the player slowly gains more and more knowledge about the game, and in turn about the mapping of the controller. And as the player's knowledge increases, his or her need for focusing on the controller decreases. And without the disruption of shifting attention towards the controller, the player's ability to be immersed in the game also increases. With the new paradigm, the player doesn't need to shift his attention away from the game, because the game experience requires a focus on the physical game object at all time. Therefore, the player's attention on the controller becomes independent of his or her ability to become immersed in the game, and vice versa. The level of immersion is not compromised by the player's attention towards the controller. Some final remarks. This project aimed at investigating how customized game controllers can impact the traditional structural pattern of interaction between a game and a controller. In the traditional binary pattern of interaction, the game controller can hold either of two states: visible or invisible. The state of visibility, however, influences the player's ability to become immersed in the game, as a focus towards the controller means a focus away from the game. The Time Machine and Voodoo projects were used to test how customized game controllers could be designed to extend the virtual game world beyond the constraints of a monitor or screen. The project concluded in a proposal for a new paradigm of interaction between game controller and game world. The new paradigm replaces the old binary pattern with a ternary pattern between player, object and content, where the game object is an equal part of the whole game experience. Therefore, we encourage other game designers to think about how their game worlds can be extended by recognizing the game controller as an equal contributor to a great gaming experience.
Hello, I'm Chen Lu. I'm from Dumbbell University and the Finnish Research Center of Excellence in Game Culture Studies. I'm here to present a collaborative work with my colleagues and supervisors. The World is Your Playground, a bibliometric and text mining analysis of location-based game research. Location-based games is a genre which incorporates physical locations into game experiences. It emerged in the early 2000s with the technologies global positioning system and locative-based media. Geocaching, or efforts and movements related to playful urban space, can be seen as the precursors of this genre. It especially happened as a form of an artistic experiment with locative media technologies. One of the earliest games, called Can You See Me Now, published in 2001, was developed by an artist group, Blast Theory. Since the efforts have come from many different fields, location-based games as a term has been very heterogeneous. There is so far no universal definition of it, and it's also difficult to distinguish it from terms such as urban games, mixed reality games, and locative games, and so on. In this research, we use the definition that location-based games are games tracking players' location with GPS-enabled devices. Location-based games have also attracted research interests in the academia. Some early research works included iPurge projects and some studies related to experimental games. They often used only a small sample size of the players. Later on, the popularity of the smartphones and app stores enabled researchers to conduct player experiences studies in a larger scale, but most of them focus only on Pokemon Go. We haven't found a bibliometric analysis has been done in this field. There are some review works, but they often used limited amount of publications or outdated publications. As the first bibliometric analysis of the location-based game research, here are our research questions. We want to know how has the amount of the research grown over time, and what are the main contributing researchers, institutions, and countries. We also want to discover the main themes of the research and how do they change over time. And here's how we collected our data. We first collected 778 publications from Scopus using the following query. But later on we found we have gathered some irrelevant publications. It's due to the keywords game and location-based are separate, and also because of the heterogeneity of the term location-based games. We have removed 172 publications, about 22%. Most of them are related to game theories or privacy and security issue in location-based technologies. Finally, we had 606 publications taken for the analysis. More details about the process of how we identify the irrelevant publications can be found in our actual paper. We conducted the bibliometric analysis using the metadata from Scopus, including publication time, author information, keywords, and citations. This is to measure the impact and contribution from different researchers, institutions, countries, and different concepts. And we take the title, keywords, and abstract as a text source to do the text mining. Here we use the topic modeling as a way to extract themes computationally. Here we use a computational approach called topic modeling. It is a probabilistic model and it is a widely used text mining technique. In topic modeling, topics are not provided by human but are inductively learned by algorithm. So in topic model, Each word in a document is controlled by the underlying mixture of topics, and each topic is a distribution over vocabularies. And in this paper, we employed structural topic model to model the relationship between topic prevalence and the document level covariates, including citations and publication time. We roughly adjusted the citations in the following formula to avoid accumulation of citations. Again, more details about the implementation, the process of model setting, and model selection can be found in our actual paper. Here's the publication volume over time. As you can see, most of them are conference papers, and the research volume reached the peak in 2017. Here we introduce the contributions from researchers and their institutions. We have identified 1,480 different researchers from 492 institutions from 57 countries. Here we listed the top 10 researchers based on number of publications and ratio of citations to publications. In the right-hand side, the pie charts showed us that most of the researchers and institutions only have one publication in our collected dataset. Here are the top universities based on number of publications and ratio of citations to publications. University of Nottingham has 28 publications, which is the most among all the institutions. And Utrecht University has the highest ratio of citations to publications. It has got around 400 citations with 8 publications. And here is the top 10 countries based on the publications. United Kingdom has the most publications among other countries, and the right-hand side is the heat map reflecting number of publications for countries. The closer to the red color, the more publications. And here are the extracted topics. After the topic model training, we labeled each extracted topic based on the top words and its example publications. Different practical aspects are mentioned, for example, design or mobile applications or player studies. And there are also topics reflecting the interaction to other fields, such as education or gamification of cultural experiences. Please note that the Pokemon Go is the only topic about a specific game. And here's the topic prevalence over time. Education has been a popular topic since 2014 and reached the peak in 2017. Likewise, urban space, physical activity, and Pokemon Go, they all reached the peak in 2017. And here's the relationship between topics and citations. As we can see, Pokemon Go not only had high enough prevalence to form a topic, but also attracted many citations comparing to other topics. However, there are also other commercial location-based games, such as Parallel Kingdom and Ingress, but they haven't made such an impact like Pokemon Go. The explanations can be that Pokemon Go as a game has attracted research interests from fields other than game studies, and they have brought more research volume and more citations to the topic. And in general, technical aspects such as mobile applications, design, and development lead to relatively less citations. This reflects the fact that the research community has focused on other aspects. It can be also due to the rapid changing of the technology has made the early papers less relevant. In this paper, we have found that the location-based games as a term has been broadening in the research community. It appears in many fields and it's entangling with different notions. We found the rising trend of publications up to 2017 and the contribution in terms of the publications and citations across researchers, institutions, and countries are listed. We have also discovered the underlying themes of the research works. We are expecting that this research can help researchers to gain a general understanding and identify future research directions.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina Maria Metzen, and I'm here to present the paper on a matrix for gamifying development workshops, which I have written with Mette Hjort Rasmussen. We are both from Aalborg University Business School here in Aalborg, and we are glad to be able to present our paper here on ArtsIT, even though it's digital. Hope that everybody is listening in and we can have a fruitful discussion at the end of the presentation. So what we are looking into in this paper is gamification for innovation, where we are kind of exploring the potentials of gamification for innovating businesses through participation and also collaboration when businesses are working on developing, which has also been an ongoing topic within research on gamification throughout the last decade. What we are mostly interested in is the theoretical notion on gamification's potential to facilitate what they call third space communication. And this is the game's capability to improve user engagement in non-game settings by transforming a space into a magical circle of gameplay for this innovative thinking. So when we are talking about development workshops, we are specifically discussing development more broadly, but in development sessions which are conducted throughout innovation or development processes in businesses. Even it can be both in design of a business or a concept or a product within these businesses. So what we are trying to focus on here is, as the title says, a matrix, where we are trying to discuss how we can avoid the dark side of gamification. And when we are talking about the dark side of gamification, we are referring to the overuse of gamification. So we want to figure out how we can balance the use of gamification when trying to create these third spaces or a magical circle. So rather using game elements to create a space for creativity rather than just playing a game for the sake of a game. So the research question that we are focusing on in the paper is which parameters are essential in balancing the level of gamification and how can these parameters be transformed into a matrix for defining or creating gamified innovative processes. So the logic of gamification that we are working on and working with in this paper is this logic of gamification that can be used to create game aspects that can act as a space between spaces through this concept of third space communication, or what in game design is called the magic circle. And when we are talking about the third space, this can be described as this space between spaces or between two or more participants from different domains. This can be visualized, as you can see on the presentation at the moment. So we have two spaces, both on the right and on the left. It's called the first space and the second space, which is different people with different knowledge, different backgrounds, different histories, and different specializations. And this third space is what happens between these people and where they can meet and create a shared language. This is what we call the third space. And this can be a workshop setting or a game setting or whatever, but this is a space that is kind of created to get people from different knowledges and backgrounds to work together. In game design, we have a similar or different in some ways concept that is called the magic circle. And within game design, this is explained as a space in which a game takes place. This is where the game rules are created or where they apply and create a special set of meaning for this space, which controls the game setting that they are in. So this is where we go out of a regular world and go into a game world. The players or the participants accept these boundaries and the rules of the game to be different than the ones from a regular world to create an experience and pleasure that a game can afford, and hopefully create a creative space in this instance. The magical circle can be visualized as you see on the presentation at the moment. So we have the big circle, which is the normal norms and rules of our everyday life. And within this space, when we create a game, we have the magical circle where the game norms and game rules apply. So a different setting from our everyday life. What we do in this paper is that we try to put these two visualizations together. So the magical circle of games with different norms and rules is what we want to create within the third space. So this is where the different participants of a workshop meet up and try to create a collective language and space for being creative and creating innovations. So apart from this space that we are trying to create, we need to discuss the gamification fidelity or the level of game that we want to create. To start this discussion, we have tried to visualize what is workshops and how are they actually created, or how can we kind of divide them up into groups. So if we look at a workshop setting as going from dialogue to gamification, we have tried to divide it into 4 separate areas. So first of all, we have workshop as a dialogue, which is where we probably have a regular meeting, which is called a workshop in this instance, where there is some kind of a presentation, and then there will be a discussion going on around the table. So there's a dialogue going on, and there's no tools, there's no other rules, just a setting where people are sitting around the table and discussing based on some kind of presentation of an agenda. The next step on the fidelity line is workshops as exercises. This is where there is some kind of presentation, there's probably an exercise, and then there's also dialogue. So this is where something like generative tools can be relevant. You have Post-its, you have pens, and there's some kind of exercise that you have to go through to actually create this space and try to create the creative potential and creating innovative potential. So the next step is where we actually put gamification into the workshop. So this is still some kind of presentation. You have to set a frame for the workshop. Then there is some gamified exercises, and of course the dialogue to create the participation between people and the collaboration. So when we say workshop with gamification or gamified exercises, this is where we use game mechanics such as time, or we can use elements of play, or we can use some kind of points to actually divide up to, we can discuss or kind of put points on the different ideas that come up, which one is better, which ones are not as good, some democracy or something like that. So the last element or last step on this gamification fidelity line is workshops as games. So this is where you potentially have some kind of presentation, but mostly this session is focused on a game and the dialogue that happens in the game. So when you have a game in itself, it will have some kind of rules, as we have talked about, so that this kind of workshop should be able to be played without a facilitator. This is where the game kind of creates the third space and the magical circle. People should be able to engage in the workshop by reading the rules and just starting to play the game. And then the innovative process happens within the dialogue of the game. So this way of looking at the different aspects of a workshop is kind of the initial step to start talking about this matrix that we are presenting in the paper. So the matrix is thought of a tool for workshop designers to discuss the parameters of gamification into these development sessions or workshops, which are conducted throughout these innovative or development processes. So the purpose of the matrix is to visualize the parameters involved in deciding the level of gamification that is relevant for a workshop setting. So this way of kind of dividing types of workshops into this fidelity scale is also kind of seeing when is it relevant to actually start talking about gamification or game elements. So the first two are more focused on the dialogue and presenting and just discussing, where you don't have play elements or game elements involved in the process, which can be good in many different settings. But if you want to kind of work with gamification, you have these two levels that you can look into. So it's the last part of the fidelity line that we are looking into with this matrix. So the matrix is thought as a tool for workshop designers or whomever is going to plan a workshop. And it's supposed to help people identify a balance in implementing these game mechanics. So one that can support the facilitation of innovative processes rather than just creating and playing a game for its own sake. So this is for kind of avoiding this dark side of gamification. So the matrix as a tool is intended as this framing tool for this process of defining a workshop setting and how we can work with that to create the best possible setting for innovation, and how gamification can do its best in this setting, depending on the context, the purpose, and the requirements of the workshop process. So the matrix is divided into 3 different elements, where the first one is purpose and outcome. So what is the purpose of a workshop? What is it that we actually want to do with this workshop? What intended outcome is there of it? So we have, in one end we have mapping, and the other end we have innovation. So when we talk about mapping, it's focused on the as-is situation. So when we work in an innovative process, we have to kind of figure out what is it that we are already, what is that we're working from, what is the situation as it is. Whereas innovation in the other end is focused on what is to be, what can we kind of create within our business or within our product line or whatever is the focus. Here we have to look at either incremental innovation or radical innovation. So if it's the more incremental innovation, the part about mapping the as-is is really important as well, so that should probably be incorporated into a game. Or when it's radical innovation, you want to think out of the box, and maybe the mapping part could kind of minimize the potential for innovation if we look too much in that part when we are working on this workshop. So when we are looking at the purpose and outcome, the workshop designer should focus on what is the purpose of using gamification as an approach for this kind of setting. What is the desired outcome? Are we striving to use game elements to encourage creativity and pushing people to actually get out of the comfort zone, or is it just to create a playful setting? Or is it more to unlock some kind of specific knowledge through mapping? So this is some of the parameters that we need to look at whenever looking at purpose and outcome for a workshop setting. So the next part is focused on facilitation. So here we have non-facilitated gameplay, and we have facilitated gameplay. And this is about framing the context and process of a workshop. So do we want a workshop which is facilitated by a facilitator or game master who kind of controls or helps the dialogue along and helps putting in game elements throughout a workshop, so it's kind of a controlled environment like that to make sure that innovation happens smoothly throughout a process? Or do we want a non-facilitated gameplay where we can use a game to give to people, whoever it might be, to just start, for example, mapping? So this is some of the things that we need to discuss whenever focusing on the context and process. And some of the things that we should be aware of is, what is the context? Where in the development process are we? So maybe if it's in the early stages of a design thinking process, mapping is really relevant, and maybe we would actually want to be able to send a game to a company or customer and have them play the game by themselves before coming into a later stage in the design process where we are ideating. And who are the participants? We need to look into that. What are the different roles? And is it necessary to actually have a facilitator, or could we do this without facilitation? So the next parameter is this is actually from our fidelity scale that we looked at earlier. So this goes from game to gamification. As we said, it's the 2 last elements of the game fidelity. So we are looking at gamification elements, or actually a full-on game, and not workshops as dialogue and with small exercises. So when we have this scale, we are looking into, do we actually just need game mechanics to facilitate innovation or mapping with non-facilitated or facilitated gameplay, or do we want a full-on game? So what we can say is that if we want the non-facilitated gameplay, we would probably want more of it actually game, because we need the rules and the constraints to be able to make sure that people actually go through the game as intended. Whereas if we just want mild gamification, where we just use elements of games or game mechanics, we probably need a high facilitated gameplay. So there should be a game master or facilitator that actually drives the workshop. So this is the elements of the matrix, which should create a space or a tool for a workshop designer to actually discuss these elements, which especially becomes important when you are working with a company that wants to create a game or a workshop setting that they can use in multiple sessions and multiple workflows. So that we need to be able to be aware of both the purpose and the outcome. We need to be aware of the game fidelity, and we need to be aware of the context and the process that we are in whenever designing a game. So to actually exemplify how this works, within the paper we have different examples of games that we have put into the matrix and fitted into just showing how does different kinds of workshop games actually fit into these parameters. But also we have used it on one case where we worked through the whole process of creating a game with them. So testing how we can design a game for IoT development and innovation in collaboration with a Danish company called Forza Technology. They wanted to create a game for the early stages of a design process, where they wanted their customers to become aware and knowledgeable about IoT innovation, but also connecting it to business model configurations and business model design. So what we needed to do was identify what level of game fidelity was relevant for this type of workshop session. So what we did was use the matrix to actually discuss these parameters. So one of the first things that we talked about was whether they wanted to work with mapping or they wanted to work with innovation. And they wanted to work with innovation, so the ideation of a design process. They wanted the customers to be able to create new ideas based on their business model. At the same time, it was something that they wanted to do while facilitating the gameplay. They wanted to be part of it. It should be part of their work progress with the customers. But instead of just working with gamification, they actually wanted a full-on game. So the facilitation would be more or less irrelevant, but they needed some kind of a game master within the game, which should be their role. But then they could also participate in the game as equals with the customers. So some of the further perspectives that we can talk about and discuss is that how is a game affected if it moves around on the facilitation scale? Should it necessarily just be non-facilitated or facilitated, or can games actually be flexible and interchangeable depending on the other parameters in the game and how the game is constructed? Furthermore, we can discuss whether this tool or matrix and its visualization is dynamic enough to be fruitful when discussing the level of gamification, but it's a starting point for us to start discussing which parameters are relevant when creating these design games. And we can also go further into depth with the game fidelity X in the matrix to explore more in depth whether there are more elements or more different kinds of workshop settings that we can put into this matrix, or if we can talk about fidelity from dialogue to full-on game. So lastly, the conclusion is that we have created this matrix with its frame and parameters, which has created a tool for us to discuss the development process of workshop design for innovation. and not using gamification for the sake of just using gamification, but rather have it be a help to achieve the intended outcome. So therefore, we can conclude that the matrix creates the opportunity to optimize potential for creating innovative development sessions, since we are discussing the different parameters of why gamification is relevant within a creative process. So thank you very much. This was all from us, and we hope that you would like to have a discussion with us on the different aspects of this paper. Thank you.
Video games are one of the mainstays of audiovisual production and entertainment activities for society. Every year, many games are released on the market, which means an evolution for this industry in constant growth and adaptation. This article is part of a research, development and innovation project that aims to document the process of pre-production, production and distribution of a video game, focused on helping independent developers who are starting out in the sector, as well as researchers and teachers who want to apply this content in their own studies. The main objective is to establish a creative and artistic model approach of pre-production from multidisciplinary references that contributes to generate engagement through the historical imaginary. We base this theoretical framework on the consideration of video games as a cultural product, a form of communication and artistic expression. The framework developed in this article focuses on pre-production, because it is a process in which innovation and recognition of creative ideas are the result of research of the concepts and correlations that bud from the observation of multidisciplinary reference areas. As the purpose of this research is not only focused on the area of video games, and we hope that it will serve as an approach for other disciplines, we have supported the theoretical framework in applied studies of areas of social and artistic sciences that have investigated the processes of generation of creative ideas, and psychological models of how they generate engagement in the audience through the association of ideas. Video games and virtual worlds generate their own culture, with their own languages and symbols, but they are also part of a global digital culture, representing a technological evolution, which promotes a construction of meanings and exchange. Therefore, what is important about video games is their inherent capacity to universalize, generate and share knowledge through digital methods. The video game has its own language and its plasticity allows it to make use of all kinds of audio-visual material. In this research we start by analyzing two types of categorizations, in relation to narratives designed by the development team. This narrative decreases the player ability to focus the player's attention on a narrative element, although the evolution of the design has allowed the implementation of intermediate points. Explicit embedded narrative, in close relationship with traditional linear media narrative, especially with cinematic language, such as kinematics, dialogues or camera movements that go beyond the player's control to focus on forced sequences. On the other hand, while explicit embedded narrative used the techniques of other media, ambient narrative is a form of narration almost exclusive to the video game. The ambient narration generated by the environments and the soundtrack allows the story to be evoked through the atmosphere, reinforcing the concept to be communicated through the experience. Henry Jenkins identified different possible ways in which narration created the preconditions for an immersive narrative experience. As Jenkins explained, spatial stories can evoke pre-existing narrative associations, and they can provide a staging ground where narrative events are enacted. In this case, the environmental narrative can recreate spaces already known from other media, which can be adaptations of books, films or other narrative media. For example, the video game The Witcher is an RPG, where it recreates a series of heroic fantasy novels, in the same way that The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, developed by EA, recreates the settings of the 2002 film by Peter Jackson. In this way, the player can virtually enter spaces that previously could only be recreated in their fantasy. The creator can also use this previous knowledge to subvert it, as Alice, Madness Returns does with Louis' original work. What can art history contribute to the communicative processes applied to the new branches of digital culture? Iconography is the branch of art history that deals with meaning. It constitutes a classification and description of images. It is the method of interpretation that comes from an analysis. For this purpose, it is necessary to understand the allegories and stories that precede it and to investigate if a previous representation of this artistic object took place. Aby Warburg, through his Builder Atlas or Image Atlas, composed between 1924 and 1929 and left unfinished, managed to transform the way we understand the process of creating images. The Namazani Atlas shows the survival of symbols and archetypes. Before the works as a finished product, a work process is shown, constituting a new way of telling stories of the visual arts far from the historical and stylistic schemes of the Academy. As shown in the slide, the importance of a moodboard of references, whether of characters, settings, or narratives, allows us to build an imaginary of references very useful for the creation of video games, just as Aby Warburg proposed at the beginning of the century. The model approach. From the theoretical argumentation, which was based on proposals from communication and culture, history of art, psychology and game research, we reached a set of concepts on experience aligned with current interaction design tripartite proposal, but aimed specifically at creative process. For that we propose a global iterative process of creation of cooperative creative intelligence, from the interaction between the production of video games, developers and players, promoting the creative memory of society, and a creative behavior by the entire digital community. The question that arises is, what is a creative idea? Is a creative product the same as a well-executed product? When we consider something creative on a personal level, is it also creative for the whole society? As Margaret Bowden explained in her book Creativity and Art, we are creative within a socio-cultural context and within a frame of reference. Thanks to this theoretical model approach, we want to demystify the process of ideas, understanding that artistic and cultural processes do not depend on a genius or a muse, but on a process of interaction of references in which new connections are generated when they leave the pre-established zone. We take as a reference the contributions of Jesse Schell in relation to the skills involved in the creative processes of video game design. Designing a video game implies critical and logical thinking and communicative skills, but above all, the ability to listen actively, since it is the first thing to know how to communicate. Listening is not just hearing. It is understanding what your team, audience, self or the game is saying. Listening and developing communication skills allows you to generate knowledge references, and that drives creativity. Our proposal of approach to creativity pre-production in video games is presented as the intersection between the individual imaginary of the players and the developers, understanding that it is included in a historical human imaginary, marked by the socio-cultural context and the artistic and cultural production. As we proposed from the beginning, it is a process of communication between developers and spectators, being considered creative when it is original and strangeness. We categorize an idea as original when it surprises with unusual characteristics. This factor is framed in relation to personal experience. Thus, we should differentiate between being original at an individual level and being original at a historical level in a socio-cultural context. Therefore, based on Manari's proposal for creativity, we conceptualize that all socio-cultural information to which we are exposed at an individual level, at the moment we perceive and experience it, goes through a process of personal development that favors divergent and associative intelligence, by generating memories from significant experiences, resulting in new relationships that are knowledge. This approach proposes that the creative idea represents strangeness, being capable of de-automatizing perception and forcing the mind to make a reconstructive effort to form a unit from information that at first seems disjointed. From the perspective of strangeness, inspiration is no longer considered a mythical and ambiguous notion, but a fundamental piece for the successful development of creation, compatible with the application of artistic techniques. Therefore, strangeness, generally seen as an effect on the reader, is now revealed as an imperative creative need, as well as a useful concept to explain the role that each phase of creation inspiration, technical plays for the artist. Having delimited when we consider a creative idea, we have categorized the parts that make up a video game, based on the MDA theoretical framework. In 2004, Robin Honeck, Marc LeBlanc and Robert Zubek presented a new conception of taxonomy related to video games that includes a formal approach, trying to bring design and development closer. What makes a game fun? How do we know a specific type of fun when we see it? They develop a framework through the acronym MDA that encompasses mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics, proposing a methodology that strengthens the iterative processes of developers, academics, and researchers. They suggest that, while designers build a game from mechanics to aesthetics, the player experiences it from the end of aesthetics to mechanics, understanding aesthetics as the sensory experience that emerges from the video game. In this way, for our proposal of model, we understand that there are some elements that facilitate the actions, that can form the environmental narrative, schemes that allow interaction, and measure the degree of playability. Finally, the player has experienced a sensation linked to the aesthetic of the video game, encompassing the narrative, the genre and the final moral. Our model approach of creativity process. We are creative within a culture and framework of references. Applying creativity to development processes implies generating new connections from established knowledge by going outside the comfort zone. To do so, our proposal is based on the following tripartite model of creative processes. Based on ideas and concepts with which we are familiar, it is a matter of seeking novelty. The mashup creative process includes the dynamic capacity to integrate previously unconnected information. It involves a mixture or fusion of disparate elements, with the idea of generating strangeness but from familiarization. This process emphasizes the number of ideas, which can be everyday and ridiculous concepts. It generates surprises that statistically would have been improbable otherwise, since this psychological process stands out for establishing random connections between previously undone information. Examples of mashup creativity include visual collage, poetic imagery, analogies, verbal, visual or musical, and unexpected juxtapositions of ideas. It is the creative process characteristic of the production of audiovisual content generated by the audience on social networks, since it is fluid, encompasses historical and personal novelty, and serves as a means of expressing and communicating ideas in a direct way. It facilitates virality by being previously impossible proposals of easily recognizable elements. The Deconstruct Team Studio prepared an unusual combination of 3 different game dynamics: the use of pottery to create cybernetic implants, cocktail making and voice impersonation on the phone. The thread of the narrative was a story with a cyberpunk setting that spoke of a corporation that sought to eliminate the most intense emotions of human beings, awakening in the player's moral emotions by questioning their own decisions. The working method of Deconstruct Team is to create ideas in game jams. In a talk at Fun and Serious Game Festival in 2018, Jordi de Paco, Deconstruct Team's developer, explained that designing a video game that works is difficult for the independent sector. He explains that it is easier to recover from a 2-week project. That's why they take the ideas coming from game jams as a focus of ideas. The first game that Deconstruct Team marketed was Gods Will Be Watching, and after the success of the studio, it sold more than 300,000 units. They decided to develop something bigger, expanding the team and renting an office. A year later the money had run out and they decided to cancel the project. They decided to go through the dozen games they had created on the game jams, and choose the ideas they liked more, and see how they could combine them into a single game. This Spanish studio learned from their previous experience and they have dedicated themselves to prototype ideas to see how they work, without commercial ballast. We have dedicated a year to do what we like, enjoy creativity. Exploratory creativity is more intuitive process than mashup. It consists of investigating and fully understanding a socially accepted structure or rules and questioning them. In exploratory creativity, it uses the existing rules or stylistic conventions to generate new concepts, whose possibility may not have been realized before the exploration. This process applied to the ideation of new video game proposals would be applied by analyzing all the proposals made in relation to the same structure, such as a genre, a character type, an objective or rules. It is interesting to analyses, not only what has been done in the video game sector, but also in other multidisciplinary areas. Understanding the archetypes that have developed throughout a culture in a socio-cultural context allows us to test the limits. It can be approached from a conceptual or experiential break, depending on whether the elements that are exchanged are part of the environmental narrative, or in the objective that serves as motivation. In this process, it is relevant to make a timeline, and see the references, since in this way relationships with other concepts are encouraged. It is also important to raise questions, since the aim is to break with the pre-established. It allows to surprise by questioning socio-culturally accepted models. The figure shows a timeline of video games that work based on Flow's concept. It highlights that they have many factors in common, based on socially accepted mechanics, dynamics and experience. It serves to exemplify this creative process by asking which limits they have in common, and what would happen if these limits were changed. Finally, we consider the strategy of creative transformational processes. Like exploratory processes, they arise from something previously established and socially accepted. However, instead of seeking the limits and questioning them, it seeks to surprise through the surprise of including the impossible. It is difficult for it to be socially accepted because it abruptly breaks the pattern. We take Marcel Duchamp as our main reference. Pioneer Dada, He questioned what art should be, and how it should be done. Through a selection of objects produced in mass, he gave them the title of ready-mades as works of art, questioning the figure of the artist as creator of objects. We understand that as a process 3 phases stand out. The choice of the object is a creative act. Secondly, that by cancelling the useful function of an object it becomes art. Thirdly, that the presentation and the addition of a title to the object has given it a new thought, a new meaning. To exemplify this creative process of transformation, we analyzed the video game launched in 2019 by the Spanish studio The Game Kitchen. When they launched the crowdfunding campaign for their video game Blasphemous, they had no idea of the repercussions it would have. Of the $50,000 they asked for to develop the title, they got $333,246. In Blasphemous, they took as their starting point such dark fantasy references as Dark Souls, The Witcher, Hollow Knight. However, the transformational value of the game is that the user puts himself in the skin of the penitent, a man who must atone for his sins and wants to free humanity from the curse in which it has been plunged. To do this, the character will have to travel through a universe full of religious iconography, dark and monstrous, full of references to the culture of southern Spain, to Easter. There are not only tributes to Goya, but also to other authors such as Velázquez, since one of the enemies of the game is based on the Menina Margarita Teresa of Austria, who was turned into a fearsome giant. In a classic Castlevania, you see the Gothic aesthetic, but in Blasphemous you are the penitent giving the opportunity to learn what a Nazarene is, the Holy Week, how it is celebrated, generating an immersive narrative that explores beyond the game. Blasphemous starts from the controversy of folk culture to generate an intergenerational product. To finish, we could resume our research with the following conclusions. Creativity is linked to culture and society. It allows us to establish different types of processes to generate new ideas and connections. Video games are part of a socio-cultural context and are a form of creative communication between digital creators and users. We are creative within our frame of reference and cultural environment, therefore, the more productions are made, the greater the social and individual creative intelligence will be. Independent video game developers can take more risks when it comes to doing something different, increasing players' interest in generating new content. Thanks for your attention.
The digital distribution of video games presents more options than ever, where multi-platform accessibility means a change in philosophy. The objective of this article is to analyze the strategies that allow independent video games to stand out in the market through different aesthetics, the appearance of new characters, in a periodic way, or the synergy of social media. We will go deeper into the challenges and opportunities that arise from the digital distribution of independent video games, from the social practices organized around the Don't Starve Together game, from CLI Entertainment. We will start from this indie game, to analyze how iterative development methodologies, indie aesthetic proposals, game modes and network distribution influence the consolidation of a community around it, comparing with other indie games and AAA games. Video games represent an emerging mode of animated art, adaptable to the digital resources of the 21st century, new aesthetic experiments, which transform the screens into a medium for very accessible innovation, which offers emotional experiences to the player. As Henry Jenkins puts it, the category of aesthetics has considerable power in our culture, helping to define, not only cultural hierarchies but also social, economic, and political ones as well. Often, there is a tendency in the video game industry, to consider graphics and aesthetics the same. There is a dichotomy that becomes evident when we compare an AAA game to an indie game. The graphics, that the first one can offer, whose general tendency is realism with the latest movement recognition technologies, cannot be matched by an indie title, whose financing is very limited and a small development teams. However, the aesthetics of indie games, even with the limitations, are more likely to last over time by making more intimate, creative and evocative proposals. The graphic power allows an infinite number of details, but it must be taken into account that the graphic quality alone does not build a good video game. The aesthetic includes the interaction between different aspects, such as style, soundtrack, movement architecture, characters, environments and artistic techniques, being as a whole. Even large companies, seeing that the audience demanded more creative and evocative proposals, and criticized the commercial trend, although it stood out for implementing the best graphics and technological options, began to make more intimate proposals taking as reference the indie experimentation, such as the company French Ubisoft, developer and distributor, with titles such as Child of Light, and Valiant Hearts, The Great War, which stand out for their aesthetics, with graphics simulating illustration, watercolor and comic techniques, unlike the titles they usually make of realistic 3D graphics. In this section, we will analyze some aspects that make it possible for a video game to generate engagement in the audience. Early access games. It is a way to develop video games with the participation of the audience. It facilitates the consolidation of a community. It is an iterative process that allows developers to get quick feedback from the direct audience of the game. The audience takes an active role, ceasing to be passive consumers, and being prosumers of their own experience, emphasizing literacy. In this way, games in development grow and evolve, in parallel to the community. That the video game is available in the initial stages of development implies involving users and building engagement towards developers and their products. Crafting games. This game mode is within the action and survival games, but not to be confused with the current Battle Royale phenomenon, which is characterized by very fast and short games, in which you have to find weapons and eliminate the opponent. Crafting games stand out for extending to infinity, gradually increasing the difficulty of survival. One of the main handicaps of indie games is the short duration, so this game mode, in which the gameplay extends a lot in time because each game is different, is an interesting factor for indie developers. They are active video games. If you don't act and look for a strategy, you die. The environments are wide and provided with useful items for survival, map, clock, tools for cutting, building or cooking, etc. Another feature is that by combining resources, the player can create a new element, useful for more productions. It is common that developers do not explicitly give the player how to achieve these elaborations, since the idea is that it be learned through experimentation, which generates player forums and values the community. Salin and Zimmerman analyze the emerging narrative as the narrative that emerges from the interaction, being characteristic of this modality. The narrative experience changes from one player to another and each game is different. The term emerging has given rise to many debates. Jesper Juul explained that there are two basic structures of game modes, immersion and progression. In his opinion, improvisation and the variety of opportunity that facilitates immersion, which is not pre-designed, and the infinite combinations of play are preferable. According to Henry Jenkins, the emerging narrative encompasses implicit environmental elements, such as items, characters or soundtrack, that generate a narrative when the player interacts with the video game. Wright has created a world ripe with narrative possibilities, where each design decision has been made with an eye towards increasing the prospects of interpersonal romance or conflict. Multiplayer. This mode stands out for allowing a large number of users to play in the same virtual world. They are characterized by having a cooperation theme, being able to establish alliances. They stand out for being real players, whose performance is not marked by a narrative, which determines that each game is different. It encourages sharing experiences, as environments in which strategy and action predominate. It is a success factor because it helps the public to try and share it. It allows greater dissemination, by users on streaming platforms and social networks, which increases the number of players. It is also a resource to compensate the level of frustration when losing a game, since competitiveness facilitates the recovery of the level of flow of the game. Based on these areas, we can conclude that they provide a gateway to the world of video games, that expands their access possibilities, the versatility of their game modes, with other players and cooperation. These factors guarantee the success in the market that is reflected in the distribution platforms. Digital distribution platforms, such as Steam, allow you to monitor player audience data through big data, which becomes a fundamental analysis tool. Statistics can be generated that measure how often a title is played and compared to others, what times of day are most popular demographically, and the impact of complementary actions such as additional discounts, the launch of new DLCs or the inclusion of new characters or elements in the game. We will analyze the data of a monitoring generated by a selection of indie games on the SteamDB platform, obtaining data since the moment they were published. The chosen video games have leaked from the platform's indie tag. There has been an increase of 9,163 titles in 1 year. 36,490 registered on July 30, 2019 compared to 45,653 on July 24, 2020. In this sense, it highlights the need for this type of monitoring, from the launch of a video game, and over time, as it allows to understand patterns of behavior of players and how they react to changes and as reflected in the scope of the video game. It has also been filtered by average user score, number of players online at the time of analysis and the highest peak of registered players. This analysis can provide information to the developers of the selected video games, address their content from the platform, and implement new strategies to capture the attention of the public. SteamDB provides markers in relation to changes in the number of users, which allows to locate the impact of the strategies carried out. After identifying behavioral patterns in the global top charts of the most demanded indie games to date, we have deepened in the process of creative development and the strategy to generate engagement in the audience of the game Don't Starve Together, since it experienced an increase 461% of online players, going from 12,182 to 68,418, in 4 days in the month of May 2019, being very remarkable figures in the indie game sector. The most representative for the statistics of Don't Starve Together happened in the month of May 2019, when it has experienced an increase 461% of online players, going from 12,182 to 68,418 in 4 days, accumulating a total of 308,005 in 9 days, following the free weekend, May 2019 by Steam, which made available to users 7 free games from May 24 to 28. Don't Starve Together excelled the second after Dead by Daylight as shown in the figure. It is not the first game to experience a tremendous increase in the participation of major players' PC when its price is reduced. Epic Games Store is key to attracting new PC strategy gamers, offering a free game every fortnight. The first game was Subnautica, an indie game developed by the Unknown Worlds Entertainment Company. According to Newzoo data, after 2 free weeks in Epic Games Store, it increased its numbers of PC players worldwide from 0.4% to 2.9%, obtaining a monthly growth of plus 625%. However, the relevance of the exponential increase that Don't Starve Together experienced during the free weekend May 2019 lies in the opponents of that weekend. It was under the same conditions with 6 most popular multiplayer games of the moment, 3 of them indie game too. In order to analyze the impact it had on the game rankings, we have analyzed the average number of players before and after the free weekend. During the previous 3 months, the average was 13,457 online players. After the peak of 68,418 players, the next 3 months reflected an increase of 17.52%, 15,815 gamers. We have continued to monitor throughout 2020 until it was higher again on free weekend, in order to see if there were any more player fluctuations. The average increased by 33% over the previous year, with 15,815 players on average. Since 2012, CLI Entertainment has used early access as a tool to gather feedback, and build our games in collaboration with their community, producing games, like Don't Starve, and the spin-off Don't Starve Together. Jamie Cheng, and Jeffrey Agala, the founders of CLI Entertainment, set out as an experiment to do something really economical, in short time, and that could be self-published. They took as a methodology, the cyclic iterative design of the game. In the development of independent video games, the processes tend to change very frequently, so this methodology allows them to have some flexibility, under a low risk. In the case of CLI Entertainment, they took as a starting point a concept of a survival game that emerged in a game jam that they had done as experimentation. They were interested in dark humor, and took LucasArts video games as a reference source. They were not interested in the heroic of "the more you have the better," and leave becoming more powerful. They were captivated by the idea of how a character, with a strange personality, would interact through the stories of his past. Similarly, they decided that the game structures in which the player must explore, worked very well, such as the roguelike games, which they used to play. Finally, the last factor would be the mystery, since it is the best way to create expectation, and people comment on the lore and spread the video game better. Also, they started from the theory that the early access could improve QoL quality of life. If you can change the game every 2 weeks, and include updates, and adapt it to events, you expand the narrative and the gameplay. During the experimentation phase of the prototype production, they followed a video game aesthetic, that condensed the general tastes of a casual audience, with warm and friendly colors. However, for the type of levels, and category of game they had in mind, it did not follow the same aesthetic. The evolution that has experienced since 2013, with the expansions, has been decisive thanks to listening to the demand of the public, and making an iterative title. The most significant was Don't Starve Together, the multiplayer game, that allows players to socialize, build, and strategize, throughout the gameplay, maintaining the aesthetic, and genre of the game. The cooperative multiplayer opportunity provides the option to enjoy an estimated total of 26.1 hours of playability according to SteamDB. It is presented as a multiplayer strategy crafting game, where every action player makes can affect the player's future. The player enters a strange, and unexplored world full of strange creatures, dangers and surprises, with a style art unique from other games. The player must gather resources to make objects and structures that adapt to his survival style. Dying implies losing everything obtained, and having to start over, with the only background of our experience. Although a priori it was a great defect to start from scratch without save points, it is presented as an incentive in multiplayer mode. It has 3 game modes. The first, Survival. It is intended to be the most difficult, in cooperative mode and is the default mode. It is designed for dead characters to become ghosts, that persecute the live players. Each death will have an impact on health, unless an amulet is used, which brings life back. When all players have died, a 2-minute countdown starts, and if no player is revived, the game is restarted. The second mode is Desert, in which random players are generated throughout the map. When the character dies, it reappears in a random section, like another character, characteristic only in this mode. There are no resurrection items, and the world is not restored as in survival mode. Finally, the Endless mode proposes a more relaxed gameplay that does not require cooperation. The world will never restart and revive as many times as they want. However, if the mechanics of death and revival are used repeatedly, it will affect the maximum health, as was the case in survival. No one map is alike, thus making players explore until they can no longer go anywhere further. The story is meticulously hidden, so that the player becomes more immersed in the action of the game itself. Progressing through the game to piece together the story, makes Don't Starve Together interesting and rewarding to play. It should be noted that the game has evolved, from its beginnings to its multiplayer expansion. There was in the first version a boss who appeared in the winter season of the game, and with 2 attacks you beat him. Subsequently, more bosses were added but with similar mechanics. In the cooperative version, there are 7 new rare bosses with high health performance and more ability to harm, and a great aura of madness. They are the biggest threats to players in the virtual world Don't Starve Together. Developers, and the community of players, explore and build the tradition of the game. The support of mod is also very important for client entertainment, so they made available to the players the Steam Workshop option, so that they continue creating once the early access has finished. One of the strengths of client entertainment's video games is media synergy. The story of Don't Starve Together characters is shown, by animation shorts clips, in client entertainment's YouTube channel and Steam's profile. The first cinematic they used to introduce the video game was presenting the main character, Wilson, in 2013. From then on, they made more movies but using gameplays and captures from the video game itself. However, since March 7, 2019, they have made a total of 10 cinematics with new characters that have been introduced in the game modes. In this way, it not only generates extra content, that makes it easier to reach new players, in other ways, but also makes the characters known beyond the game's skills and mechanics. They acquire entities such as characters with history and past, and justify how they appear in the game environment. To finish, we could summarize our research with the following conclusions. Early access is an increasingly used strategy in the indie gaming sector. Indie developers who have limited budgets, can't always afford the method of AAA developers to invest in large specialized teams to test the video game before its launch. Together with social networks, video games and the Internet facilitate the creation of social groups that become communities, that is, spaces of affinity where to interact and share with other players the concerns, experiences and curiosities about the game. Steam, although with more competitors than ever, has consolidated resources that favor public participation. Labels, comments from players on the platform, workshop modes and early access are some of the keys offered to the player community and independent developers. In the case of Don't Starve Together, those resources implemented from the beginning, have facilitated that years after its launch, they continue to stand out against other titles. A convergence between effective modes of development and engagement of the audience that goes beyond the multi-platform, gives rise to a new meaning of the indie games that are distributed digitally. Thanks for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Muriel. I'm from the Department of Media Technology in Aalborg University, Copenhagen, and I'm going to present you today my latest paper entitled Collaborative Game Design for Learning, the Challenges of Adaptive Game-Based Learning for the Flipped Classroom. So this research is part of the Flip2G project, which is entitled Enhancing Education and Training Through Data-Driven Adaptable Games in Flipped Classroom. This is a European Erasmus Plus Knowledge Alliance, grouping 7 partners in 6 different countries that you can see here. We have 3 universities, 2 private business partners, and 2 secondary schools for pilot implementation. And the fact that this research is an integrated part of this European project is actually very relevant to our interest. So the objective of the Flip2G project is to try and develop research on a new paradigm in education by combining the best practices of 3 main active learning methodologies, namely the flipped classroom, game-based learning, and problem-based learning structure as is practiced within Aalborg University. The idea is to create a conjunction of best practices and to see how they can reinform each other to support a more efficient learning process for students and educators alike. And how do we aim at doing this? As you can see represented on these schematics, the idea is to articulate the flipped classroom model with serious game and one last very important element, which is learning analytics. So for those who wouldn't have an education or pedagogy background, the notion of the flipped classroom is the idea to flip what we would otherwise call traditional or lecture-based education. So meaning that instead of the ancient traditional model where learners would get a lecture in class and then some exercises and practice to do at home, they get the lecture and prepare the theoretical information at home, usually through a video lecture or textbooks. And then in class is focused on hands-on activities, collaborative learning. And so our model centers around the idea of flipping the classroom with the integration of serious game, but also using online generated data to integrate learning analytics tools to support a more efficient learning process. So this project has reached the prototype development. So after developing the theoretical background, we're trying to built a gaming platform that would support this model. And this led us to our research question, which was what are the fundamental needs for an adaptive game-based learning experience in the flipped classroom? And so within the very specific context of a European project, our main method was to investigate through the partners of the project who were gathered together as a focus group to determine what would be their needs within this Flip2G educational model. This resulting in the development of the Flip2G gaming platform as a new prototype and concept. So in this presentation, I will start with a bit more detailed presentation on the Flip2G educational background, then how we worked with the focus group, and then some elements of the game design. So where the theoretical background is concerned, as I said in the introduction, we've been working a lot with active learning theories. So the flipped classroom, which is a quite recent development that has had a gain of a lot of traction in the past 10 years. It appears in the early year 2000. It's probably accelerated after Bergman and Sam's publication in 2012 regarding the implementation of the flipped classroom in secondary schools in the United States. But it also references older educational theories such as the notion of Frey's notion of trial and error, active learning, problem-based learning that was already mentioned, and more recent developments such as Merrill's principle for education and Cold model for experiential learning. However, the one theoretical background that we will reference and use a lot that you can see on the right-hand side is self-determination theory. As you can see represented here on the left hand of this representation, the self-determination theory posits that motivation in learners is supported by relying on their sense of competence, sense of relatedness, and sense of autonomy. So sense of competence is the notion of feeling able to do a certain learning task. Sense of autonomy is the autonomy to learn. So learning devoid of constraints, or trying to learn for reward or grade. And sense of relatedness connects to learning as a community and connecting to other learners, which is what makes collaborative learning so important. And these three elements reinforce intrinsic motivation or internalize extrinsic motivation, making for more autonomous learners and leading to better learning results in the long term. These elements also encourage a very important element, that is self-directed learning. So again, with the notion that by fostering autonomy in learners, we have better learning results in the long term and better consolidated results. The second element of theoretical background for our project is integration of game-based learning in the flipped classroom. As I mentioned before, the flipped classroom is a rather recent development, coming strong in the last decades. Game-based learning, however, has a much longer tradition in playful learning. And without getting into too much detail, however, what should be underlined is that specific research in game-based learning for flipped classroom purposes, however, is quite recent. We did our own scoping review research, and we found out that it has been really investigated in the past 5 years. And in those 5 years, research and publication regarding game-based learning in the flipped classroom has grown very rapidly. And has followed a diversity of approach and inclusion of game-based learning that we decided to call the continuity of authentic representation, meaning that, as you can see in this visualization from the left to the right, some research started with what is called gamification, meaning only using game mechanics as a support to increase motivation. And then leaning to non-educational games, so commercial games used for educational purpose. Then serious games that are specifically designed with a specific curriculum or educational purpose in mind. Role-playing games to support an active problem-based learning, so putting learners in a specific role. And going for simulation games that try to replicate actual professional or educational practice as close to reality as possible. And another central issue that came up with our original investigation was that a very important issue is the position of the game in the flipped classroom process. So for the flipped classroom process, we usually distinguish what happens before class, which is the out of class preparation, then in class discussion and activities, and then post class, which is consolidation of knowledge and preparation for the next learning cycle. And current research into game-based learning in the flipped classroom usually focuses a lot on out of class preparation, which is usually where the effort needs to be done, because one of the main weaknesses of the flipped classroom is the fact that some students come and prepare and don't do the out of classroom work. Then game-based learning, especially through serious games and collaborative learning, is used in class a lot with the notion of having a hands-on activities. But what we noticed was that usually the post-class process tends to be neglected in research. It's sort of something that's supposed to happen. And this led us to consider the interest of integrating learning analytics in the flipped classroom. So learning analytics is defined on the collection and analysis of learners' data to improve their learning experience by providing informed guidance and to optimize learning material. Learning analytics is also quite a recent field with a huge growth. you have here an example of the type of analytics that can be applied to the learning process. And what interests us is especially predictive analytics. So using students' data to predict, for example, risk of dropout or final performance. This here presents the process of learning analytics, going from data gathering, analysis, and visualization to interventions, which is the most interesting for us, meaning that we hope that by using learning analytics, we can both support self-directed learning in students that can use their own analytics to adjust their behavior and learning choices, but also for educators who can focus on the more at-risk students or can also adjust the curriculum depending on which part of the curriculum generates the most engagement in students. So taking all this into account, then we got to our focus group and participants. So the participants were the educational partners in the project, which means those who intervene with students, excluding the businesses. So this is the synthetic table of the participants. So we have 3 universities and 2 secondary schools with a wide range of subjects, but in keeping with what we know of the flipped classroom, most subjects are usually STEM subjects or business-related subjects that are the most popular with this kind of active learning education. So since it was such a small group, the methodology and questioning sample was rather straightforward. We had a questionnaire comprised of entirely open questions, and we sorted it in thematic and keywords based table to try to understand which were the factors of convergence and divergence within this group. And our conclusion with that was that there were many aspects of divergence and convergence within the group. As for divergence, as I stated earlier, the very huge challenge that we were faced with was the huge variety in age range and subjects, number of students and type of classes that we would have. However, what we could observe also was a convergence in game-based learning experience. The majority of our participants had used game-based learning before, which is not always the case and is actually one of them, or another huge challenge in the implementation of flipped classroom or game-based learning. Unfortunately for us, there was a huge convergence of objectives which were all aligned with supporting students' engagement and motivation, tracking the students' progression, and enable self-directed learning. So these observations conditions our design plan, which was already to try to develop a serious games. But then with such a variety of subjects, we had the constraints of having flexibility in the solution. And this led us more to the left of the continuum of authenticity and going for an actual simplified, gamified solution. So how did we go about it? We tried to go for an adaptive gaming experience, so that would work with a structure based off of questions and quizzes that could be adjusted to any type of subject, that would focus around generating students' analytics. So because of that, we have a slight gamified structure with a very light narrative framework. So in this game, students are presented as spies who have to complete mission, and each course preparation is a different mission. So more importantly, these missions are enabled in solo and multiplayer mode, with the idea that the solo mode would be more used for out-of-class preparation, and the multiplayer mode could be used for collective practice in class, because as we said before, the notion of collaborative learning and implicating students together is a huge part of the type of motivational drive we are trying to lean against. And one last important feature is that the course material is directly embedded in the game and in the mission. So this allows the students to progress in their integration of the theoretical material over the course of the game. So the main game features that we can see here are first the teachers dashboard. In the dashboard, teachers can implement their own courses and create series of questions and quizzes that actually feeds into the game missions. The second important aspect of the teacher blackboard is the teacher analytics. So the teacher dashboard provides detailed information for students' engagement ranking, and the analytics systems creates prediction for dropout and scores and allows to identify the better performing students that you might want to support and the at-risk lower performing students. Similarly, the student access the game directly through the main screen, but through the game they can also access their own dashboard, which has more limited and personalized information only about their own engagement score and feedback about their wrong answers. We have decided that students should not have their own analytics so that they would not get, for example, discouraged. So this is the predictive analytics stays in the hands of the teachers alone. So this being made, this is the type of analysis and perspective that we're actually deriving from this whole experiment. So we have finally reached a game design that I just presented and that tries to support the active learning flipped experience, integrating game-based learning. So the main feature of the game design that we finally chose relies on the possibility of trial and error of the feedback loop, since students can access their wrong answers and rework and retake missions by themselves, collaborative learning, and finally learning analytics to enable self-directed learning. With this, we hope that we can align our learning objective with what I said earlier about self-directed learning. Furthermore, the game design had to support flexibility for teachers because we had such a wide variety of subject, age groups, curriculum. So this leaned into a gamified solution to support variety of subjects and variety of lessons. The learning analytics systems also can be adapted to any kind of subject and can enable teachers to choose targeted interventions toward their learners. And these elements obviously point directly to the kind of limitations. So first, that we started with, although a very diverse, a very limited focus groups in terms of analysis of needs, and also the fact that we just finished the prototype, so the actual pilot trials and efficiency research into the project is still pending and will be run into 2021. And the final analysis and take from here is that, as I presented the continuum of authenticity in solutions, that gamification has the advantage of flexibility but doesn't have the narrative or simulation qualities that come from more subject-driven, specifically tailored games. So in conclusions, Flip2G is a project that aims at bringing together the best practices of active learning, game-based learning, flipped classroom, and problem-based learning structure of Aalborg University. And our objective in the pilot project is to implement a gaming platform that can support this educational model. The game design phase was faced with a great number of constraints owing to the diversity of partner and led to the choice of gamification. And this prototype, as I said before, is to be tested over the course of 2021. But since it's also a solution that works for distance learning with a blended approach, we expect to be able to manage it with very slight adjustments due to the safety requirements that we currently have. this concludes this presentation. I will thank you for your attention, and if you want to know more about the project, you're welcome to contact us or follow the project through the usual social networks. Thank you.
This is Nikolaos Partarakis from the Foundation of Research and Technology Hellas, and today I'm going to present an approach towards enhancing the educational value of tangible and intangible dimension of traditional crafts through a role-play gaming. So I will start this presentation with a little more information regarding our approach. We wish to take into account the advantages in cultural heritage representation and presentation, and more specifically the semantic representation of cultural heritage resources and the technologies that regard to the 3D reconstruction of cultural heritage objects and sites, and at the same time take into account the new technologies and concepts that are brought by the gaming industry. And by these technologies we mean the extensive usage of photogrammetry for games, the concept of serious games as a gaming style that also involves learning, and the immersive technology for gaming. And the objectives that we have in this work is to provide novel educational and gaming experiences that are inspired by cultural heritage, and at the same time enhance the way that cultural content is experienced. So I will start with the digitization technologies by saying that the evolution of such technologies has made possible the reconstruction of small but also extremely large places and objects that can be found indoors or outdoors. So outdoors we can have an entire village or a sculpture that is on an archaeological site, and indoors we can have from a theater or an amphitheater to a coin. So regarding the size of the reconstructed artifact, we can employ different digitization technologies. So for example, outdoors we can use aerial and terrestrial scanning using photogrammetry for big sites. We can use a laser scanner that can scan up to 150 meters diameter, a handheld laser scanner for smaller areas, but also use photogrammetry together with a handheld camera. In the same context, when we are going indoors, we can use a laser scanner to scan, for example, an amphitheater or a theater or rooms that are on indoor scenes, but also use photogrammetry or a handheld 3D camera for smaller objects and go until to minute objects such as, for example, a coin. At the same time, this evolution goes together with evolution the representation of cultural heritage resources, and now the semantic representation has given the possibility, mainly through the integration of the concept of event, to create and spatio-temporal representation of events that are linked together and can be employed in order, for example, to tell a story or to make a narration. And this gives us the possibility to together with the exploitation of technologies from the gaming industry, to enhance the way that we are representing cultural heritage. And from the gaming industry, we are mainly trying to employ forms of play that are more free, are based on an exploration, and can provide, can give motivation and incentives to the user, such as, for example, the concept of fantasy role-play games, and more specifically the concept of open world gaming, where the user has no restrictions and can freely navigate within the world. And at the same time, we have seen recently started by the EA Games company, the exploitation of photogrammetry to create scenes that are used on games. This started from the flagship title of EA games, the Star Wars Battlefront. And in this work we are trying to merge the worlds of semantic representation of cultural heritage and 3D reconstruction technology and the worlds of gaming in order to create novel experiences. The game itself that we have designed and implemented is involved in the historical context of a small island on the northeast side of the Aegean Sea, which is the Chios Island. And there the Chios is known from the cultivation of mastic, and due to this unique product was occupied by rulers from the 14th century to the 16th century. Chios was under the rule of the Republic of Genoa, and from the 16th century to the 20th century was under the Ottoman rule. And the rulers of the island wished to have monopoly of the trade of mastic, and to this end they create mastic villages that were built to host the producers of mastic, and these villages, due to the significance and value of mastic, was heavily fortificated. And the storyline of the game starts by the player being immersed in an unknown world in the middle of a forest, and he has to explore his way on the landscape of the Chios Island to access historical information regarding the medieval occupation of the island, but also learn about the cultivation of masticha and the significance of this product for the local population. And of course, explore the mastic villages itself, their unique structure, architecture, and tradition. So we started by creating content from the game, and in order to present mastic villages, we took the gaming industry path by creating aerial 3D reconstructions of key mastic villages of the island, and this gave us the possibility to have a very good 3D model that contains the structure of the village, and also correlate this 3D model with GIS information in order to know the position of the village in the map of Chios. And then we moved to the representation of knowledge that was done together with the cultural foundation of the Piraeus Bank of Greece, which is also responsible for the Mastic Museum of Chios. And as a system for this representation task, we used the Mingei online platform, which is a system that offers rich semantic representation of cultural heritage resources based on the CDOC CRM model. And then it was time to create, to implement the actual game. And for this implementation, we used the Unity 3D game engine. And the gameplay was implemented based on the Explorer, which is a 3D game kit provided by the engine that allowed us to simplify the character animation and rendering within the terrain, the control of the cameras, but also the navigation in the terrain. And to this end, we started creating the terrain by using a satellite image of Chios, a height map image of Chios that was then inflated in Unity 3D to create the terrain that resembles the terrain of Chios, and then the reconstructions of the villages were imported and placed on the terrain. It is important to say that the entire terrain and the villages were scaled down in order to make sure that the terrain of the game is playable on foot by a single player, and reduce the distances between villages. And this, together with the integration of of navigation within the different parts of the terrain gave us the possibility to make the game happen. So navigation between different parts of the terrain was done by setting transitions in the terrain through teleports that allowed the player to move directly from one area of the terrain to another. So the final game can be previewed through this video demonstration. I will stop my speech because the demonstration has also have sound in order to make sure that you will be able to read the transcript of the video. Here we should say that the mastic tree is extremely important from this kind of story. So regarding future steps in this work, of course, this is the first demonstration of the game, and further implementation is required to support the entire game scenario. And probably what we are going to plan is both an expert-based and a user-based evaluation. The expert-based evaluation will be mainly focused on the usability of the game, the controls usability, and that all the issues of the game are self-exploratory, can be played by different age groups. And the user-based evaluation will focus on user satisfaction and game-related assessment in order to make sure that the approach we have followed in this work gives results that have an educational value and at the same time give the motivation to the users to actually play the game. And the final game will be installed at the Chios Mastic Museum and will be made available to people that are visiting the museum to play at the library during the museum visit, and possibly if the final game allows us to create a cut down version that can be run online. And by cut down I say that using graphics of lesser detail in order to allow the game to be played smoothly online, because currently we need a personal computer with a good GPU in order to support this game, although we are using level of detail processing in all the graphics in order to make sure that not all the entire terrain is loaded concurrently. So this was all from my side. Thanks for watching.
Design development is an expensive process and time-consuming. A design language system assists design development. The system is highly used to investigate design characteristics in many design studies. The high volume of research interprets its design elements and principles analysis to deliver consistent visual aesthetics. The absences of meaning and context significantly impact the quality of visual design communication and create design ambiguities. To fulfill the mentioned issues, this research extends harmonized shape grammar to develop a context-based visual design language. The proposed framework provides semantics and pragmatics levels of analysis to bring meaning and context to a visual design communication. Visual communication and language communication share the similarity in fundamental concepts. A context-based visual design language adopts grammatical design and natural language processing approaches to analyze visual communication requirements. Grammatical design provides generative design development when natural language processing analyzes levels of language communication. In linguistics, morphological units, so-called morphemes, form a vocabulary. Vocabularies construct a sentence following a grammar structure. A semantically well-formed sentence provides meaning. Meaningful sentences combine pragmatically to achieve a successful communication. In the design aspect, one must speak a language of design. However, speaking does not guarantee a successful communication. This research aims at defining a framework to create a set of meaningful visual design language in order to achieve a visual communication correspondingly to the way natural language can, in linguistics. This research aims at adopting knowledge of linguistic concepts, natural language processing, and design language system to provide a visual design framework, namely a context-based visual design language. The proposed framework aims at creating a consistency in design and visual communication the way people communicate in natural language. The proposed framework consists of 5 levels of analysis including shape morphology, design lexicon, design syntax, design semantics, and design pragmatics. This research proposes a context-based visual design language to provide a successful design communication. The proposed framework adopts the approaches of natural language processing and design language system by extending 3 levels of analysis: shape morphology, design semantics, and design pragmatics. Natural language processing is a sub-area of research in linguistics. It concerns analyzing and studying the natural language data. Design language system uses design principles to create a design scheme. This design scheme can be used as a guideline to create design style. Grammatical design generates a design using design syntax and semantics without any concerns of design morphology, contexts, and ambiguities. A context-based visual design language consists of 5 levels of analysis: shape morphology, design lexicon, design syntax, design semantics, and design pragmatics. They are interpreted as compatible to semantics and pragmatics in natural language. The extensions of design semantics and design pragmatics provide meaningful and contextual design outcomes. They also prevent design ambiguities in visual communication. Shape morphology investigates design elements. Design elements analyze shape componentry. Shape componentry is a fundamental component of shape. It consists of points, lines, and planes. A point is the smallest unit of shape componentry. Multiple points form a single line. Connecting multiple lines together is to create a plane. Any shape or form must consist of at least one of these components. A set of rules can be applied to design elements in order to create a set of shape morphologies. The created shape morphologies can be used to develop a shape vocabulary at the next level of a design analysis. To define consistent morpheme rules is the key to achieve a set of useful shape components. the developed shape components can create a design coherence. It is similar to morphology rules in natural language. One can apply a language morphology rule as a guideline to create a number of new words using the same rule. This is a significant step forward to start a design development process where new shape elements are difficult to create with consistency and coherence in a visual communication. Shape morphology works as a design assistance, providing such a guideline to generate new shape elements. Design lexicon includes design vocabulary analysis. Design vocabulary is a container of shapes. It consists of 2D shapes and 3D forms developed from the same shape morphology rules. Polygons can be created by combining a set of vertices, so-called points, and sides, so-called lines, together geometrically. Polygon types are divided by their specific number of sides. For example, a one-side one-vertex component forms a hexagon, a two-side two-vertex component forms a diagon, a three-side three-vertex component forms a triangle, a four-side four-vertex component forms a quadrilateral, a five-side five-vertex forms a pentagon, and four-side four-vertex curved lines form a hyperbola shape. Design lexicon creates shape vocabularies from shape morphology. Morphologically well-formed shapes themselves can be meaningless or meaningful depending on the design purpose. Sets of selected shape morphologies are stored at the morphology level. At lexicon level, those shape morphologies are developed in such a way to create a shape vocabulary, so-called a lexically well-formed shape, to use as design materials. By applying a set of rules repeatedly, a number of new shape vocabularies can be achieved. All shape members are developed sharing the same design direction. Design syntax provides a grammar of design. Design grammar defines a shape rule which is similar to the grammar rule in natural language. Grammatical design is used in many design fields such as architectural, engineering, and product designs. Shape rule offers a structure to develop design vocabulary following one direction. It consists of spatial relation rules and transformation rules. The rules develop syntactically well-formed design choices. By applying a shape rule repeatedly to one shape vocabulary, a number of design derivations are generated. All design derivations in one particular set share the same conceptual design structure. Harmony and unity in shape development are achieved as a result. This level adopts a concept of grammatical design approach by developing syntax rules. A generated shape, called design derivation, is created by applying a set of well-formed syntax rules to shape vocabularies. Defining effective but simple and repeatable syntax rules is an important factor. It requires an in-depth understanding in mathematics and shape geometry. A grammatical design generates random derivations, but still lacks meaningful structure to develop those vocabularies. A context-based visual design language tackles the mentioned issue by applying another two levels of analysis. Design semantics concerns design morphology. The term morphology is interpreted differently to the term used in linguistics. Design morphology deals with meaning of design. A grammar-based design language does not guarantee the design to be meaningful. The same problem occurs in both design and linguistics studies. For example, in linguistics, a sentence hat, eats, table is grammatically correct. However, it is not semantically well-formed because the sentence makes no sense and meaningless. Design syntax creates random design derivations, which mostly lead to an ambiguity in design. Design semantics controls design development by applying design morphology to make it meaningful. The design morphology consists of design anatomy, design function, design environment, and design arrangement. Design anatomy defines bodily structure of objects or character requirements. For example, a car anatomy requires the car body, seats, steering wheels, control system, engine, and wheels. Design function concerns activities and purposes of each part of that anatomy. For example, a car body is to hold car components together. Driver and passenger seats are to give a driver and passenger spaces to operate inside. A steering wheel and controls are to govern direction and movement. A car engine is to provide its power. And wheels are to mobilize a car when rotated simultaneously. Design environment analyses object surroundings that affect the behaviors of design. For example, a terrestrial, aquatic, or atmospheric environments affect design approach of the car. Design arrangement considers the design components composition. For example, wheels should be attached one part to the car body and one part touches the ground. Driver seat should be next to the steering wheel, and seats should be inside the car body. Design derivations are developed to follow design morphology to achieve meaningful design, which significantly increases design quality and reduces the time-consuming issue. This example shows 3 sets of design developments. Each set has exactly the same derivation structure. Applying different syntax rules creates diversity in design. The 2 on the left are generated by syntax rules without design semantics. The one on the right is developed with design semantics consideration. Providing design morphology, design anatomy, function, environment, and arrangement, a meaningful humanoid character is created. Design pragmatics provides the context of design. Design semantics focuses on the meaning of an individual design. Design pragmatics considers the context of a set of design as a whole. An absence of context consideration leads significantly to an inefficient visual communication. At the first 4 levels of design analysis, an individual design speaks its own language separately. Design pragmatics aims at offering context to those designs in a specific direction harmoniously. Design context consists of design attributes, colors, materials, and textures. Design attributes define characteristics of a design surface in terms of a color scheme. This color scheme is applied to create a set of materials and textures that share the same characteristic and behavior. These attributes are applied to all objects to create a consistent visual aesthetic. This analysis can be applied for both 2D and 3D designs. All design objects are developed to share the same design morphology and context. In the design perception, each shape vocabulary has its own meaning. For example, round shape gives friendly and unstable feelings. A triangle shape gives dangerous and dynamic feelings. A square shape gives static and stable feelings. And a straight horizontal line makes people feel calm and stable. A context-based visual design language analyzes the design perception to bring meaning to compound shapes. Design syntax creates a set of derivations that share the same design characteristics. Design semantics combines them in such a way that is meaningful. Design pragmatics provides the overall context as a design theme. Harmony and unity in design can be achieved when all designs in one set speak in the same designer's morphology and context. To implement the framework, this research uses game environment design as a case study. The aim is to generate a set of game assets, a terrestrial habitat game environment. All generated assets must carry consistent visual aesthetics and design coherence. This design development process follows the 5 levels of analysis of context-based visual design language: shape morphology, design lexicon, design syntax, design semantics, and design pragmatics. The process begins with defining shape morphology. A hexagon, a one-side one-vertex and a curved line, a one-side two-vertex, are used as shape elements. Hexagons and curved lines are basic shape elements found in many organic forms. They give the feelings of smoothness and movement. Shape morphology defines these shape elements to be developed as shape vocabularies. At a design lexicon level, the spatial and transformation rules are applied to the defined shape vocabularies. Rotation rules are applied to hexagon to create a sphere. Translation rules are applied to curved line to move 360 degrees along hexagon radius to create a cylinder. At a design syntax level, syntax rules, emergent rules, spatial rules, and transformation rules are applied to develop those shape vocabularies using shape algebra. The rules define a hexagon sphere as a starting vocabulary. A curved line cylinder emerges from the starting vocabulary to any direction to form a new shape vocabulary. The rules are reapplied limitlessness and are terminated when the design derivation meets the level of satisfaction. At a design semantics level, the syntax shapes are further developed to create design morphology, which consists of design anatomy, design function, design environment, and design arrangement. This process divides design morphology into 3 specific submorphological types, including a building, a character, and a vehicle. At the design pragmatics level, the contexts of design are applied. The 3 submorphological types, a building, a character, and a vehicle, are developed individually at the previous 4 levels. The shape morphology, design lexicon, design syntax, design semantics processes develop designs that share identical forms. This level interprets design context through design attributes. The design context provides a design theme to achieve a consistent visual aesthetic, coherence, harmony, and unity in design. This implementation focuses on color and material. Black and white-based colors are applied to create a grayscale color scheme. A low specular value is used to create environment materials when a high specular value is applied to asset materials. The absences of design meanings and contexts in design lead significantly to ambiguities in visual design communication. This research proposes a context-based visual design language to tackle the mentioned issues. Design meanings and contexts are achieved through semantics and pragmatics levels of analysis. The proposed framework extends harmonized shape grammar to provide an alternative successful visual communication framework. The proposed framework adopts natural language processing and design language system approaches. A context-based visual design language consists of 5 levels of analysis: shape morphology, design lexicon, design syntax, design semantics, and design pragmatics. Shape morphology deals with defining shape element, point, line, and plane. Design lexicon offers transformation and spatial rules to create shape vocabulary from shape morphology. Design syntax analyzes the syntax rules to develop shape vocabulary following its shape grammar structure. Design semantics delivers meaningful shapes following the design morphology, design anatomy, function, environment, and arrangement. Design pragmatics considers the overall context of design to communicate in the same representative determination and to avoid ambiguities in design. This research applies the context-based design language to produce the game environment design as a case study to implement the framework. The result shows a significant improvement in design quality and reduction of time-consuming issues. A set of game environment design is generated as a case study for the research implementation. The generated assets consist of 3 types of design: building, character, and vehicle. The design results are checked up against design elements and design principles to evaluate the quality of design. The design analysis follows design criteria of harmonized shape grammar and the 3 levels of design perception, which provides a platform to evaluate design qualities. The evaluation yields a successful and harmonious result with a very little time consuming in terms of design development. The context-based visual design language can be used as an alternative design development approach when a huge number of designs is required with a time limitation. This research focuses on visual design and its development. There are a number of important areas for further improvement. Firstly, this framework has not focused on motion graphics and movements. Directions, velocities, patterns, and behaviors of a motion provide their meanings. These factors significantly affect design decisions and should be considered. Secondly, the semantics and pragmatics rules require an in-depth understanding in 2D and 3D shape algebra and geometry transformation. In order to operate the rules effectively, a guideline in semantics and pragmatics rules are advised to be analyzed and studied further. This is it for my presentation. If there is any further questions, please feel free to drop me an email at the beginning of this presentation. Thank you for your time and best wish for you all.
Welcome. We are Juana and Marosh,
and we are going to present our project Synergia,
a multimodal virtual reality system for creative expression and positive change for cognitive flow.
In this presentation, we will first elaborate on the motivation behind the development of Synergia, supported by our research on cognitive flow in virtual reality. Next, we will present the problem statement and provide an overview of the theoretical and conceptual frameworks that guided the creative process. Afterwards, we will explain the design of the system, covering the design of the interaction, the sound and the visuals, as well as the tools and methods we used in the implementation process. Then we will describe the 2 experiments that we conducted as part of the evaluation process and discuss the result obtained from them with respect to our problem statement and research questions. Finally, we will conclude with a brief assessment of the overall project and comment on some possible directions for the future work.
We started our research with a concern over the increasing use of technology and how this can have a negative impact on physical and mental health. This issue served as a motivation for investigating how technology can be used alternatively for supporting positive change, well-being, and improving the quality of experience and everyday life. Several approaches to positive technology were based on Mihaly's flow theory, which revolves around the state of cognitive flow, a state that can have positive benefits on the quality of life and human performance. Some studies suggest that virtual reality can be a catalyst for the state of cognitive flow. In parallel, we found movement as well as audio and visual feedback to be important considerations in the design of future immersive interactive technologies for positive change. This led us to our motivation of further investigating the state of cognitive flow in an artistic context through the use of multimodal and cross-modal interactions between sound, visuals, and movement in virtual reality. Cognitive flow is a mental state characterized by the feeling of being fully immersed in and focused on an activity that is intrinsically rewarding. A person may experience being in a state of cognitive flow during physical activity, sports, games, or meditation. The flow experience has often been described as optimal, as one feels an accompanying profound sense of enjoyment which has the potential for long-lasting effects on a person's well-being. The state of cognitive flow can have positive benefits on the quality of life, everyday performance, and productivity of a person, by increasing enjoyment, creativity, attention, and therefore leading to a more fulfilling life. The dimensions of flow include a challenge-skill balance, clear goals, immediate feedback, concentration on the task at hand, the merging of action and awareness, the loss of self-consciousness, a sense of control, the transformation of time, and autotelic experience.
Our problem statement came to be: to what extent can a person experience cognitive flow through cross-modal interactions between sound and visuals mapped to hand movements in a virtual reality system for creative expression? The aims of our research were to determine which mapping, sound alone, visual alone, or both, most contributes to cognitive flow. Following the version of the system that is most effective for facilitating this state, we looked further into 2 design elements of the system in order to determine which of them has more influence along the 9 dimensions of cognitive flow. The guiding theory of the project is Mihaly's flow theory that provides an extensive description of the flow experience. We focus on the 9 dimensions of flow previously mentioned and integrated them closely into the design of the interactions with Synergia. Furthermore, we looked into Pearson's research based on the cross-modal music creation VR experience flow zone. The work provides a use case of such design elements as cross-modality, music creation, movement, and creativity, which can be used to facilitate the state of cognitive flow in virtual reality. In addition, we use Kitson's framework for designing immersive interactive technologies for positive change and adapted it to our context. The framework is meant to inform designers and researchers in their future work. They provide a thorough overview of design elements and interaction strategies that can be employed for eliciting positive change and supporting well-being.
Following Kitson's framework for designing immersive interactive technologies for positive change, the authors start by identifying a certain positive change that they wish to design for. This change is supported by potential theories or models that have an impact on the choice of design elements and interaction strategies, such as breath awareness, expression, focused attention, and play, among others. These elements and strategies, together with the input and output modalities, form a feedback loop. When the user interacts with the system, input data is collected through such possible methods as physiological measures, bodily movement, or the use of controllers, and turned by the system into one or more possible output modalities, such as object movement, changes in sound, or visuals. These output modalities influence the user's inner state, which in turn affects his or her interaction with the system, leading to the intended positive change. Synergia was designed according to an adaptation of Kitson's framework for designing immersive interactive technologies for positive change previously mentioned, which includes design elements from Person's VR system FlowZone. Our proposed design framework differs from the original in its use of guiding theory. With Synergia, we use the dimensions of cognitive flow, antecedents, characteristics, and consequences as criteria for supporting the design of a system. Synergia is a multimodal VR system that makes use of the arms as input modalities, which, through creative and expressive movements, produce output modalities of changes in sound, light appearance, and color. These output modalities, in turn, serve as oral and visual feedback for the user. With respect to Kitson's framework, this audio-visual feedback can be used to stimulate concentration and focused attention, inform the users about their performance, facilitate emotional expression, and support feelings of contentment and harmony.
We designed Synergia with the goal to give users the ability to creatively paint with flowing particles in a virtual environment while creating sound when moving the arms. The sound in turn influences the behavior of the particles and adds to the complexity of the interaction. The movement of the user is captured with the RealSense depth camera. A computer processes the image and computes the position of each individual joint of the user. A different program is able to recognize motion qualities such as speed and position. This data is then used to control and produce an audiovisual output that aligns with the movement of the arms. The right and the left arm of the user control two different sound palettes distinguishable from one another. The pitch of each sound palette is generated through a one-to-one mapping with one of 6 possible positions of the user's elbow relative to his or her torso. The position of the wrist is used to control several additional parameters through a divergent one-to-many mapping. For the right hand, we used several parameters of sound such as reverb, delay, and filter resonance, while for the left hand, we used shift form and spatializer feedback. Furthermore, we mapped high and low positions of the wrist to the amplitude of each sound instrument for facilitating an intuitive effort-based mapping strategy.
In addition to controlling 2 different sound palettes, the arms can also manipulate 2 objects in the virtual environment. Each object is a particle system consisting of a source that emits particles and a trail that slowly disappears over the lifetime of the particles. The left and right hand particle systems differ in their size, visual appearance, and gradient of color so that they are easily distinguished in the same way as their corresponding sounds. Moreover, the visuals are reactive to sound in order to add to the complexity of interaction and create a richer virtual environment. The visual appearance of the particles can be changed by a turbulence effect in response to certain sound frequencies, and their color changes as the elbows trigger different notes.
On this slide, we see an overview of the implementation details necessary for Synergia to run. In the first step of the implementation process, we use Kubemos to detect the coordinates in the 3D space corresponding to the 18 skeleton joints of a user. These are then sent to Unity, where the positions of the wrist and elbow joints for each arm are computed relative to the coordinates of the torso. The positions of these joints are then sent from Unity to a Max MSP patch, which utilizes the MUBU Multimodal Analysis of Sound and Motion Machine Learning toolbox to handle their respective mappings to the sound palettes. The sound is generated in Ableton Live, and the mapping of the particles to color and turbulence is done in Unity VFX. We will present now our Synergia system during tests conducted on users as well as during the final evaluation. To answer our problem statement and research questions, we conducted 2 experiments with Synergia. The first one was meant to determine which of the 3 versions of the system most contributes to cognitive flow. The second experiment was intended to determine for the version of our system from experiment 1 that most contributed to cognitive flow, which of the 2 design elements, visuals that react to sound or visuals that don't react to sound, has a greater impact in regard to the 9 dimensions of flow. We used the flow state scale questionnaire to measure the state of cognitive flow of the participants.
The first experiment was based on a repeated measures design in which each participant interacted with Synergia in 3 conditions: sound alone, visuals alone, and both sound and visuals. After each experiment, the participants were asked to complete the flow state scale questionnaire. After all 3 conditions, we asked the participants a couple of follow-up questions in the form of semi-structured interviews meant to gather more data about the 3 experiences. To analyze the results, we performed the repeated measures ANOVA test, which indicated that the mean ratings of cognitive flow were statistically insignificantly different across the 3 conditions. However, we can still observe some interesting tendencies in the mean ratings. The condition with both sound and visuals had the highest mean rating, followed by the condition with visuals only and the conditions with sound only. We can see in the graph that for the most of the dimensions of flow, the sound-visual condition had the highest mean ratings of the 3 conditions. This may suggest that having both output modalities in Synergia is an important component for facilitating the state of flow. We based our second experiment on the findings from the first experiment, that the version of Synergia with both sound and visuals contributed most to the state of cognitive flow. However, as shown in the first experiment, some aspect of our design seemed to cause a reduced sense of concentration and control in comparison with the other 2 conditions. According to the participants' responses from the interviews conducted in experiment 1, The cause for that seemed to be the behavior of the particles when reacting to certain sound frequencies. With that in mind, our second experiment was based on a paired two-samples design in which participants interacted with a version of Synergia with both sound and visuals, where the visuals react to sound, and a version where they don't. Similar to the procedure of a first experiment, we asked participants to complete the flow state scale after each condition, but their time spent with Synergia was doubled, and they were provided a more secluded space in which to experience the system. As in the first experiment, the mean ratings between the two conditions in the second experiment did not differ significantly. However, some interesting observations can be made. Despite our motivation for having the visuals react to sound to increase the complexity of the experience and ensure a challenge scale balance, this dimension, as well as several others, received lower mean ratings in the version of Synergia with visuals reacting to sound. If we look to the dimension of increased control, the lower mean rating in the first condition when compared to the second condition suggests perhaps that participants found this added complexity prohibitively large, resulting in a perceived challenge that exceeded their perceived skill. We might interpret also that the lower mean ratings in the first condition when compared to the second condition for the dimensions concerning immediate feedback and merging of action and awareness indicate for the participants a sense of confusion or frustration with respect to this added complexity. Regardless, our finding in relation to the dimension of autotelic experience suggests that, interestingly, participants still found their experience with visuals reacting to sound more intrinsically rewarding than not having this reaction. To conclude, we presented a multimodal virtual reality system called Synergia for creative expression and positive change through cognitive flow, which gives users the ability to paint with particles in virtual reality and create sound through the movement of the arms. The results from the two experiments that we conducted demonstrated that the use of both oral and visual elements contributes most to cognitive flow over these elements taken separately. And in the version of a system with both sound and visuals, a cross-modal design element where the visuals reacted to sound had a negative impact on the overall contribution to flow. In particular, having visuals react to sound resulted in rather lower levels of perceived challenge scale balance and feedback, but contributed to an increased sense of concentration and greater autotelic experience for our participants. In future work, it would be necessary to look further into what exact parameters of the sound and visuals in Synergia contribute to the user's experiences along the 9 dimensions of cognitive flow. Furthermore, it would be worthwhile to consider additional measures of cognitive flow beyond the flow state scale. With the work presented here, we hope that we have provided some ways forward for artists and researchers in human-computer interaction interested in positive uses of technology and looking to design VR systems for creative expression and cognitive flow.
Hello everyone, my name is Davide Calanda and I am a PhD student in Control and Computer Engineering at the Politecnico di Torino. My research interests range from interactive computer graphics applications to virtual and augmented reality and human-machine interaction. I will present a paper titled Evaluating Consumer Interaction Interfaces for 3D Sketching in Virtual Reality. Thanks to the recent developments in the consumer market, the VR technology is increasingly widening its areas of application. One of the most prominent fields in which VR can have a huge impact is the creation of digital contents. Sketching, in particular, is one of the tasks that greatly benefits from the possibility for the user to visualize and interact with the generated content in an immersive virtual environment. As proof of this, in the last years we have seen the emergence of many commercial software applications for 3D sketching with consumer VR systems such as the HTC Vive. This approach to 3D sketching appears to be fast and highly intuitive, but it is characterized by a low level of accuracy, stability, and control over what is being drawn. To cope with this, works in the literature investigated the adoption of a wide range of different techniques, for example, the use of pen-shaped hand interfaces in place of the standard VR controller, or the adoption of different forms of guidance to further mitigate the inaccuracies inherent to the use of the VR technology. However, this work usually suffers from many weaknesses, such as the use of passive props, requiring a natural interaction metaphors to initiate the sketching, for example, by pressing a button on a controller in the other hand, or relying on external tracking techniques, such as the OptiTrack system, which are expensive technologies and mostly unsuitable from a consumer point of view. Thus, it is not surprising that recently a new type of pen-shaped controller named Logitech VR Inc. appeared on the market. The device can be seamlessly integrated with the Lighthouse 1.0 tracking technology, that is the one used by a common VR system, which is the HTC Vive, completely replacing the standard hand controller. Moreover, the stylus supports both mid-air and surface sketching, thanks to a pair of sensitive controls. The aim of the current work is to investigate the possible contribution to the domain of 3D sketching of the mentioned device by comparing its performance against the standard hand controller. This is done by means of a within subject user study, which was greatly inspired by previous literature works. So the methodology was for the most part derived from the work here reported as number 1, which aim was to investigate the impact of visual and physical guidance on the stroke accuracy by comparing 3D drawing of planar curves in VR under different conditions. In particular, we focus on the first experiment of their work, in which mid-air sketching on a virtual grid is compared with the sketching on the same grid aligned with a physical surface as guidance. This was done for various orientations, stroke types, and sizes. This methodology was readapted to evaluate the difference between the pen and the controller. They also tested a non-VR condition which was not considered beyond the scope of our evaluation. So, in our work, as depicted in the slide, for the controller, the sketching was generated from the tip and enabled using the trigger button to support both sketching on surfaces and mid-air. Whereas with the pen, it was possible either to press the tip on a physical surface to automatically generate the sketching, or use a second force-sensitive control to trigger the drawing in mid-air. The participants wearing the HTC Vive were placed in a predetermined positions with respect to the virtual grid representing the actual drawing plane, and had to perform a number of sketching tasks which will be now described in details. The application used for this activity was Blender, by exploiting a VR add-on presented in a work reported here as number 2 to enable the VR capabilities, the sketching capabilities, and also the measuring tools. Being it a within subject approach, each user performed the sketching task with both the hand interfaces. Regarding the two modalities, in the hybrid, a physical surface tracked with an HTC Vive tracker was placed in correspondence of the virtual grid. In the VR, no physical guidance was provided. The drawing plane was oriented then in 3 different ways: vertical as a blackboard, horizontal as a table, and sideways. Participants had to draw 3 kinds of stroke shapes. the horizontal or U line, the vertical or V line, and the circle. And for each of them, they had to draw them in 3 sizes: small, with 10 centimeters length of diameter, medium, 30 centimeters, and large, 60 centimeters. For each stroke drawn by the participants, the following processing steps were applied. Before initiating the sketching, the target stroke was displayed on the virtual grid, but as soon as the participants started the sketching, the target stroke was hidden. Then the stroke was sampled at 60 Hz in local coordinates relative to the target stroke. This is done to facilitate the calculation of the metrics that will be explained later. A median filter with a window size of 6 was applied to the samples, followed by a piecewise linear approximation, which essentially generates 100 equidistant points to facilitate the mean stroke calculation required for the 0.6. Then the tails drifting apart at the start and the end of the stroke, which are usually related to the user pressing too soon the trigger or releasing it too late, are filtered out on the base of the deviation from the local z-axis, which is the one coming out from the drawing plane. Then the stroke is aligned by translating it on the target by matching the first sample and the starting point. And finally, the stroke is calculated as average of 3 different trials of the same stroke. So if one trial is characterized by 2 high deviation levels, it is discarded and the user is asked to reproduce it. Regarding the measure considered for the evaluation, the objective ones were derived again from the same work which inspired the methodology and concern the accuracy of the stroke. These are the mean and overall projected deviations. For the subjective part, the standard system usability scale questionnaire was applied, complemented with a set of ranking criteria derived from another literature work, the number 3 reported in the slide, which investigated the effect of different tablet manipulation modes on user performance and experience when drawing strokes in virtual objects in VR. So they used a tracked tablet, tracked with the same technology using a controller attached on it, as physical guidance, and the Vive controller held as a pen, generating the sketching from the tail. The considered accuracy metrics, as we said, are the mean overall deviation, calculated as the average deviation from the target stroke for the line and for the circle. The stroke representation in local coordinates with respect to the target stroke facilitates the calculation, since both the target lines laid on the positive x-axis and the target circles were centered in the local 0, 0, 0. The mean projected deviation is then obtained by setting the z-term, on which is the axis coming out from the drawing plane, at to 0 in the MOD equations. And it is basically the deviation plane, the deviation from the target stroke of the projection of the produced stroke over the drawing plane. For the testing activity, 11 participants have been involved, 6 males and 5 females, ranging between 20 and 61 years, with no previous experience in sketching in VR. The Wilcoxon-Signet rank test for paired samples was used as a statistical technique, preceded by an outlier rejection pass. Significant difference in the following graphs and tables will be marked with a star symbol. Regarding the objective results, the pen showed a higher accuracy in both overall, so averaged among all the various conditions, MOD and MPD. Altaf, we're talking about fractions of centimeters. It should be noted that MPD, as being essentially the MOD without the contribution of the Z deviation, can be helpful to spot whether the inaccuracy is caused by an erroneous depth perception in VR. In such case, the MPD will be much lower than the MOD, the respective MOD. Going in details, analyzing the accuracy results with respect to the drawing modality, the pen showed a significantly higher accuracy for both MOD and MPD in the VR modality. According to the literature, physical guidance proven to be an effective way for mitigating the sketching inaccuracies related to the use of an immersive VR headset. And this can be seen by the graph 2, where hybrid is has higher accuracy than the VR. So in this case, it could be the case in which the physical guidance acted as an equalization factor, and it was more helpful for the controller than for the pen, so it reduced the differences in the hybrid modality. Regarding the different plane orientations, the only significant difference was related to the MOD of the sideways plane, in favor of the pen. Again, from the literature, we know that the sideways is the most critical sketching condition among the three, and the difference may be related to the fact that the pen allowed participants to improve their accuracy in this particular condition. The MPD showed no significant differences on the same indicator, but the p-value was close to the significant threshold, so raising the number of samples may reveal a significant difference here too. Regarding the stroke shape, in general, the circle was the most critical one among the three for both interfaces, and focusing on the MOD, the pen showed to be more accurate for drawing the vertical lines. The lower accuracy with the controller may be related with the way the device has to be handled to draw this specific stroke. In fact, when you draw a vertical line, the actual shape of the VR interface, the standard VR interface of the controller, may be a source of occlusion, whereas for the pen you can rotate the body of the pen around the tip and better see what you are drawing. Similar results have been obtained for the MPD, although the significant difference was observed only in VR, probably again due to the positive effect of the physical guidance on the controller. And finally, no significant difference between the three stroke sizes were observed, and thus the results were not reported. For the subjective analysis, the SUS results showed that the participants did not perceive the two systems as significantly different, obtaining an A score in case of the controller and an A+ in case of the pen. Hence, both characterized by a sufficiently high usability. Regarding the ranking criteria, the pen superiority already observed in the objective evaluation was confirmed. In fact, participants judged the VR ink as easier to use, more comfortable, and significantly more natural than the controller. Comments provided by the participants at the end of the experiment could explain the reported results. In fact, the participants highly appreciated the possibility offered by the pen to automatically trigger the drawing when the tip touches the drawing surface. Moreover, the pose assumed the hand to handle the stylus while drawing was considered much more similar to the one adopted in real drawing, and hence more natural and comfortable for long-lasting sketching. In conclusion, the experiments showed the superiority of the pen with respect to the controller from several points of view. The pen improved the accuracy of the sketching in a number of conditions, in particular for middle sketching, and also outperformed the controller in some relevant subjective aspects such as naturalness, comfort, and ease of use. Future works will be devoted to deepened analysis by including more complex sketching tasks in the experiments, as well as involving professional artists and designers to improve the experimental conditions. Then, techniques to evaluate the adherence of the user's intention with what is actually sketched should be also investigated, to allow the definition of sketching tasks not based on predefined targets. Finally, other creative tasks such as 3D modeling, animation, and sculpting could be included in the evaluation tool. Thanks for your attention. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Frederick Steve.
And my name is Edvinas Danavicius.
And we will be presenting our study about the 3D localization of sound sources in virtual reality. In this study, we are comparing 4 audio engines in a virtual reality environment. The engines to be investigated are Cortex AM3D Spatializer, Oculus Spatializer, the default audio engine in Unity, and another configuration of Unity's default engine with the reverb setting enabled. The focus of the study is sound localization by measuring accuracy in different distance fields. We created a simulation where the user is placed in the middle of an empty room and has to locate invisible sound sources with the help of a laser pointer. The distance from the user's selections to the actual location of the sound sources is then measured and evaluated. Finally, we investigate the accuracy difference between the engines.
The application consists of 2 similar rooms with the same dimensions, where the first room is the tutorial room and the second room is the actual testing room. Both of the rooms have a blue square in the middle, which limits the tester's movement but still allows them to tilt and move their head. In addition to that, the rooms share the same audio reflectivity coefficients, which are similar to how concrete would reflect sound in real life. The tutorial room is used to familiarize the testers with the environment and also controls of the testing application. Once the tester is ready, they can press the button in the middle of the room, which starts the actual test and loads the second testing room. For the visual design, we have chosen a minimalistic route where the textures use a neutral light gray color. In addition to that, there are no objects in the rooms except for the button in the tutorial room in order not to distract the testers. In order to aid in depth perception, we have decided to use a tile texture on the floor and also have added an ambient occlusion effect. For the audio sample in the testing room, we have chosen to use a telephone ringtone sound. In the testing room, we have manually placed 216 invisible audio source positions. The positions are split into 3 fields, near, mid, and far field, where each field contains 72 audio source positions. In addition to that, each field is also split up into 3 different height settings. Once the testing room is loaded, a set of 24 audio source positions is randomly chosen from the pool of available positions in such a way so that each audio engine appears twice in each field. In addition to that, each position is also randomly nudged on the X, Y, and Z axis in order to increase the validity of the test. To locate the audio sources in the test, the tester must use a laser pointer which is emitted from the right controller. The laser pointer is represented by an intersection of 3 lines. And when measuring the distance to the audio source, we use the coordinates of the audio source and the said intersection lines of the laser pointer. To avoid accidental misfires when locating audio sources, a 2-step confirmation mechanism is introduced. In order to enable the laser pointer, the tester must hold the grip button. In order to extend the length of the laser, the tester can use the thumbstick by tilting it back and forth. Once the tester is happy with the position, the trigger button is pressed, which confirms the selection. To reassure the tester that the button press was registered, haptic feedback is relayed to the right controller and a click sound is played at the position of the controller. The implementation and testing of the application was done using Oculus Rift head-mounted display with 2 base stations and 2 touch controllers, which were provided by Gortic. For the headphones, we have decided to use Sony MDR 7506. To implement the test, we have decided to use Unity with Oculus Integration Asset, which provides a spatializer plugin. In addition to that, we have also used the AM3D Spatializer plugin, which is created by Gortic. Once started, the application loads the tutorial scene, which is an empty room with a trigger button in the middle that loads the next scene. The second scene hosts 216 empty game object instances, which are used as audio source positions. There are 4 audio sources in total which map to each engine, and when each audio source needs to be played, it is moved to the appropriate game object position. The previously mentioned audio sources use Unity's audio source components. Each component shares the same configuration settings except a different mixer value is assigned for each source. The mixers are configured so that the attenuation is similar for each engine. In addition to that, the Spatializer plugin mixers, which include Oculus and AM3D audio engines, are assigned additional mixer effects which enable the said spatialization. To get the settings and configurations right, we have also developed a desktop mode feature which allowed us to test the application without the need of sharing the same head-mounted display between the authors. The testing application can be summarized in the following way. Once the tester enters the testing room, 24 positions are randomly picked from the pool of available 216 audio source positions. Then the 4 available Spatializer plugins are shuffled and are assigned to a specific position. Afterwards, the 24 positions with assigned Spatializer plugins are then shuffled once again. Once the setup is complete, audio sources are played one by one at the set positions. Once the list of positions is exhausted, data is saved to disk in JSON format and the application resets and loads back the tutorial room. While this test setup allowed us to do multiple tests from within the application without having to take up the head-mounted display, there were some issues. Due to the usage of dynamic plugin switching during the runtime of the application, it must be run from the Unity editor. As a result, sometimes there was noticeable audio and head-mounted display tracking latency, which would ruin the test session and the application would have to be restarted.
Due to COVID-19 and NDA restrictions regarding Gore-Tex AM3D engine, all of the testing had to be done by an internal tester. The tester did 50 test runs in total, containing of 24 selections each. 1,200 data points were gathered. The graph shows all the positions selected by the tester compared to the actual positions of the audio sources. There can be seen a slight bias towards the outer edges of the room by the tester. When combining all the data, it can be seen that the distance mean between the different engines is very similar, being below 10%. Furthermore, a Friedman test was conducted, yielding a p-value of 0.44, indicating no statistical difference between these engines. When investigating only the far-field data, however, the Friedman test yielded a p-value of 0.002, with the AM3D spatializer having a distance mean 25 to 35% lower than the other engines. The minimalistic design approach was chosen as to not distract the tester from anything in the room but focusing solely on the audio. It also makes the test easier to reproduce. To mitigate the learning effect as much as possible, several things were taken into consideration. There is no visual feedback at all, so the tester doesn't get a feeling of how right he is with his selections. Furthermore, the audio sources and locations were randomized for each test, so the tester cannot memorize which audio engine or location is coming up next. On the table it can be seen that the tester did not improve his results over time, with the sessions in a chronological order on the x-axis and the distance mean on the y-axis. As mentioned previously, it was unfortunately not possible to procure any external testers for the simulation. This may have a big impact on the evaluation due to the very small sample size and the internal testers' participation in the development of the simulation. Even though a lot of different headphones were compared, only one pair of headphones was used for the testing. There is a possibility of engines performing differently on specific headphones. In the future, a more solid VR setup should be used for the simulations. Due to only 2 base stations being available, there were occasional tracking issues when turning around a lot. This could be addressed by either using 4 or more base stations or an HMD that supports inside-out tracking. Additionally, the reflectivity coefficients should be investigated and adjusted more. Currently, all the walls, the floor and the ceiling share the same coefficients, and it can be seen in the tester's data that the selections lean more towards the outer and upper edges of the testing room. To conclude, there can be found some statistical significance in the far-field data, where AM3D currently is performing the best. However, more testing is needed. This may suggest that the early reflections that Gore-Tex focus on in the AM3D spatializer might positively influence the localization of sounds. It is, however, difficult to draw an overall conclusion due to the small sample size and the generally low difference in the distance means between the different engines.
Hello everyone, my name is Liao Weizhi. Today my presentation subject is optimization of VR 360 animation production process. VR animation and video is a new expressive form for media artists to present their creative artwork. The recent prosperity of the gaming industry has led to prolific VR games and the games animation products to take advantage of the real-time rendering capability of the game engine without sacrificing the fidelity of live performance and by saving time and money. In the study, our team examined and improved animation workflow by creating a VR 360 based animation showing, and this paper presents an optimized VR animation showing production process. Many 3D animation films all took much time to render and need thousands of computers to complete final production. So, many small studios are wary of investing such a huge amount of assets and so much time to create 3D animation. Now, the most popular game engine, such as Unity and Unreal, can be used for VR game and animation creation. They process powerful graphical technologies and real-time rendering capability. Unreal Engine can be supported by many animation production tools and are compatible with Maya, a 3D software program. And motion capture can produce realistic animation. This process uses camera to record live performance and mapping them onto 3D characters. Enable artists to create VR animation at a low cost and within a reasonable time. The Embodiment is a VR animation show film. The story brings the audience back to the Taiwan 1980s to early 1990s. The viewers can wear a VR device and watch the old time with the glass perspective. We, as gods, within human fallen regains belief and realize it is human to be abandoned by gods. The Embodiment was filmed in Sanming and Yancheng district of Kaohsiung in South Taiwan. The art design was based on the documentary and the graphical data of the late 1980s and the early 1990s. Maya was adopted here to construct the preliminary modeling for our production. ZBrush was used to assist with 3D concept design and detail processing, and the Substance Painter was used to creating PBR material texture. Finally, the convert FBX file was imported to Unreal for integration. For motion capturing, we adopted Migrant and Shogun. After a 3D character model was constructed, the rigging was performed in Maya. We used a free third-party software program, Advanced Skeleton. The Advanced Skeleton system can also detect motion capture and face expression capture data. We hired a professional actor to engage in performance and use motion capture to record their performance as digital data. Here, we use camera to capture face performance and preserve subtle expression. During his performance, the actor wore a helmet with a camera attached to the front to fully capture and record his face performance. And we use face value analyzer to analyze the record video, set the tracking point, and save the data as a FWT file. After the 3D character digital data were imported by rigging into Maya, face will specify the corresponding and effector an initial animated version of the character face expression and movement was created, which was later optimized and finished by an animator. We measure the 3D scene space in advance. We limited the sensing area and placed furniture purposefully to avoid the use of oversized objects so as not to be broke the camera or cause mistake. The more accurately virtual space is matched with real space, the more accurate data are, which can reduce adjustment time. To unify the size of the Maya and the Unreal environment, we first construct all scenes objects and import them into Unreal as an asset. All the texture files exported by Substance Painter were divided into base color, normal map, and occlusion roughness metallic. Occlusion roughness metallic is channeled in RGB, which are occlusion, roughness, and metallic. Next, we positioned the process model material with asset, pre-calculating the lighting effect into light map can reduce the lighting related computing resource required, although real-time rendering also allows the animator to easily adjust the lighting in the Unreal. The plugin tool PyStage in Maya help connect Maya and Unreal, while specified files are being edited in PyStage. The adjusted and modified motion are instantly transferred to the file in Unreal. In other words, the final result of lighting and the parameter configuration can be instant previewed, which greatly shortens the conversion time. A cube is photographed by an Unreal internal camera with a 360 planar acquisition system. Each face of 6 sides of the cube is captured at the 2K resolution, after which all the facts are tied together, and the projection onto a surface, and then default the converge to obtain the final full image. To obtain the best final product, we experimented, solve problems, and optimize the production process. An optimal VR production process contains 7 stages, named initial modeling, 3D concept design and detail, texturing, drawing, rigging, motion capture, motion adjusting, and the final integration. The development of VR animation vastly supersedes this production. The immersive power is unique. With the audience be able to fully enter a scene as a main character and experience the story in a virtual environment. VR provides an innovative expression from that allows artists to explore and experiment with their narrative ability. We are a small team of Maya users. In terms of interactive with interface, Unreal was new to us. It was not essential to make everyone learn to use Unreal, but Unreal results can be previewed in Unreal time, and we were able to create animation more intuitively. Problems occurring in the production process were a largely technical issue, such as motion capture, lighting, and memory space. We create a cartoon-like character and need to track motions repeatedly to ensure that this character styles were not inconsistent with other characters, as well as optimize its artistic style match with the entry film. The motion capture system performed most of the work for us. The results were heavily modified. Certain motion cannot be captured by the motion capture system, such as middle finger motion. So we are required to create an entirely new animation that mimics the actual performance as best as possible. This was time-consuming. Unreal Game Engine technology is a suitable solution for deal with the production of VR 3D animation. The public pursuit of high-quality images has promoted the progression of computing technology. Conventional Full HD picture quality is insufficient to display spherical VR film, although a 4K quality picture is still considered about standard. To pursue a better movie experience, 8K or even 6K will undoubtedly become the future trend. Such a pursuit also aims to increase the threshold and the restriction on creative and experimental production. Therefore, by borrowing technology from 3D game engine, use their real-time display rendering power, and instantly modifying, we considerably improve the VR production process and the final animation film result. My presentation is over. Thank you for your listening.
Hello, I'm Jonas Jørgensen, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Southern Denmark at the Biorobotics section, and today I will be presenting my paper called TeMoG, an accessible tool for creating custom soft robotics parts. Soft robotics has within the past decade become a fast-growing research field. Soft robots are systems capable of autonomous behavior, composed of materials with an elastic modulus in the range of that of soft biological materials. Albeit still only commercially available as soft grippers for industrial automation, soft robotics technology has been proposed for several applications, including assistive technology, wearables, emergency relief, and collaborative robots. Soft robotics technology has a radically different appearance and behavior than conventional mechatronics, and is endowed with a singular biomorphic aesthetic, and recently has also been appropriated in a number of art, design, and architecture projects. The design and fabrication of soft robotic parts, however, still presents a substantial challenge to most beginners. A number of resources containing instructions for fabricating soft robotic parts exist. However, they only provide access to a limited number of existing designs. To address this lack, I've developed a tool that makes it easy to fabricate custom soft robotic parts. It generates files for 3D printing a mold to cast variations of a soft tentacle morphology. In my paper, I described this tool called the Tentacle Mold Generator, or TeMoG for short, and how to use it. There's also suggestions for how to power, alter and augment soft robotic tentacles created with the tool. Lastly, the paper demonstrates the tool's versatility and usefulness for creative practice projects by describing select examples of its previous usage. By sharing the TeMoG tool with practitioners outside the soft robotic community and showcasing examples of its use in creative projects, we aim to make soft robotics more accessible and to encourage novel uses of the technology within interactive art, interaction design, and other related fields. Tentacle-inspired soft actuators are a basic and versatile component class used for many types of soft robotic systems. The first soft tentacles were developed in the early 90s by the Suzumori lab at Okayama University. Here researchers constructed these small tricellular elastomer units and demonstrated that different designs for manipulators and walkers could be assembled from them. A soft robotic tentacle works similar to a biological muscular hydrostat, as it realizes movement by expanding different sides of the overall structure to create bending in the opposite direction. This expansion is realized by inflating internal chambers with pressurized air coming from electrical pumps or a compressor. A tentacle with just 3 internal chambers can thus realize a 3-dimensional movement range. Existing projects within art design and architecture that incorporate soft robotics technology have mainly used bending actuators and pneumatic networks or simple inflatable pouches. However, tentacle designs have been used in a few media art projects, including Paul Carlo Esposito's piece called Symbiont. TeMoG enables a user to easily generate 3D printable molds to cast custom soft robotic tentacles. The tool consists of parametric files that are executed in OpenSCAD, an open-source geometric CAD software program that can be downloaded for free. With the tool files, the user can generate STL files of the mold parts needed to fabricate a tentacle and subsequently 3D print them. The CAD modeling of the parts is done by parametric programming, hence all dimensions of the tentacle can easily be altered. The first step of the fabrication procedure is to design the mold. This is done by loading a file called resulting cast in OpenSCAD. This file gives a rendering of the complete tentacle. The variables in the file are then adjusted to achieve the desired tentacle morphology using the preview function within OpenSCAD. And when the desired variables are reached, the variable list is marked and copied to the other files, and the mold parts are rendered and exported as STL files. The mold parts are then 3D printed and a tentacle can be cast. We've used EcoFlex silicones, but other high-stretch rubbers can also be used. The casting process is done by following these steps. The interior of the 2 outer molds and the inner mold is coated with a mold release agent. Some Play-Doh is applied to the edges to act as a seal, and the mold is closed with bolts and nuts. Silicone mixed with silicone pigments is then poured through the top, where there's a hole located, inside the inner mold and into the bottom of the finishing mold. After 24 hours of curing at room temperature, the demolding can begin. For the demolding, the mold is opened and the inner mold is pulled out of the tentacle. Liquid silicone is brushed on the contact surfaces between the tentacle and its bottom part. that has been cast in another mold called the finishing mold. An Ecoflex is poured into the finishing mold, and the tentacle is placed standing upright. And after 24 hours, the tentacle is removed from the finishing mold, and the air chambers are perforated individually from below, and tubing for inflation can be inserted and glued into place. In the paper, we also describe 3 easy ways of modifying the tentacle to obtain other design aesthetics and to augment it with sensors. Once it's finished, the tentacle can be actuated by hand with a syringe or with an electropneumatic setup consisting of a microcontroller with a motor shield and an electrical pump and solenoid valves. Soft robotic parts made with the tool have already been used for several projects, both within creative practice and in the research context. These include robotic art installations, a plant-inspired light-seeking robot prototype, a platform to conduct human-robot interaction experiments, and an embodied neuromorphic computing experiment. 2 examples are described in the paper to showcase the designs that the tool can produce and different ways they might be used within creative projects. LARPing AI is a series of live-action role-plays, or LARPs, and workshops by artist Susan Plötz that interrogate emergent relations surrounding AI algorithms and robotics through somatic practice and embodied simulation. When LARPing AI was exhibited in Tokyo in late 2019, a soft robotic 3-chambered tentacle fabricated with the TeMoG tool was integrated into the live-action role-plays. The semi-translucent uncolored tentacle was equipped with temperature sensor, and the tentacle would respond with movement when held in the hands and exposed to body heat. Tales of Sea is a soft robotic artwork by myself, featuring a cephalopod-inspired soft robot whose upper body was created with the TeMoG tool. The artificial creature moves in a tank by inflating and deflating its body and swaying its arms. It emits light and a speak is performed by a synthetic voice that narrates the installation. Tales of Sea explores the cultural imaginary of cephalopods, the molluscan class that counts the squid, cuttlefish, octopus and nautilus. It weaves an unstable narrative that occasionally unmasks uncanny overlaps between cultural perceptions of cephalopods and fears voiced about computational media technologies. In this paper, we presented the TeMoG tool. By doing so, we sought to contribute to democratizing soft robotics technology by enabling creative practitioners to easily fabricate custom soft robotic parts. The paper describes how to use the tool and includes an instruction manual detailing this use that can be downloaded together with the tool. This manual is written for people with no experience in soft robotics. And lastly, the paper also presents ways to power, augment, and sensorize tentacles made with the tool, and describe 2 artlets projects that have used the tool. The TeMoG tool can be used as it is, but given that the code is distributed under a Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike license, it easily lends itself to further modifications. Any user can, in principle, fork the repository and start adding additional features and more detailed functionalities to the tool, in order for it to support the fabrication of even more types of morphologies. The option to make tentacles with a single inner pneumatic chamber placed asymmetrically, for instance, could be implemented, as well as the choice to have a round instead of a flat tip of the tentacle. We highly encourage such modifications and hope to see the community of creative practitioners use the tool for novel, exciting projects. With any luck, this will accelerate the recently initiated aesthetic exploration of soft robotics technology in arts-based experiments that, as I have argued extensively elsewhere, can contribute to developing a transdisciplinary perspective on soft robotics that is more adequate to their full range of relational capacities. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sergio Rebelo and I am a PhD student at the University of Coimbra. In this presentation we will talk about a system for generation of typographical posters that resembles letterpress posters. The posters are generated using content posted online on Twitter. This is a work in progress that I have been developing along with my PhD supervisors, João Bicker and Penosol Machado. So, posters were already present in ancient societies, and throughout the centuries they adapted themselves to the new social and technological context, changing their formats and purposes. By tradition, letterpress was one of the key poster printing techniques. This technology emerged on the follow-up of the Industrial Revolution, and it's become popular because enables a cheaper, easier and faster printing of commercial posters. However, the production of letterpress posters in the 19th century is slightly different for the modern approaches. At this time, the letterpress printers designed posters trying to fulfill a matrix, often in collaboration with the client, and their design decisions were very pragmatic. Extensive sentences were composed in the context typefaces, and short sentences were composed in extended typefaces. Also, the most important parts of the content were emphasized through the use of bigger typefaces. So, letterpress designers need to hold these elements firmly and strongly to impose a vertical and horizontal tension between them. The system that you are presenting is then a web application that generates outputs replicating this workflow. Briefly, the system, in this context, it is a designer, composes the content divided into text box in order to fulfill as much as possible the poster canvas, or the matrix. The content used and output is dynamically gathered from Twitter, using a textual input given by the user, and each generated poster is evaluated according to three objectives: legibility, that evaluates how much content is possible to read on the poster; aesthetics, that evaluates how much the design of a poster satisfies a set of aesthetic measures for typographical poster design; and semantics, that evaluates how much the visual characteristics of a poster convey the semantic meaning of its content. The merit of each poster is assigned by a hybrid fitness scheme that combines a hardwired fitness function technique with a multi-objective optimization approach. Also, the user may communicate a design preference by defining the setting values of the system in the design guideline sheet. The system generates posters by employing three models: the input processing models, that process the content and recognize its most important parts, employing a natural language understanding classifier and the lexicon-based approaches; the evolution model, that creates a new population of poster designs at random and uses a genetic algorithm to evolve this population; and the evaluation model, that evaluates the posters taking into consideration the results of the input processing model and the set of aesthetic measures. Also, the users can communicate their preference to the design guideline sheet. So, the first model, the input processing model, is responsible to dynamically gather and process the content to be composed on the poster. The content is gathered from Twitter based on a textual input given by the user in this form. This way, when a user inputs a text string, a standard search in Twitter API is performed, and the tweet that better meets this query is returned. After, an analysis to recognize the sentiments and emotions in the content is performed. This analysis is performed at two levels, local and global. The global analysis recognizes the sentiments and emotions transmitted by the text as a whole. This way, it uses a bias classifier to recognize the sentiments on the positive-negative axis and the intensity of four emotions: anger, fear, joy, and sadness on tweets. On the other hand, the local analysis recognizes emotions and sentiments in every word on the text. This way, after tokenizing and lemmatizing the text, each word is searched in a word emotion association lexicon that enables to recognize 8 emotions: anger, anticipation, disgust, fear, joy, sadness, and surprise, and 2 sentiments, positive and negative. This local analysis enables to perceive what are the more emotional parts of the text, and so the parts that should be emphasized in the outputs. These models also analyze the content with the aim of recognizing the colors associated with it. This analysis is performed similarly to the local analysis, using a word color association lexicon. In the end, this method creates an annotated map that describes the intensity of the relationship between several colors and the content. Finally, the present model also splits the text into lines. The second model, the evolution model, implements a genetic algorithm to create a population of poster designs at random, and subsequently involve them using variation operators. The posters are selected to evolution by a tournament, based on their fitness, and these methods help patricialism, preserving the best individuals of each generation to the next generation. The genotype of each poster is encoded as a sequence of arrays. The first array in the sequence encodes the poster background color, the first position encodes the base color, and the second position the percentage of tint. The following arrays encode the text box. Each text box is defined by 4 parameters: the typeface, the font weight, the height, and the font size in percentage of width, respectively. Since poster content may have different lengths, the number of text boxes and consequently the size of the genotype may vary. In the evolutionary process, this model employs three methods: the initialization method that creates a new population, and the crossover and mutation methods that involve this population. The initialization method for each individual population randomly defines the background color and next defines the text box based on the line division performed before. Although generated at random, the individuals are created ensuring that the width of the text box fulfill all the available space on canvas. On the other hand, the crossover method generates a new posters through the exchange of genes between two parents. This way, it randomly selects two parents regarding their fitness and, after employ a uniform crossover method that randomly selects which of the parents will give the gene to each child. These operators do not cross over genes related to the width, ensuring this way that the generated children fulfill all the available space on canvas. Finally, the mutator operator performs random modifications in some part of the individual genotype. We designed these operators ensuring that they cover all the search space. This resulted in three operators: independent mutation, specialized mutation, and swap mutation. The mutations are performed based on a certain probability. This way, the system for each candidate solution randomly defines if it will be mutated or not, and subsequently selects the mutation operator. The independent mutation operator randomly selects a gene and subsequently a parameter inside of the gene and mutates it. The only exception is the font size parameter. Each one of the parameters has its own range of values and its own mutation customized method. The specialized mutation operator is a custom implementation of the independent mutation method. This operation mutates the highest text box on the individual, decreasing its width, and the font size parameter, increasing or decreasing its value in 1%. We designed this operator because we empirically observed that the evolution of some candidate solutions often stabilized in designs where a text box was much bigger than the average, and or in designs that some content was too long to be displayed in the space available on text box. Finally, the swap mutation operator, as its names indicate, randomly selects two text boxes in the same individual and swaps the value of their genes. The third and last model, the evaluation model, is responsible to evaluate the generated outputs according to three objectives: legibility, aesthetics, and semantics. Each objective has its own evaluation method. The fitness of each individual is calculated by an automatic fitness assignment scheme that combines one hardwired fitness function part with one multi-objective optimization approach. So, the fitness of each poster is the weighted arithmetic mean of legibility, the hardwired part, with the relation between the semantics and aesthetics objectives, the multi-objective part. In this sense, this system values fully legible posters when simultaneous searched by different relations between the aesthetics and semantics objectives. This evaluation is after used to inform the evolution of new posters. The legibility objective evaluates how much content is possible to read on the poster. So, the legibility of a poster is the weighted arithmetic mean of the legibility of all text boxes, and the legibility of each text box is the difference between its target width, that is the poster available space, and the width of its content when rendered. This value is mapped to per assigned text box when the text exceeds the size of the poster, and at the same time to prejudice text box that surpass a certain amount of white space. The aesthetics objective measures how much the poster design satisfies a set of aesthetic measures for typographical poster design. The overall aesthetic value of a poster is then the weighted arithmetic mean of a set of aesthetic measures. We define these aesthetic measures based on the work of Harrington et al. However, we decide to not measure some attributes because they are not applicable to the generated output since they are composed in one clone grid. Also, since the outputs are typographical posters, we consider that one good typeface pairing was also a key aesthetic characteristic and consequently it should be evaluated. This way, the aesthetics of a poster is evaluated according to its alignment, that is the measure which evaluates how much the edge of the content shares similar horizontal positions on the poster, regularity, that is the measure that evaluates how much regular is the placement of text box vertically on the poster. In other words, it measures if the widths of the text box are similar. The balance, that is the measure that evaluates how much the poster is centrally balanced. The negative space fraction, that is the measure that checks if the space color with the background color is balanced in the poster. The composition skew measure that checks if the text box position near the edge of the posters are secure. In other words, it measures if the text box on the edge are big enough because small text box placed near the composition edge appears to fall off. And lastly, the font pairing measure that evaluates if the user typefacing is pairing well between them. The semantic objective measures how much the poster visual characteristics convey the semantic meanings of its content. This way, it evaluates if the most important parts of the poster content are emphasized over the less important ones. In other words, it evaluates if the parts with more emotional weight are composed on higher text box. It also checks if the background color of the posts transmit the semantic meaning of its content, and if the typeface used on the poster conveys the sentiments and emotions of the content. Each one of these aspects has its own calculation method. The overall semantic value is a weighted arithmetic mean of these attributes. The fitness of each poster is the weighted arithmetic mean of the legibility objective, the hardwired part, with the relation between the aesthetics and semantics objectives, the multi-objective optimization approach part. The relation between aesthetics and semantic objectives is calculated in the following way. First, the model sorts the entire population based on the non-domination of each individual. A non-dominated individual is the one who is better in at least one objective as same as or better in another objective than any other solution in the population. After, the population is organized in fronts. The first front is populated by the non-dominated set, the second front by the solutions dominated by the solution in the first front only, and the fourth goes so on. Finally, the value of this relation for an individual is assigned as the rank on the front where it is placed. So, to study and analyze the possibilities of the system, we conduct a series of experiments involving poster zoning content with different lengths and textual purposes. Where is some posters design generator during this experimental stage? The experimental parameters were defined by empirical exploration and summarized in these tables and on the paper. Also, these experiments were conducted using 15 typographic families loaded from Adobe Typekit web font service. The typefaces, the pairing scores as well the emotional and sentimental score were the empirical defined by us in the design guideline sheet. We defined the emotional and sentimental score of each typeface based on the work of Korsch and Whitman. On the other hand, the pairing scores were defined based on the guidelines presented by Bringas and Lupton. In this video, you can see the evolutionary process of the system. Visually observing the results, one can conclude that the system often prefers to use typefaces from the same typographical family. These ways, more extensive typographic families are more observable in the results, because their extension ensures that often exists a proper typeface for each text box size, as well as they use together achieves good score of pairing. Concerning the background colors, it is possible to see that for some contents the system tends to select always the same set of colors over different runs. Also, we observed that the system faster involves good outputs when the content is longer, since the number of possible solutions is minor, and so it needs to perform less operations to achieve a good result. I am finishing my presentation here, so thank you all for the attention, and be free to get in touch with me through email or through my social networking accounts to further explanations about this work or anything else. Thank you.
We are living in an era where digital information is pervasive and embedded in everyone's daily life. And the emerging mobile and IoT devices, which forms the paradigm of the ubiquitous computing, has raised concerns on personal data. With the help of big data technology, personal information becomes extremely valuable, especially in targeted advertising, as it is used for user behavior profiling. Yet, it is vulnerable, as regular users do not have the sufficient understanding of their own data, which let them easily be exposed to the threats like the erosion of privacy, data breach, and so on. Under this context, researchers have proposed the idea of human data interaction, which aims at helping normal users to explore, understand, and manage their own data. Ultimately, HDI places human at the very center of this paradigm. For a long time, data is considered abstract and lacks a clear boundary. To bridge users' concern and distrust in the interaction with data, and to increase their awareness and understanding of personal data, we proposed a novel methods, that is, leveraging embodiment and data visualization to build the sense of data ownership. Together, a conceptual installation, Data City, is proposed to demonstrate our idea. To understand the context well, and to design a meaningful interaction for personal data, we started with a small-scale qualitative research to explore people's perception, behavior, and attitude towards data via an online survey, a semi-structured interview, and a participatory workshop. The idea of data ownership was raised in the survey and interview, and was also consolidated during the workshop. Eventually, the findings led to the design of Data City. The next slide shows the details of the online survey, which contains 93 valid answers, and the interviews, which includes 10 participants who is concerned with their own data. The findings from the survey and the interview revealed two explicit trends. The first one shows that people rely heavily on digital technology, while wearables and IoT devices are yet to be common, which means that we are in a paradigm shift, that newer technologies such as XR, IoT, and human-computer integration are yet to identify their value proposition. The second trend indicates that users have clear awareness of the constant tracking of their own data, which has raised their concern about internet fraud, privacy, and more. To further synthesize people's concern, we conducted a thematic analysis on the dissatisfying experience in the user's daily interaction with data. And we concluded top 6 themes. They are privacy, making sense of data, hidden backend process, lack of integration, advertising, and trash or unsorted data. Borrowing the Human Data Interaction Framework by Montier et al., we mapped the concerns on the process of human data interaction. And we have concluded 3 factors that contribute to the gap. First is the difficulty in understanding data or the process behind it, as the data life cycle is always abstract and opaque to the users. Second is the passiveness in engaging with personal data. And third, the lack of meaningful insights provided by the system. These factors lead to the lack of sense of data ownership, which we considered as the main concern. In order to increase the sense of data ownership, embodiment and data physicalization is chosen as an approach. Embodiment and data physicalization uses a physical artifact to encode and represent data. Previous studies have used data physicalization to help people reflect on data. But there is still insufficient studies of physicalizations that represents personal data and aims at increasing the sense of data ownership. We also identified the design criteria of the sense of data ownership. They are the capability to understand, manage, and control data, level of proactiveness in the interaction with data, motivation in self-tracking and self-reflection, level of optimism towards future technology development, and the level of dependence on digital devices. In the next step, we conducted a participatory workshop to find the suitable physical form of data that can address the awareness of ownership. 4 participants were recruited, and 2 unique artifacts are created. The bottom left picture shows a data bookshelf which contains different partitions. Personal images or other data are stored in the particles in different sections. The bottom right picture shows a data eraser and a data message in a bottle, both of which are used to delete the unwanted or secret data, such as browser history. The workshop pointed out 2 key ideas of ownership. The first one is owning includes showing and discarding. And the second is containment contributes to the clear boundaries of data, and it is the natural form of data embodiment. Based on the findings above, we created an embodied interaction design, DataCity. It is an integrated system, including a physical installation and a mobile application. The concept of DataCity is to use city building as an approach to physicalize users' personal data on their mobile devices. The interaction includes a digital interaction via augmented reality on the mobile application, and a physical interaction via tangible manipulation. The mobile app is an entry point of the system, which is connected to other mobile applications on user's phone. And the installation is where the user performs interaction with data, as is shown in the system diagram. A city building metaphor is chosen because it has intuitive linkage between data and the physical blocks, creates a clear boundary of the data in physical world, and can foster long-term engagement with data. The data blocks is the basic unit of personal data, which contains 8 types: media, text, location, health, finance, social, log and cache, and account. Each type is represented by 1 color of LED. Next, the data blocks can form the data buildings, which represents apps on users' mobile phone. It becomes intuitive that the height of the building reveals the heaviness of data access of a specific app. Besides that, we proposed 4 special modules. They are the fences module to lock and protect certain data building, the incinerator module that can delete data within a data block, the fountain module that can be used to decorate and display contents on AR view, and the home module to store or back up the data. 2 rounds of user testing were conducted during the design process. Following the criteria of increasing one's data ownership, the prototype has proved effective as the participants reported the increase in the interests of engaging with their personal data, as well as the sense of owning them. Lastly, we'll show the mobile interface and interactivity of the prototype in our demonstration video.
Living in a world where ubiquitous computing is emerging, we generate huge amounts of personal data every day via laptops, mobile devices, or even the Internet of Things, but yet have a good way to understand, protect, and manage it. Regarding the upcoming challenges and threats of personal data, what can we do to have a better sense of our own data and interact with it more naturally? Introducing Data City, a tangible manifestation of one's personal data that provides a novel way of human data interaction. Data City is a system with an app and an installation that monitors the data flow of your apps and provide control in the physical space. The single block is a data container which contains 8 types of data. The data building is the embodiment of an app. Once put on the base, the building is connected and activated, and the LED of each block shows its data type and flow. When a new app is installed, you are invited to link a building to it. You will be able to see what type of data the app is requesting for, and you will give consent one by one by putting the blocks on the surface. Using AR camera on your phone, you can check the connectivity and confirm the consent giving. Entering from an isometric overview, you can scan and monitor the data city also using AR camera. On the screen, you can see different special effects. Grasses means the data is not used for a long time. Cloud means the data is constantly uploading to the cloud. And the water leaking means the data is containing sensitive data and being exposed. You can also check the detail on the phone. If you want to perform protection to an app building, use the fence module. It will block the data that contains sensitive information from uploading and pen for your approval on the phone. Meanwhile, you can check the blinking signal on the module. Using the tangible user interface, there are several more things you can do. Discard the data in an incinerator, and actual data will also be deleted. Set up your own showcase components in front of the fountain, and share your data city to others. Back up the data to the home by putting blocks inside. Tap on the phone to confirm copy or move. Your data will be saved to an external hard drive. Take care of your personal data because your data is your own. Build and watch over an entire city of you on Data City.
Hello everyone, my name is Ain Sayuti. I'm from RCA London, and today I would like to present my topic, which is Biorelated Design Genre, a survey on familiarity and potential applications. This is a project of postdoctoral working with Dr. Bjorn Sommers and Prof. Saima Ahmad Christensen. First of all, I would like to explain in brief about biorelated design genres, which are biophilia, biophilic design, bioinspired, and biodesign that adopted nature and biological element as part of design process. Natural elements are used widely from the analogical to the application and process of everyday design products. Biophilia can be described as the innate feeling of human being to be associated with nature and living organism. It was introduced by Fromm in 1973 and mentioned by Eckert in 1994 about how the nature can benefit humans' vitality and well-being as it offers conducive environment for human development and growth. And Wilson has developed the theory of biophilia and defined it as the innate tendency to focus on life and lifelike process. Biophilia theory has evolved into practical application of biophilic design, which developed by Kellert in 2008. So according to Kellert, biophilic design is the application of natural elements into built environment. Biophilic design are divided into 6 elements based on Kellert 2008, which are environmental features, which involve color, water, plants, animals, natural materials, and so on. Natural shapes and forms in man-made design that include the natural traits, motif, form, and structures. Natural patterns and processes, which comprise of the integration of natural elements and cycles. Light and space, involving functions of light and spaces outdoors and indoors. Place-based relationships that are emerging of ecology into cultures. And finally, evolved human-nature relationship, which on the affiliation of human beings and nature. We move on to bio-inspired design, where these approaches are adapting and mimicking natural elements and use nature to solve problems and to create better designs. So the examples can be seen in existing product designs, furniture design, or transport design, where nature has become the source of inspiration in design developments and innovation. Biodesign, according to Myers 2018, is the incorporation of living biological materials or ecosystem that enable the system to be more renewable and sustainable. So the use of living biological elements are no longer restricted to scientific field, but has gone beyond engineering and design with incorporation of these materials into structures, objects, and processes. We move on to research aims. The research aims are to investigate the emotional responses and perceptions of users towards biological materials, on how it affected the consumers when the materials embedded into product design. Moreover, we're also looking into the sense of ownership towards this type of designs. And this paper focuses more on the theory and knowledge regarding biorelated design genre. Next is the methodology of this research. A research framework is developed to be the guideline for this postdoctoral projects, and mainly we did structuring the questionnaires design and identify the right platform to disseminate the questionnaires. So before it can be disseminated, we seek for the ethics approval, and we receive it from the Ethics Commissions of Royal College of Arts. And after that, we launch the survey, and we do a further development on the conceptual model based on the previous studies, and we analyze the data that we receive from the respondents. So the survey was designed to answer the research questions on how people perceive or how people reacted towards biological elements through the purpose, emotion, and the practical use in existing design. The survey was designed to have 6 sections, which are Section A focus more on the background of respondent, Section B focus on the perceptions of artificials and real biological materials, Section C is on emotional design, Section D is on purpose and ownership of biological elements, Section E is on the existing biophilic design or biodesign, and finally Section F, which on the knowledge and the preferences of having biological materials indoors. As mentioned previously in the structure of the survey, Section F is the final part of the questionnaires that consists of 13 questions, which were asked using the format of Likert scale, yes, no, and open-ended format. A mean score used for this section is -2 and -1 for disagreement, 0 for either agree nor disagree, and 1 and 2 for agreement. The findings were analyzed using SPSS. So looking into the list, question 1 until question 8 is asking on the preferences of having biological element indoor, while question 9 until question 12 is on the knowledge of biophilia, biophilic design, bio-inspired design, and biodesign. And finally, question 13 is on the opinions of the respondents towards biological materials embedded in product design. We move on to the results. A total of 158 responses were received and analyzed for this paper. About 67.1% are coming from female and 32.3% are from male respondents. The highest responses received from the age of 31 to 40 with 42%. And the respondents are coming from design and non-design background, and also have access to nature with overall 89.9%, and around 98.1% prefer to experience nature outdoors and also both outdoors and indoors. The table shown in the slide is on the preferences of biological materials in indoor environment. Question 1 is about the preferences of having biological element indoors. Question 2 is on the importance of having biological elements. Question 3 on natural elements can release stress. Question 4 is on the awareness. Question 5 is on the foster sense of care. Question 6 is on educational. And question 7 is more on the dangerous or the inconvenience of nature indoors. Question 8 is on the undesirable and the negative effects of nature's indoors. So question 1 to 6 show the level of agreement as the mean value is more than 1 respectively. Question 7 indicates of 0.5 to 1, which is close to either agree nor disagree. And finally, question 8 received -0.1 mean value, which is disagreement towards having the natural biological indoors being dirty or time consuming. We did a non-parametric test to see the connection of having biological indoors and the connection with the preferences of experiencing nature indoors or outdoors. And we found a significant findings towards question 2 until question 6, where this question received value less than 0.05. On the knowledge on biophilia, biophilic design, bio-inspired and biodesign, the analysis of mean value used for this question is yes for 1 and no for 0. And the tables show that biophilic design and biophilia receive value 0.4, which is closer to no. So it says here that more than half of the respondents may not have knowledge on biophilia or biophilic design, but bio-inspired and bio-design raised the value 0.7, which is closer to yes. This table shows the valid percentage to verify the mean value as shown previously. Both groups know about bio-inspired design and bio-design, but design group has knowledge on biophilia and biophilia, while non-design has no knowledge on biophilia and biophilic design. Below is the Mann-Whitney test, indicates that the significance finding below than 0.05 for the questions on biophilia and biophilic design. The slide shows the final questions of the section F, which on opinion on biological materials embedded in product design. So we have divided it into 4 sections: positive responses, neutral responses, negative responses, and other selected responses. So for positive responses, the reaction we receive are I love it, really good, good idea, excellent, fantastic, among others. And for neutral are no preference, neutral but I won't buy it. And no is for negative responses. And for other selected responses, most comments are very positive in terms of lifestyle, creativity, educations, and the research exploration. From the result received from question 13, we have developed a table of comparison and analysis between opinion and knowledge. So this table shows that the respondents know at least one bio-related genres. This table also shows the cross-comparison analysis between the opinion and the knowledge. So as we can see here that non-design can also provide insights and their opinions towards the application of biological materials into design, which is very positive and very interesting. So for a summary of this finding, it shows that although some people are not familiar with bio-related design genres, they can relate to the advantages of incorporating biological elements into everyday products. And it also shows a strong affecting outcomes in terms of those who were aware of bio-related design genres and the acceptance of having biological elements as a standard parts in daily life. Finally is the conclusion and the future research planning. As a conclusion, the exploration and the usage of biological materials allow the consumers to understand the needs to interact and to have these emotional and behavior responses towards surroundings, because the connection of and the preferences of natural experience but on having the biological element indoors was proven to be significant. And this could be the reason why participants seems to favor or agree in the integrations of biological materials indoor. And for the knowledge, the finding shows that most design and non-design group claim to be familiar with the term of bio and bio-inspired design, although some might not have knowledge on biophilia and biophilic design. For future work, we have this upcoming publication at the end of the year, and we also planning to explore the use of living materials into existing design to investigate direct experience. And moreover, we think that this topic has a strong potential to be explored in design disciplines such as industrial design and product design engineering, because the innovative and productive design can promote and encourage interaction, communication, empathy, emotional connection, and awareness, which also can help to alleviate the problem of non-renewable resources exhaustions. That's all for today. Thank you for your time.
Hi everyone, the paper I'm going to present today is titled IoT Product Pleasurability investigating the pleasurable user experiences between conventional products and IoT products through watches. Please let me introduce the authors first. I'm Zidong Lin, a PhD candidate from Royal College of Art. The other two authors are my supervisors, Dr. Bian Zuomen, who is also from Royal College of Art, and Professor Seema Ahmed Christensen from Business School, University of Exeter. First of all, I will introduce the background of my research. Our study targeted Internet of Things products, which are believed to be a new type of beings different from traditional products in design research. Design researchers have discussed the IoT products from scene-oriented perspectives. Bruce Sterling, in his design fiction Shaping Things, separated the development of objects into 6 status, which are artifacts, machines, products, gizmos, BIMs, and belts. In these terms, BIMs are manufactured objects whose informational support is so overwhelmingly extensive and rich that they are regarded as material instantiation of an immaterial system. This is quite close to current situation of IoT products. Radstorm and Wells called IoT products fluid assemblage. Fluid refer to their precise forms, assembled dynamically, and thus change continuously. Assemblage means they are made out of diverse range of material and immaterial sources, both contained within the object as it appears in front of us and located elsewhere in the network. From this theory, we can tell that IoT products are not isolated to each other anymore. They connect and communicate to each other, forming a complicated social network, and their interactions with human beings are dynamic and more complex than ever. To find a guideline to investigate user experience of IoT products, we looked at different user experience theories. Finally, we chose 2 frameworks, which are Jordan's hierarchy of consumer needs and Hassenzo's top 10 psychological needs. Because in this study, we focused on pleasurability. You can see this image illustrates Jordan's hierarchy of consumer needs. Inspired by Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Jordan's framework is also in a pyramid shape. It has 3 levels. On the bottom is functionality, which means the product must work, be safe, and economical. Usability above it means the product must be easy to understand and use. On the top of the pyramid is pleasure, which means the product must be pleasurable and enjoyable to use. In the level of pleasure, he classifies 4 kinds of pleasures, which are physical pleasure, social pleasure, psycho pleasure, and ideal pleasure. Physical pleasure relates to the body and pleasures that is derived from sensory organs. Social pleasure is derived from relationship with others. Psycho pleasure pertains to people's cognition and emotional reaction. Ideal pleasure pertains to people's personal values. This slide presents Hassenzo's top 10 psychological needs. They can be seen as components influencing psycho pleasure in Jordan's framework. In this study, we chose 6 psychological needs related to watches, which are relatedness, meaning, stimulation, competence, security, and popularity. Relatedness means feeling that you have regular intimate contacts with people who care about you rather than feeling lonely and uncared of. Meaning means feeling that you develop your best potentials and make life meaningful rather than feeling stagnant and that life does not have much meaning. Stimulation means feeling that you get plenty of novelty and stimulation rather than feeling bored and understimulated by life. Competence means feeling that you are capable and effective in your action rather than feeling incompetent and ineffective. Security means feeling safe and in control of your life, rather than feeling uncertain and threatened by your circumstances. Popularity means feeling that you are liked, respected, and have influence over others rather than feeling like a person whose advice or opinion nobody is interested in. Bringing the theories of IoT products and frameworks of user experience together, we identified the deficiency that there is a lack of evidence that these frameworks of conventional products design cannot be used to assess pleasurability of new emerging IoT products. Then we set our research aims. The long-term aim of this research is to understand the attributes of IoT products and generating a new framework for IoT products and contribute to the future relationship between human beings and IoT objects. The specific aim of the research is compare user response for a specific non-IoT and IoT product to generate new insights for pleasurable user experiences of IoT products. More specifically, this research aims to reflect differences regarding pleasurable delivered by IoT and non-IoT products to users by conducting a survey related to conventional watches and smart watches. You might ask, why did you choose watches to investigate for this study? We chose them for following reasons. Firstly, the smartwatch is a typical object, has evolved into a network object in recent years. Secondly, smartwatches are popular, so it is easier to find sample users than the other IoT products, such as smart furniture. Moreover, the development of smartwatches represents market demands and consumer needs. The significant differences in functions might result in different user experiences. I have to clarify that in this study, we have three terms of watch, which are smartwatch, IoT watch, and wristwatch. A smartwatch is an electronic wristwatch that is able to perform many of the functions of a smartphone or tablet computer. That's from Collins English Dictionary. An IoT watch is a smartwatch which provides internet-connected functionalities. We made our definition of IoT watch for this work based on the definition of the smartwatch in Collins English Dictionary. A wristwatch is a traditional watch worn strapped around the wrist, including analog or digital cozy watches, which neither belong to smartwatches or IoT watches. We extended the expression in Collins English Dictionary to get this definition of wristwatch. We conducted a survey including 2 online questionnaires to collect information about user experiences of smartwatches and wristwatches separately. The questions were designed based on Jordan's hierarchy model and Hassenzo's top 10 psychological needs. There were 87 individuals who answered the wristwatch questionnaire and 84 individuals who answered the smartwatch questionnaire. Of those, 80 participants of each questionnaire were deemed valid and selected as a final sample to analyze. Statistical analysis was applied to the sample data. A ANOVA test and t-test was conducted to determine if there is significant differences between 2 groups of data. In the last slide, I have mentioned not all smartwatches are counted as IoT watches in this study. We checked the models of participant smartwatches they filled in the first part of the questionnaire and selected IoT watch models. After the selections, there were 86 IoT watches users of 80 smartwatch users. In order to compare user experience of two kinds of watches, we try to transfer qualitative information into quantitative data in our survey. We set up rating scale questions with semantic differential scale. Semantic differential scale is a 7-point scale between bipolar, contrasting adjectives and neutral 0 points. For example, in this question asking about social pleasure, extremely unpleasurable is converted into -3, while extremely pleasurable is converted into 3. Our first finding is about the functionality and the usability. The two bar charts on the top of this slide compared the functions of IoT watches and wrist watches. We can see that IoT watches have much more functions than traditional wrist watches. The bar chart below compares the usability of different functions of IoT watches. Surprisingly, the data show that all IoT features on IoT watches got negative or neutral overall feedback in terms of their usability. If you look at these bars in the two red rectangles, you can see 48% smartwatch users claimed the surfing internet features was difficult to use. 29% of smartwatch users have a neutral attitude about it, while only 24% of users found it easy to use. 32% of smartwatch users thought using social media was difficult to use. 29% of smartwatch users had a neutral attitude about it, and 30% of smartwatch users found this function easy to use. After we checked the participants' smartwatch models which they filled in the questionnaires, we found the reason caused this result. Some IoT watch producer did not install a browser application on their products. Although these IoT watches are able to connect to the internet, users cannot use them to browse web pages and social media. The internet connection on these watches was mostly used to transfer data to server or other devices. Our second finding is user experiences of IoT watches and traditional wristwatches did not show significant differences on pleasure level in Jordan's framework. The first table shows the means of 4 types of pleasure. The differences between the means of the same type of pleasure were all below 0.15, which means the means of different kinds of watches in the same type of pleasure were close. The 4 types of emotional experience that users get from IoT watches and wristwatches were approximately at the level of slightly pleasurable. The second and the third table shows the result of ANOVA test and the t-test. We can see that the p-values are all above the threshold chosen for statistical significance, suggesting there is no statistical significance between the 4 types of pleasures from using smartwatches and wristwatches. Our third finding is that stimulation and popularity showed significant differences in their influences on the psychopleasure of IoT watches and wristwatches in terms of the 6 items in the top 10 psychological needs. So looking at the meaning of 6 items from Hassenzo, popularity was the item that had much more obvious influence on the psychopleasure of wristwatches than that of IoT watches, while stimulations influencing the psychopleasure of IoT watch more obvious than psychopleasure of wristwatches. By applying ANOVA tests and t-tests for IoT watches and wristwatches, it showed that the p-value of stimulation were below the threshold chose for statistical significance. Thus, it can be seen that stimulations had significantly different influence on cycle pleasure of wristwatch and that of IoT watches. It also emerged the p-value of popularity was close to the threshold chose for statistical significance, which means that popularity also had obvious different influences on cycle pleasure of wristwatches and that of IoT watches. After finished the study, we reflected and summarized the several limitations. Firstly, watches are chosen as a type of product to investigate, but watches may not represent all the features of a product that are relevant for the transformation of a traditional product to an IoT product. Secondly, the sample size of each questionnaire was 80, and all the questionnaires were sent out online, meaning that the current group of study participants might not be representative for all the characteristics of the target group. Thirdly, the data analysis used the quantitative method, and the figures may not fully represent the subjective opinions of each user. Finally, the two questionnaires used in the context of this study ignored experiences of users who are using smartwatches and wristwatches in parallel. We conclude our research in 4 viewpoints. The first one is the functionality of IoT watches is more advanced than non-IoT watches, but unique features of IoT products are not always easy to use. Thin-to-thin interactions of IoT products could bring convenience and new ways of interactions to users. User experience designers should consider how IoT watches work with other devices in a network when they design its usability and functionality to enhance pleasurable user experiences. Our second conclusion is IoT watches and non-IoT watches provide same level of pleasurability to users, which did not show a statistical difference in this study. Also, user experiences of IoT watches and non-IoT watches did not show significant statistical differences in 4 kinds of pleasures in Jordan's framework. Here is our third conclusion. In terms of the 6 items associated with the IoT watches in the top 10 psychological needs, stimulation and popularity showed significant differences in their influences on cycle pleasures of IoT watches and conventional watches. There is high potential for traditional wristwatch brands to launch smartwatches. Moreover, smartwatch developers might also benefit from learning design languages from wristwatches. Our final conclusion is, when investigating pleasurable user experiences of 2 different product types, it might be more effective to collect feedback from users who use them in parallel. To speculate the future direction of this study, further works should get feedback from users who have used both smartwatches and wristwatches. I have already conducted a new survey of users who use the smartwatches and wristwatches in parallel. In the future, we are going to also use experimental methods to explore the specific reason for the differences in the perceptions of pleasurability between IoT products and conventional products. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to share you a budget setting design based on our findings in Chinese people's spending habits and behavioral economics theories. The design aims to reducing the personal expenses for Chinese young generation and help them to achieve a better financial situations. With rapid development of the internet, China has witnessed an expansion of the consumer market and digital payment systems. However, many cases about Chinese young adults' excessive consumption relying on personal loan and mortgage products and ending up with unaffordable liabilities have revealed some negative consequences of the development. As young adults' living expenses keep increasing, and due to the one-child policy in China, the current young generation may need to be responsible for a large family expenses in the future. They will face severe challenges in their financial situations. It will be important to help them to build a rational financial habit. According to reports focused on Chinese people's lifestyle, they reveal that a large amount of young generations have built saving accounts, but the amounts are small. The young generation in China has high awareness in self-financial management, but relatively low capabilities toward this value. And our work is designed to help to fill the value capability gap. We first look into some related work. The studies are separated into two groups. The first one is natural mental bias in human, and the second one is affecting factors for consumption choice after the people getting consumption needs. Let's talk about mental bias first. Many researchers have found that humans make financial decisions which does not align with the economic principles. The first study is the mental accounting concept introduced by Thaler. People will build and label different accounts mentally for their income and spending. Different accounts will have different operating rules. This phenomenon is defined as non-fungibility. For example, a person will consider a luxury perfume expensive if he plans to use it for work. But when he is dating a girl and wants to give her a gift, he will consider a perfume at the same cost worth the price. It is because the spending on the perfume for work can be regarded as a commodity expense, but a gift for a girl will be considered as a relation expense, of which one may have a higher willingness to pay. Although the product and the price are the same, the mental feeling will be different. This is the same for saving accounts. If a person saves money for further education, he will likely to take a mortgage to pay for a car rather than using the savings for education. Although extra interest will be needed to pay, it will be more painful if he used the money which is originally set for education. The second one is the racial bias. Experiments have suggested that people have difficulties in processing ratio as opposed to absolute numbers. When buying expensive products, for example, a 100,000 backpack with a discount shown as 1,000 off or 1% off, although the absolute discount is the same, people feel that the number 1,000 is the larger discount. The effect is the opposite when the spending reference number is small. For a $24 notebook, a discount as $12 off and as 50% off, 50% feels a larger discount. The last one is the perspective theories. It has been proved that people is more sensitive for loss. For same amount of loss and gain, people tend to have stronger feelings towards the loss. Besides the mental bias, some other experiments have found some other affecting factors for people's consumption choice. In 2007, Morwich and his colleagues found if people cognitively access a larger financial account before shopping, they will spend more compared to a mental access to a small account. They conducted an experiment with two groups shopping in a supermarket. One group were asked to check their wallet, while another one, the people were asked to indicate how many accounts, like checkings, savings, bond, stocks, they possessed. The results shows that account group spent 36 more than the wallet group. The researcher in US have found that most Americans would like to save money for their own future, but when it really comes to cut down current spending for saving, they feel painful and fail to do that. a system designed by Goldstein, Ho, and aliens, which help people to view their future self according to their current spending habits, have revealed that help people to relate it to their own future will encourage them to improve the saving behaviors. Another study from Scheffrin and Thaler raised the theory that people will construct three mental accounts for their economic resources: current income, current assets, and future income. Current income is associated with the highest marginal propensity to consume. So, when the income resource remains the same, but the person puts more money into the current assets account, this money will be put into current income. Therefore, there will be less spending. Last, the study found that the closer timing in between payment and consumption, the more pain. For example, if the people buy a wine 10 years ago and cost $1,000, but after 10 years, when the consumer are really going to consume the wine, its price may already increase a lot due to the quality. Therefore, the paying for the wine will be much less painful and even feels free. These related works of behavioral economics and the theories they have put forth heavily inform the design direction of our work. In searching for strategies for creating interventions to enable young adults to improve their savings, we first took a broad look at the current design solutions in the mobile application market, as it is one of the most concentrated areas of personal finance products, especially in China. We investigated a range of 12 different mobile applications from the Chinese market and a few from international market. We found that although they have supported different interesting design, we can rarely see in these products application or usage of any of the above highly relevant behavioral economic theories. This observation prompted us to come up with a two-phase interactive research design. In the first phase, surveys were conducted in order to understand people's habits, rationales, and attitudes towards spending. Open-ended questions were designed to get more qualitative insight. We then, in the second phase, to target at these key issues with a set of interactive experiments, each embedded with varied solutions, and tested their efficiencies in an experimental study. It is commonly considered that to accumulate assets, it is important to check one's income and spending and reach a balance between them. So, in the first survey, we look into people's usage in accounting tools for a basic understanding of people's self-financial management behaviors. The survey collected 70 effective responses through snowball sampling. About 60% of people have used accounting tools before and know where the money goes and want to control own spending are the two top reasons why people are using the tools. Among the participants who have used accounting tools, 67% of people have stopped using them. The top reason goes to the difficulties in recording with the tools. Following a short interview with these participants, an interesting insights were drawn. Even they successfully recorded the spending, the user felt that most of their spending is rational, and so they still consume in the same way. Therefore, to help people build a healthy financial habit, new approaches rather than merely checking should be considered. Our first survey shows that it is challenging for many to control spending as people tend to self-rationalize their purchases. After refocusing from the broad first survey results, we conducted a second survey to understand the deeper attitudes of people towards their spending. The survey has collected 160 effective samples. The group aged from 20 to 25 and the group aged from 25 to 35 both have about 30% of people consider love spending as the reason of poor financial situation. But only 6.7% of people who are above 35 have the same problems. This supports that controlled spending tends to be more effective in helping younger people to achieve saving assets. For the portion of spending which can be reduced, the answers were theme-coded. Shopping and eating are the top two choices. Other mentioned types were game, entertainment, and social. According to the study from the EAI, Chinese people built 4 mental accounts for determining their spending: commodity expense, hedonic expense, relation expense, and self-development expense. From the results of the survey, among the spending most participants choose to reduce, shopping, game, entertainment can all be grouped as hedonic expense. Eating can both be hedonic and commodity. So the spending worth controlling will be a hedonic expense and a hedonic-related commodity expense. In the second phase of our research, we focused on generating promising strategies as design intervention. By drawing insights from both our survey results and relevant behavioral economics theories we reviewed previously. In this phase, we first identify a set of key decision considerations based on the survey results. We then conduct an interactive experiment-based study to verify and fine-tune a number of key strategies derived from those design considerations. Replacing cash payment with digital is now the trend. What comes with this is that people now tend to spend more money. This trend is not likely to be reverted as it may cause inconvenience as the society develops. So, our strategy goes to, within the context of digital payment, if anything we can design to affecting people's consumption choice and show people consequences of their spending in time. And use the consequences as an intervention for next spending. And here comes 5 instructions. First, help users to plan a rational spending account and a saving account, so people will be less likely to spend too much. Second, give consumption consequences hints both in absolute numbers and proportions, with adjustment of the showing mode according to the spending behaviors. Third, help people to build a financial plan related to their future. Fourth, build accounts with smaller relative number for people to refer when they purchasing something. Lastly, the intervention ought to focus only hedonic and hedonic-related commodity expense. Drawing from the above consideration and findings previously, the design intervention should focus on suggesting users to use a small number as a spending reference mental account, so they will spend less on daily consumptions. To test the effectiveness of this key strategy, we conducted 2 experiments. The first experiment only displays the budget for daily expenses, so the amount of the mental account is small. 16 participants were recruited. The experiment is an auction activity for 3 things: goods with uncertain market price both in high and low value, and goods with certain market price. Second price sealed bid auction rule is applied for the auction for uncertain market price items, and Becker-DeGroot procedure is applied for the certain market price item. There are 3 steps. At the beginning, all our participants were asked to offer the price for the 3 items. After that, they were invited to fill out a survey. The survey started off with basic information such as the salary increasing level in their industries in the cities, the cost of real estate, and so on. They were then taken to set a saving goal for themselves when they reached 35 years old. According to the saving goal, participants were asked to calculate and set a daily spending budget for now. After setting the 2 financial numbers in second step, participants were asked to go for the price for the same items in the second round. The financial calculation process was considered as financial education for the participants, and people would offer a lower price in the second round in reference to the daily budget. If the second round auction price is lower, it can support that the daily budget strategy is effective to control people's willingness to pay, thus reducing the amount of spending. The results from the 2-round auctions are very close, so after that, we did short interviews with some of the participants, trying to understand why they did not seem to be affected by our attempted intervention. Through the interview, we found the need to emphasize daily budget more with additional elements to augment the perceived impact. We thus adjusted our strategy to include both daily budget and monthly hedonic budget. It is further tested in the second experiment. 40 participants are recruited in the second experiment. They were separated into two groups. One is experiment group. We supported a suggested spending budget form, which has different budget plan for different income level. The form was stated that follow the plan can help to achieve a good financial situation in the future. Then, both groups were asked for consumption choices under two scenarios, commodity scenario and hedonic scenario. The results showed no clear pattern for the two groups. Short interviews were conducted with 4 participants in the experiment group to understand their mental process of dealing with the budget form, and we gained some more insights from that. According to the findings from the experiment, income and spending habit are not always directly proportional. Thus, when helped to build a rational spending account, each individual's habit should be considered. Otherwise, the suggesting plan may be too difficult to follow. The user will easily be frustrated and give up. Although both experiments did not show promising results, some insights were taken. Drawing from insights and considerations built from both literature review and our empirical studies, we incorporate the key strategies into a design concept called Budge that includes a mobile application and a smartphone case. The app will help the user to create a budget plan, which is a daily budget and monthly hedonic budget, and record the user's spending. The phone case aims to provide a strong visual hint of the balanced situation of the budget, as a mobile phone is usually the most frequently used item in people's lives and will become an increasingly important platform for payment. A phone case can be a reminder for spending control since it is always with the user. There will be 2 light strips on the side of the case to serve as a visual reminder. One stands for daily budget balance and another for hedonic budget balance. The app and the phone case together will help to check users' consumption. Now, let me introduce 4 main functions of the design system. The first time the user logs in Budge, the system will collect the user's financial situations and habits and ask the user to set a future saving goal and their expected time to achieve that. The user's total wealth accumulation during this time will be estimated according to the salary level of the industry in the city that the user lives in. The daily budget will be suggested according to the average consumption level or remain the same as the user's current habits. After deducting the target saving amount, daily routine spending, and fixed spending, the rest amount will be set as the monthly hedonic budget. Users can still edit the suggested budgets according to their real situations. The budget setting is mainly to help the user to build a rather small mental account for daily and hedonic expense before the consumption. People will refer to this account when buying in situ rather than referencing to their current income, digital account, which is usually save a large proportion of total wealth, or a fuzzy wealth impression coming from the credit card limit. After the budget is set, the money spent will be highlighted on the homepage of Budge to keep users aware of each spending. It attempts to cause a lasting painful experience of spending in the users and to urge them to spend less in the future. The amount of spending displayed in 2 modes, absolute number and balanced proportion in percentage. The threshold of the changing effects of absolute number and proportion in racial bias effects has not been discovered. So currently, in the design, the consumption of hedonic budget, which is usually a higher absolute cost, will be shown as an absolute number. Spending in the daily budget, which is usually a relatively low absolute number, will be shown in percentage. The third function is manual spending recording. The recording steps were designed to be simple as possible. Users can also choose to set a record as quick record, which will be listed on the homepage. By clicking Add and Confirm, the same record will be made. All the spending through digital and bank accounts will be automatically recorded after the user connects the app with their financial account. There will be notification pop-up every time when a consumer is detected. All the auto-recorded record will be archived for users' further confirmation. That's all for my today's sharing. Thank you for your listening.
Good day, my name is Annalyn Yap, primary author of the design research project titled Bukas, Material Messages for Filipino Migrant Workers and Their Transnational Families. For the rest of the presentation, I will also refer to Filipino migrant workers as OFWs, or short for Overseas Filipino Workers. This paper presents findings from research that looks into and studies the transnational communication of Filipino overseas workers and their kin. We look into the personal and diasporic relationships in this interaction, specifically with material culture in mind, as physicalized by the metaphor of the balikbayan box. We conducted the inquiry through several human-centered qualitative design methods and posited a set of criteria used to develop a framework and design concept that tests these. To begin the introduction with the context of the design inquiry, it must be known that transnational labor is widely accepted as a pathway to economic stability for many lower to middle-class Filipino family members who seek better wages abroad. In Hong Kong, the most common overseas Filipino worker is the domestic helper, aiding Hong Kong families in daily life. On weekends, particularly Sunday, Statue Square in the central district of Hong Kong is packed with Filipinos resting on their days off, many of them chatting and relaxing as they sit down on mats laid down on the street pavement. However, a most interesting practice is the frantic packing and organizing of one of the most recognizable objects of the Filipino diasporic life, the balikbayan box, which is a box of household items and gifts packed to the brim sent home to the family. What is the significance of this balikbayan box to the Filipino transnational relationship? What interesting family meanings and interactions surround it? This was the curiosity that propelled the design inquiry. Looking into the related work for this research, we find that many already deal with relationships and interconnectedness. In this section, we explore projects and studies that look into technology mediation in the context of family and relationships, beginning with Habitat, which is a project consisting of networked furniture that studies the awareness of people's life rhythms over distance. It shares a similar premise to our work in the sense of connecting distant people by supplanting physical presence with shared items. Meanwhile, Family Portals is an always-on shared media space for families to connect through common information that is explicitly shared through writing. This work makes and emphasizes the importance of writing and work communication for family spaces. Memory Reel is a medium of positive reminiscence that enables people to capture, select, and restore special moments and recollect them as memory cues. The study of Memory Reel provides insight on strategies that reinforce distance relationships through meaningful interactions. All You Need Is Love, a renowned study on 6 key strategies for designing tech for intimate relationships, provide a helpful basis and cross-reference for the design criteria formed for the study later on. Outside the realm of HCI and interaction design, 2 theoretical frameworks heavily inform the design inquiry. First is the ethnographic work of Filipino sociologist Clement Camposano. He studies the lives of OFWs and their culture extensively. In his work, he taps into Daniel Miller's theories on materiality and the significance of physical objects in meaning creation and social-cultural and social-political relationships. He is one of the first to note the interesting facets about the balikbayan box, its sending, and framing it as a manner of meaning creation co-created by families and migrant workers as a performative act. The second theory, Johnson's work on image schemas, particularly that of containment, also informs the study's interest in the physical and mental model of the box container, making it an interesting jumping-off point for tangible and graphic interfaces. The bulk of this research inquiry is a design-led research process consisting of 4 methods: field observation, cultural probes, in-depth interviews, and participatory workshops. All of these aim to understand the family relationship of OFWs as mediated by artifacts such as the balikbayan box. We also wanted to confirm if intimacy and communication were the only needs of this relationship. The first method was conducted by observing the stakeholders in the field, seeing the existing behaviors, spaces, and having initial casual talks with the OFWs packing the balikbayan box. In this exercise, we find out that the prime reason for sending the box is the novelty factor of sending imported items. The embedded colonial mindset of the Filipino causes them to believe that importedness equals superiority. Other interesting findings from this include discovering a rich vocabulary of code words OFWs use to navigate this experience, and finding out that many full-time domestic helpers also engage in informal buying and selling, which they call racket, as a way to supplement their income. We also find out that many services already exist that help them store and send these boxed items home. The fieldwork has enabled us to gain trust with a group of 5 domestic helpers, which allowed us to deploy a small set of cultural probes that aim to collect open-ended visual and written information about their thoughts and feelings in Hong Kong. There were 5 probes in total. 4 of them were completed during an intensive session where the researcher facilitated the instructions, while the 5th probe was a diary prompt that the participants kept for a week and answered day by day. So what are the findings? The first probe simply asked for their favorite photos taken at home in the Philippines or in Hong Kong. The photos sent depicted themselves in fashionable clothes, doing things such as buying fresh flowers, picking out wine, and going to Disneyland in fall clothing. This suggests that they are most proud about the moment when they feel most capable, accomplished, and sophisticated. The second probe, I prepared a printed set of balikbayan box items on small paper, such as chocolate clothes, toiletries, and the like, and asked them to pick out the 10 to 15 items that they would send to their families, write their reason at the back on why they would send these, and many of their chosen items emphasize their particular choices for their family. One participant wrote at the back of a picture of men's polo shirts, "Whatever my husband wears, I want to be the one to choose it." While on the picture of ladies' underwear, one participant wrote, "Panties are important for my young daughter," meaning that they want to have a role in picking out the most intimate items. The third probe is a set of contact cards asking them to recall their conversations and write down what they talked about. This probe reveals that they often talk about their family's big and small problems, especially a desire to know about minor problems. This probe also reveals that some of them are also already planning about investments such as house repairs and land. The fourth probe features a set of maps that they have to mark as a favorite place or somewhere they want to go. This exercise reveals that while their favorite place is almost always where they grew up, they also cherish Hong Kong locations of novelty and togetherness, as well as having plans to go somewhere farther like Canada for better wages. The fifth probe reveals that their day-to-day life is busy, full of different roles and tasks that enable them to be productive. They miss their family but cope by proudly declaring that their life in Hong Kong is a noble self-sacrifice. The semi-structured interviews were conducted with OFWs and also OFW family members in the Philippines. The interviews supplemented, supported, and gave new dimension to findings from the probes. To summarize the insights from the migrant workers or OFWs, we can say that they have the desire to proudly show the important places and things that they are enjoying. They also want to point out that it is important for them to engage in small acts of decision-making to fulfill their role as a mother and as a family woman. Also, being a family woman also means that they are proud of the skills that they have learned to thrive in a foreign land where they feel restrained but also free. The family members back home experience things in a more subdued way. They enjoy and relish the experience of unpacking a box that arrives by surprise in their homes. But deep inside, they also display a keen sense of curiosity about their OFW mother or relatives' struggles and difficulties, also experiencing a sense of guilt that the money used to prepare the box could have been saved for something else. At this point, we have developed a more mature understanding of our stakeholders and have drawn one key insight, which is that they seek not only to communicate intimacy but also to perform self-identity and self-expression. Because the subject of self-identity is personal, we conducted the last inquiry method of an intimate participatory workshop where participants can concretize their thoughts with visual aids. We invited 3 participants to share their problems and successes in their lives, imagine their current scenario as well as an ideal one for themselves in the future. We gave them the pseudonym of Bea, Catherine, and Angel. Bea talks about how her main motivation in working is she doesn't want her children to fall into the same life as her, even if she thinks that her job is honorable. Meanwhile, Angel, who was single, was proud that her time here she spent growing her mind, learning to do many things that she wouldn't have done. However, Angel also feels that her work is not always recognized by her family. Catherine has a unique experience of being a Filipino union leader in Hong Kong. While she is proud of her role as a union leader speaking up for her fellow women, she also reveals that in her heart she knows they never chose this life and that they were all victims of an unjust wage system and that the happiness on Sunday is just a pretension to mask their unjust real lives during the rest of the week. So when we asked them to do the second part of the workshop where they were invited to envision an ideal future scenario and sketch it down on paper, we facilitated them to think about their current and their future scenario. Without any instruction, Bea and Angel instinctively drew house structures and Bea illustrated her long-term goal of owning a small corner store in her village. Catherine, on the other hand, emphasized the importance of open communication that is constant. So the house metaphor is the house metaphor present in both sketches affirm the significance of the containment image schema and how the container can also allude to a long-term goal. So with all of this raw data, we move on to the analysis, formation of the framework, and final design criteria. So we already mentioned that OFWs use materiality and material culture through the box as a performance not just of intimacy but also of personal identity and expression in the home. So we took all of the raw data, coded them, and grouped them into several themes to form a conceptual framework that is composed of 3 sections. One facet, the expression of pride and goals, with pride having to do with freedom, pride of achievements and skills, and long-term goal setting. On the other hand, there's also sadness and passive miscommunication with having to bring up difficult conversations, feelings that of deep sadness that they cannot tell the family, and the family's guilt and an intention to know the migrant workers' struggle. All encompassed in the form of a material and metaphorical containment involving some quotidian decision-making with constant reminders of openness to family and employer. We also did a co-design workshop to kick off the design concept development where we wanted to gain designerly perspective, and this co-design workshop really helped us in affirming our design criteria. So the final design criteria is composed of 2 parts, matter and form. The matter of this design concept should contain some form of identity expression, achievement declaration, catalyst for difficult conversations, and long-term goal setting. Meanwhile, the form, it should be tangible and material, using containment as a metaphor and symbolic codes with a communal, private, intimate, secretive way of interaction that is constant and quotidian with a surprise factor. Expressing the meaning of pride, vulnerability, inclusion, and goal setting. So with that, we move on to the design concept of Bukas. Bukas is from the Tagalog word meaning to open and tomorrow, is a tangible box artifact coupled with an augmented reality-enabled mobile interface that aims to facilitate meaningful long-distance family communication through a slow material medium. It is composed of 2 boxes with 7 irregular pieces each, a wireless charger as a trigger initiated by physical presence, and the mobile user interface. These 2 boxes are co-located, meaning one is in Hong Kong or one is in the foreign country, one is back home, promoting a sense of connectedness with a shared identical item between the migrant worker and the distant family. We embed messages inside the contained pieces to be created and collected during a routine of recollection that happens every night. So at the end of each week, messages are collected by first the box sender, the OFW, and after each of the 7 pieces are completed, the whole box is sent through AR to the family, and then this process just goes on alternately on a weekly basis. So the design of the tangible components, each box is designed to mimic the balikbayan box and is constructed with MDF board that looks like the cardboard, and it can be opened easily with a hinged pair of lids. The patterns on each piece are designed to be easily identifiable and meant to represent an abstract prompt, allowing for a certain degree of concept and aesthetic interpretation. For the intangible component of the mobile user interface, we have 2 separate flows for message senders and message receivers, facilitating the prompt to ignite a nightly topic provided by the system. It has 6 main functions: to answer prompts, to embed answers into an AR-enabled pattern, to notify users of a receipt of a box, to activate and read the messages, to connect to a bank account to transfer a small amount of money, and to save and re-access past and received sent message boxes. For the how does it work? The interactivity works in such a way that the user is able to represent messages through a graspable piece that one can hold and rotate. Another major point of interaction is the experience of puzzle solving, putting and fitting all pieces together to fit inside a box with finite space, similar to how OFWs will fit belongings inside a balikbayan box. Conversely, this piece-by-piece action of unboxing by the box receiver is also significant. This interaction takes inspiration from how the balikbayan box is packed to the brim and is collaboratively unpacked one by one. So the augmented reality function is demonstrated with a simple prototype created in CoSpaces and used with the commercially available Merge Cube. This is meant to show that one piece is able to show different facets, a photo, some text, and the functionality to read more. So to test this working prototype, we recruited 3 participants, 1 migrant worker and 2 box receivers for a testing session, given them a prototype link and narrated a scenario. Their positive feedback was that the flow is quite comprehensive and well structured. They also appreciated how the product encourages an old, slow style of communication in an age of instant messages. They also liked the idea of the presence trigger, and they said that it seemed very fun and the product itself is beautiful. But there were 3 main issues brought up. Number 1, there were a lot of issues raised about the emotive quality and diversity of the questions. We also needed a feature to recall and save messages, and also the assurance of a safe space or a clear onboarding process. To address each issue, number 1, we wanted to design and write how prompts will repeat and be populated. We tapped an actual writer to help us with writing prompts, focusing on literary, emotion-inducing language. We wanted to also give a variety of topics to provide variation, and also can possibly use McMaster's family functioning model to generate the topics. Issue 2 is pretty simple to address. We simply added a recap or bookmark feature so that memorable messages can be stored. And finally, for the assurance of a safe space, we wanted to recommend future courses of action for this product to be part of a larger service system or a social service done by the government or a logistics provider. So for the conclusion and future work, so this research provides a set of guidelines to design for the communication of migrant workers and their transnational families, but we are aware of the risks of the design research endeavor being naive. The issue of mass migration of workers from the Philippines to work as domestic helpers is a socio-economic problem that is deeply embedded, and we do know that it is not an ideal situation. So, but we are also aware that Bukas has aimed to address a very specific need and has investigated the deeper sentiments of migrant workers. But we propose 2 future directions. Number 1, to improve and make further studies into how to improve the deeper phatic communication between domestic family members and conduct experiments to verify the design criteria. And another new direction can be opened, transitioning from migrant worker family relationships to the larger society of migrant workers and society as a whole. So social computing and communal technologies have the opportunity to identify roles among connected individuals, highlight relationships and hierarchies, and it also helps to address and enhance the experience of connecting migrant workers towards a collective identity and goal. With that, we end this presentation of our research findings. Thank you very much. Please feel free to contact us for any questions.
Hello and good day to you all. Today, on behalf of Professor Wang and I will be presenting a scoping review on the design intervention opportunities for reducing procedural-caused medical waste. This review was conducted to study the multiple avenues for using Industry 4.0 concepts in the reduction of waste generated from medical procedures. The presentation has been structured as follows. The first section will describe the motivation and methodology of this research. The second section will expand on the results and analysis thereof. The third section describes the points of discussion, conclusion, and future course of action. Over the last 40 years, the number of single-use devices have been consistently increasing in the medical device industry. Has occurred due to significant cost reductions in manufacturing devices with plastics and the ease of use for clinicians through the use and throw model that has been adopted. These single-use devices have resulted in increasing inventory costs and waste management costs for hospitals. Furthermore, the waste has environmental consequences through the two most used waste management strategies: incineration and landfilling. Although there is considerable focus, both academic and practical, on managing medical waste in safe and effective ways, very little research can be found on strategies which help hospitals reduce the waste they produce. It has been noticed that much of the waste generated in hospitals is from intensive care units and operating theaters. There is also the added economic burden due to high inventory and waste management requirements and the costs of time, human resource, and other resources involved in the process of designing procedures and systems around single-use devices. In the last 10 years, there has been an increasing focus on the benefits of digitization and how the onset of digitized systems opens the gateways for a revolution in industrial production, namely Industry 4.0. The concept of the fourth industrial revolution builds on digitized systems which are intelligent enough to communicate with other artificial systems and enable new levels of automation, reducing production errors, and maximizing efficiency. This technological paradigm shift enables innovation in manufacturing, service design, communication, and systems design, among other fields. In this study, we explored the potential of Industry 4.0 concepts to design products, services, procedures, and systems to reduce procedural-caused medical waste. This review is based on the scoping review method as described by ArtsIT and O'Malley. The specific keyword searches and the search criteria have been provided in tables 1 and 2 in the paper. Due to the diverse scope of technologies under Industry 4.0, generic searches for Industry 4.0 and medical waste failed to provide sufficient peer-reviewed literature to suggest that it had been explored as a broad-based study. More specific searches were found to be required. Based on multiple reviews of technologies under Industry 4.0, a few critical technologies were identified which could be explored further to understand their role in contributing to reducing procedural-caused medical waste. Searches were conducted with the keywords artificial intelligence, additive manufacturing, lean systems, and Internet of Things, paired with the keywords medical waste and medical procedure. The searches identified 158 papers, which were then reviewed for their relevance to the topic of this study by manually going through the title, abstract, and conclusion where required. 35 papers were identified as relevant to this study and reviewed. Design for sustainability has evolved as a field of study for almost 60 years, first identified as a crucial part of design practice by Victor Papanek and Buckminster Fuller in their seminal works on the subject. The field of sustainability popularly constitutes three main pillars of sustainability, namely environmental, economic, and social sustainability. This evolution has been well articulated in Yestchin and Gazioulousoy's work on design for sustainability. They further proposed a framework consisting of 4 levels of design intervention to meet the requirement of the 3 pillars of sustainability. While the environmental aspect refers primarily to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and conservation of natural resources, the economic aspect focuses on the profitability and growth of sustainable solutions, and the social aspect ensures that no individual is left behind in the process of achieving sustainable development. In this study, we focus on the environmental sustainability of medical procedures, specifically entailing the reduction of waste generated from these procedures. The literature reviewed in this study was found specific to 2 of the 4 levels of design intervention proposed by Chestin and Gazioulousoy, namely the product level and the product service system level. We further suggest dividing the product system level into 3 separate intervention levels, namely the service level, the procedure level, and the system level. In this study, we define products as the tangible and intangible elements designed to support a specific set of functions in a medical procedure. These include surgical tools, physical infrastructure, and softwares providing digital functions. We define a service as the interface between products and associated stakeholders that enables access to relevant functions in medical procedures. These services include access to the product functionality and repair and maintenance requirements for products. A medical procedure is defined as a set of tasks completed to achieve a specific diagnostic, treatment, or rehabilitation result on a patient. A procedure may involve the use of various products and services to complete the required set of tasks. Finally, a system refers to a set of elements and the relationships between them that facilitate medical procedures. Systems may include organizations, facilities, infrastructure, products, and services used to complete the procedure for a patient. The literature reviewed in this study was found to concur with these 4 levels of design intervention, with specific technologies enabling these design interventions. At a product level, it was found that the use of additive manufacturing could leapfrog the limitations of conventional manufacturing processes through rapid prototyping, customization, and reduced logistic requirements. At a service level, the use of artificial intelligence and digitization was found to have many applications in reducing procedural errors and automate routine tasks. At a procedural level, the use of robotics and Internet of Things provided a higher accuracy and precision in surgical and diagnostic procedures, enabling delicate procedures previously considered too dangerous for human dexterity. At the system level, it was found that significant research has been done to support the lean transformation of healthcare systems, thus also affecting the efficiency of medical procedures. These topics have been detailed further in the following slides. We first explored the design interventions at a systems level which can help reduce procedural-caused medical waste. In particular, we look at the use of lean thinking in improving the efficiency of healthcare systems. First explored in the automotive industry in Japan, the concept of lean thinking is not new per se, but the advent of Industry 4.0 technologies allows the execution of the lean philosophy in many ways. Lean thinking has been applied to many different medical procedures in the last 10 years, including biopsies and surgeries. From an efficiency perspective, particular gains were seen in reducing overage, which reduced inventory and waste management costs. The application of lean was also found to be beneficial in reducing redundancies in departmental operations and maximizing the use of existing skill sets without compromising on the quality of care. Primarily, these design interventions for implementing lean systems can be attributed to digitization of data systems and a continuous assessment of redundancies through data analytics. At a procedural level, the design interventions to reduce waste can be divided into 3 levels: design of products, design of services, and the design of the procedure itself. In this section, we focus on the procedural interventions, while the following sections cover the product and service level interventions. The application of cyber-physical systems, in particular particularly relevant to the procedural level due to the benefits of connectivity between different devices and the use of robotics in delicate procedures. Until now, humans have been limited by their own cognitive and ergonomic abilities in the execution of medical procedures. However, the use of Internet of Things and robotics changes the nature of procedures themselves. Humans no longer need to play the instruments in the orchestra and can now focus on conducting it to meet the required objectives. This particularly helps in reducing human errors in procedures, reducing the need for overage, and maximizes the efficiency of the resources being used, all leading to reduced waste generation. However, the application of technology in this instance has not evolved to the level where environmental impact can be substantially reduced. Studies indicate that the use of robots may increase the carbon emissions generated from procedures when compared with non-robotically assisted medical procedures. Our research indicates that healthcare services have significantly benefited from the digitization, data mining, and analysis of patient data. The use of real-time visualization technology, data analytics, artificial intelligence, and predictive modeling has helped healthcare services move from probabilistic to predictive treatment pathways. This approach allows clinicians to preemptively reduce the risks of the onset of chronic diseases and hence reduce the need for procedural interventions to reduce the impact of debilitating health conditions. In many ways, by advising patients on the risks of impending medical conditions, patients can prescribe to non-procedural treatment options such as lifestyle change and pharmacological therapy to reduce the need for procedures and hence reduce procedural waste. While the benefits of digitized data systems has been published in academic literature, the specific impact on procedural-caused waste has not been addressed adequately. When it comes to the impact of Industry 4.0 on the design and manufacture of the tools used in a medical procedure, the use of additive manufacturing was found to change the paradigm of manufacturing in many ways. As opposed to the conventional forms of manufacturing through molding, casting, and subtractive manufacturing, additive manufacturing provides a medium of generating complex prototypes previously infeasible to be produced by conventional manufacturing methods. It also enables rapid prototyping, which has been found to be useful for modeling and simulating disease states to prepare for medical procedures and for teaching medicine. Over the last decade, additive manufacturing has evolved to become much more cost-effective, provide a large variety of material choices, and be operated through remote facilitation for on-site fabrication, testing, and use. From the perspective of procedural waste, this technology reduces the requirement of raw materials for the production of a product and reduces the waste generated in its use as well, due to the rapid design and execution of processes of complex, personalized parts for medical procedures. Additive manufacturing is already being extensively used in many specializations and is only limited by the cost of the parts and the accessibility to the technology. There is sufficient consensus in the academic community on the alarming environmental impacts of medical waste. While strategies are currently being explored to manage the waste effectively, we consider the impact of Industry 4.0 interventions in the reduction of procedural-caused medical waste. Through our study, we have identified 3 perspectives on design interventions that contribute to reducing the waste generated from medical procedures and make healthcare systems more efficient in their resource consumption. The first is the assistive method perspective. As evidenced in our study, Industry 4.0 technologies play a major role in overcoming human limitations of dexterity, computation, and cognitive awareness in medical procedures. The use of robots, Internet of Things, and sensors changes the way we conduct medical procedures, providing more precise and accurate pathways for treating severe and delicate conditions. The second perspective is that of data. The digitization of patient records and access to products and services shifts the clinician's role from probabilistic to definitive treatment. New technologies and data analytics provide simulation, visualization, and modeling techniques that provide real-time feedback on procedures and the patient condition, reducing errors in procedures. The third perspective to consider is the manufacturing perspective, where additive manufacturing has changed our understanding of the limits of production methods, production logistics, and producible structures and components. This ability to make custom parts specific to the need of individual patients provides an opportunity to prevent waste generated from retrofitting standardized parts in non-standard physiologies and reduce the reliance on mass-produced products with little contextual relevance. Although the early research into Industry 4.0 technologies seems promising for the reduction of procedural medical waste, the literature available to support this claim continues to be scarce and limited in its scope of study. This may be due to large investments required to transition from conventional systems to digitized systems and the shift in mindset and behavior required to adapt to a paradigm shift in technology and modus operandi. Furthermore, the healthcare setups are high-risk environments, and these transitions require effective research to support the need for a change in operations. There are also many ethical hurdles to overcome regarding the acquisition, use, and jurisdiction over patient data, which may slow down the adoption of new technologies, regardless of their efficacy in improving patient outcomes. These constraints only serve to re-emphasize the need for more research in this area of study to help health systems globally respond to the rising environmental problems of the healthcare industry and the use of Industry 4.0 concepts to tackle them. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm going to present a research project paper about the effects of extended reality in the area of responsible decision making, project which was implemented with adolescents. Actually, this project was developed by Professors Washing Wei, Kenny Shao, and Daniel Munoz, who is speaking now. So our research has a clear vision in emotional and mental health. And in these topics, we're trying to develop and propose prevention tools in the interaction design field, which can help people to deal with emotion and social interactions. During this journey, we review several fields such as affective computing, empathic systems, and we finally look in the extended reality field, working with VR. So at the moment, we believe that the capability of VR to simulate situations, create trial environments, and the possibility to do actions with trivial repercussions can be very useful for the emotional education field. So we worked with an emotional and social framework called SEL, which is a validated tool for the emotional education of children and adolescents. And this framework divides emotional education in 5 dimensions of learning, and each of them has their own sub-learnings as well. After this, we review literature, books, papers, and others on VR and social and emotional learning, and we classify them by SEL dimension. That we found is that the most of the research trainings and experiments of VR on emotional dimensions were in the so-called basic emotional skills, with a shortage of research, particularly in the responsible decision-making area, which is an area that actually requires several emotional skills, and which actually is actually the evaluation of consequences of actions and consider the others and self-well-being. So we decided to conduct an experiment and extend that current knowledge and see the impact of VR in responsible decision making, which was actually a comparative study between 2 groups. Both groups were under a series of responsible decision making exercises through emotional, social, and ethical dilemmas. So the first group was experiencing VR dilemmas, and the second was doing mental simulation and imagination exercises. So our research have 3 main stages, combining quantitative and qualitative tools. The first stage was a pre-test using social and psychological tools such as VAR-on-test for responsible decision making and SSIS for parents and children to provide a general view of the participants. And then in the second stage, we conduct 3 workshop sessions where participants experience dilemmas by VR or imagination exercises. And we use a tool to teach decision-making called SODAS, which is based in recognize situations, see the options of the situation, and identify advantage and disadvantage of every option, and then choose a solution, and the students have to give reasons for this. And the last stage is a post-test to see how the students improve after the experience. So our hypotheses were 2. The first one is about the students. We believe that the students who experience emotional training of responsible decision making on VR will get a higher score than the students who don't experience it. And the second one, we believe that creating a trial environment and showing the consequences of different decisions on VR will help in the emotional cognitive process of responsible decision making on these adolescents. So we finally did 5 sessions, 3 workshop sessions to test, and around 90 participants in total among the control group and the VR group. So we designed these three experiences in VR. The first one is about drop out the school with friends. It's an ethical dilemma about drop out totally the school or continue in the school. The second one was about your best friend is stealing from a shoes store and selling you some shoes from the store. And the third one, it was about a couple of friends, they have a romance and you hear a cheating rumor from another people. So we finally got results. VR got a very positive results in the emotional VAR-on test, and the CR group keep a little bit steady. VR shows a higher index of improvement compared with CR and with themselves in the pretest. Also in the post-test, there's a clear gap of improvement between the group and comparatively between these two groups. So we also have another findings. Our first finding is about the correlation between attendance and high score. So there is no proportional relation between more attendance in the sessions and a higher score or deeper understanding of the topic. Another finding is about the cognitive articulation. Students on the control group show a better cognitive articulation, identifying more advantages and disadvantages of every situation. So we identified a decrease of mental effort of the VR group when participants finish the VR experience. Due to the nature of the content, also, we identified that there's an intrinsic cognitive load factors that are playing a role in the completion of tasks. We also identify a consequential component of VR. We identify that participants were more willing to provide arguments and select more careful choices, giving more argument of their choices by session. There is also a first impact of VR as a medium on learning attribution. Participants present an evolution of their learning attribution. For example, participants feel they are learning about technology at the first sessions, but after every session, the impact of the VR medium was becoming lower and the impact of the content rise. And the learning attribution for every session evolved from technical to emotional. So we finally analyzed the learning of the students in different dimensions of responsible decision-making by sessions. And what we found is while CR group got a diversity of learning dimensions of responsible decision-making, BR group got a very specific and narrow learning to the one or two dimensions. So from our analysis, we got that the thinking flow and the freedom of the imagination on the process, but also the structure of the task are impacting the cognitive process on VR immersive experiences. So after this, we developed some considerations for designs. For anyone who will design some immersive learning experiences, they will consider the first one is about the learning timing. And every participant will have different evolution of cognitive process. More sessions will not always lead to deep understanding. Monitor the learning attribution, of course, is very important. Do the medium impact and the process of learning attribution on VR is recommendable. Use tools to monitor the learning of every session in every participant or student. And also balance the freedom of imagination inside of the experience, learning experiences or storytelling. Give spaces for imagination and balance the thinking flow. Consider the interactivity degree and repercussions of actions of the user or narrative. It will be helpful to get expected learning. And the last is about consider the cognitive load, intrinsic cognitive load factors of the content, but also it will be helpful apply a split fade or other principles of completion learning on VR experiences. That's all. Thank you.
So that's it, folks. Thanks for your attendance. This is the ArtsIT closing, and we'll be announcing the Best Paper Award, and it is in 2020 Data City, leveraging data embodiment towards building the sense of data ownership by authors Alan Wei, Jeffrey Ho, and Stephen Wang. I just take this opportunity to thank everybody that's involved and look forward to seeing you again.